time to come out here and score your dogs, set up some good tests. I'm going to hand it over to Glenn. He is going to explain this test. Let's hold all questions until we get through the scenario, and then we'll run a test dog. All right? All right, guys. Hey, I want y'all to walk out to where your birds are going to land. Walk out to where your birds are going to land.
You guys know the drill on the holding blinds. Get your information on this last holding blind. You come out of there, you come off lead. We're going to watch for your control getting to the bucket. So you have good control getting to here. Once you get to here, you're going to load 3 shells into this nice 870. It's been used a few times. It maybe gotten wet a few times. Load 3 into here. Blow your duck call. Once you're ready, you steady yourself, get yourself ready, blow your duck call. First bird out is going to be down the middle.
Bird one way down.
That's at 150, 153 yards. It's going to go from right to the left. Around 153. The second bird out is the gentleman down in front of the hay bale. That's where it lands. It comes from behind the trees over to where he is. That's about 173. The third bird out is going to come from over here to your right. It's going to angle back right to the left, landing right where he is, hopefully. Once the birds hit the ground, make sure you make your gun safe, put it in the rack. Leave the birds on the ground, do not pick them up. You're going to run your blind. Blind is that gentleman back there on the far tree line, and that's 205 yards. Once you pick your blind up, you can pick the birds up in any order. While you're shooting the gun, guys, if your dog gets out past the end of the gun barrel, please re-heal them. If you don't, we'll tell you to. This is a real gun. We got the poppers, they're not real shells, but let's use it like it's a real gun with real shells. Don't point it back toward us, point it toward the field. Make sure you go through the proper etiquette with your gun. Be real safe on that. You guys all know more than likely that I got shot duck hunting. Lost my leg on the fact of that. So let's just make sure we're real safe with this. I know I get nervous. Yeah, I get nervous, but let's just be safe. If we have a problem with the gun and we ask you to check your gun, please check your gun, because we think there might be something going on. Maybe safety's off, the breech is open, but that's a good safe gun. Put it back like that. Obviously, that's not. Wait to take your safety off until the first bird gets launched, right? Take that off and shoot. We go back with a good safe gun. Like I said, don't point the muzzle. I think all of you are aware of that. Yes, sir.
See it.
Where Matt?
Way better. Way better.
Wait.
We did that.
Come on.
Oh my. That's part of the
Flasher on the 2 left ones, now they're on the right. They'll see him and then we'll have them walk back out. All right.
I want to ask the question to everybody.
Hold on, just.
Bird thrown short of that tree.
What about it?
My bird. I'm asking because it makes it's a big difference.
It does make a big difference, but I'm gonna call a no bird.
Yeah, I'm just asking so we know.
I know, but I mean, but that I'm not saying if it lands short of the tree, it's gonna be a no bird. I hadn't said that, so don't come up here and try to make it a no bird.
Is the blind an all fall?
Yes, the blind is an old fall.
No major penalties.
Other than DQ, no.
I'm not losing.
All right, let's watch the test dog. Everybody scoot back.
You want to ice cream?
Hey, tell me on the radio. Okay, all right, y'all go sit back down. We're gonna run a test dog, okay? Yeah. Said it was. All right, guns up, guns up. Here we go, dog the line. Heel.
So I didn't run across it. We do want you sitting down on the chair, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
Sitting on the chair. When you're shooting a bird, sit down on the chair.
Yes, sir.
What did you say, Glenn?
Sitting down on the chair when you're shooting birds, you can't stand.
Start with a duck call.
Back. There's a field trial guy out here showing out.
A little easier to run the blind.
Park.
Wait a minute and get camera ready. They talk about it. Nothing to it.
So when he moved around up here, that's okay?
Don't go forward.
Yeah, you're just not going to have much, you don't want to go much further to the left. You get under the tree. So about where he was, right over here.
It's under. It's tight. The blind is tight to the tree.
Attack the blind, guys. Attack the blind.
Black or camo?
Yep.
Any neutral color.
Yep.
No white.
Yeah.
Baby's good.
Y'all wear a camo hat? Wow. Yep. Hey. Yep.
I did joke and say it.
Henry.
hope so. You wouldn't have seen him.
Heel. 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 Heel.
What do you think? Any questions?
You really want to know what we think?
No. I skipped that one. Any questions? All right, let's go. Line them up.
Middle, left, right.
I can't have them.
Middle, left, right.
Hey guys, walk back out to where your birds are going to land. What's your first song?
Yeah.
That could have been Guns N' Roses.
Everybody. Hey.
Hey, how are you doing, Mark?
Good question. So do y'all have like 80 years ATVs? Are they here? 80 years.
Yeah.
Come here, Henry.
Not in the, what happened to Christianity? I was just curious. I just curious. I thought about it. I wonder what happened. We got ours here. I wonder where ours are. I just figured. I just figured. I was like,
You're right.
Pretty sure about that. Because we separated them at the event. I remember me and Kane sat there and separated them all out. Did Kane train somewhere?
What?
How are you?
Ron was asking about their ATVs. Remember we separated them? You gave them to Jeff. Isn't that perfect?
Hey, don't bring Henry back up here.
oh, it is. I was just wondering. I just figured. Actually, in my mind, I was like, we get to run the Owls game first. You like this game, though?
What's up, baby? You enjoyed dinner last night?
Morning.
How are you?
Somebody asked a question, I talked about it. He said,
Jackson, what were you saying?
Mr. Al, this is Mark.
Hey, I want the gallery back here by the Ranger stuff, behind the road.
How they trick you into this?
I thought they had fired me.
He's gonna come up here some later in the week.
That's all good.
How good to see you. Good morning. Thank you. Volunteered your time. My daughter ran you under a couple years ago. Sure did. Yes, she did. Yep, she did. It was fun.
She had a short, dark hair, and what? She went to some school.
She was in high school then at Zachary, but now she's at LSU. Yeah, she was still in high school then. Yep. So that's all right.
We need to find you a shed.
Hey, they can have a seat. They're still out there. They can probably relax.
Yeah, I'm gonna go propel. Sit on this stool here. All right, guys, y'all go sit down. Let's plant the blind, please. Plant the blind.
How you doing today?
Good. How's it going?
All right. Thank you very much. All right, you good? Glenn? Yes, sir. Good? We got drinks and stuff back there in the cooler. Y'all.
You get too comfortable. I need to get
You need anything? I'm good.
Get cool. Get up, please. So, Glenn, after the first few dollars, scored like that.
What number of stars? Number one?
No. Opposite. First dog is 83.
Is 82.
83.
Root. And then where does it go to?
It goes in reverse order.
Oh, so
But
it
we're
go like
just-
this.
Yeah, but it won't because there's amateurs mixed in. We're just running open dogs today.
Right.
I'll just tell you the numbers as they come up.
Right, but as long as it's a pro, we're going like this. All right. Now, how do you decide what dog runs first?
It's just a random draw.
And it just happened to be the very last dog. But whatever dog starts, you work backwards. Luke, you got any questions, man?
That blind up against that tree line?
Yeah. All right, guns up, guys. Guns up.
Middle, left, right.
Correct.
Good luck, man.
Dog 83.
Yeah. I got it.
All right, here we go. Dog go line.
Here's the final on off when he's over the top. He hears I'm gonna leave it all the time because if we're not listening to you, so just be aware we're always okay. And if you don't want to be home, take it off. Oh, lay that. I'm actually locking yours on.
Set. Here.
So
Heel.
I'm gonna go just make sure that signal for me.
Sit.
And then whenever the phone tells you
Heel.
talk, you go.
Sit.
Thank you.
Here.
Bird one.
Sit. Here.
Bird two.
Heel. Heel. No bird.
Not running yet, but I'm not. He turned my light on, so it stays on. Yeah. There we go.
Back.
Hey everybody, welcome to the SRS Super Retriever Series Classic here in St. Francisville. We're just getting started. We've run test dog, and the first dog is on the line. This is Luke Core and Cruz. I've got my buddy JD Babs here with me. Hey JD, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are y'all this morning?
Man, I'm good. I'm good. You got to run the test dog, so you've seen this firsthand. We'll explain as we go. We got a lot to go over today with this test. You shoot 3. It's an HRC style test. You got a first bird out is 155 yards up the middle.
That is a flasher.
And is a flasher. And then you have bird 2 at 170 yards landing by that tree the dog just come back by. And then you have a short bird over here to the right and thrown kind of angled back there in front of this other tree. You're going to know off those 3, and then you're going to run that blind. And that blind seems to be get a lot of answers, I would guess.
I believe so.
Yeah. So Luke has picked up the blind. I'd say most of them's going to send him for that short bird first. They do not have a designated go bird. We pick them up in any order. No major penalties other than picking up a poison bird. Dog got that bird good. Good trip there. This is where the answers are going to be got right here, I believe. Is if the other penalty is going back, the blind is an old fall.
Yes, correct.
So if you
looks like this dog's going to the left hand, long left hand bird.
yeah, you're going to try to pick it up
Real
outside.
good line here.
Come to the middle. It's a pretty good line.
Oh boy,
Caught a little wind right there. That's
Yeah.
nice.
very nice.
That'll be good.
Now he's got to come back in here and dig this middle bird out. And I think this could get interesting right
Yeah,
here.
it headbutt those trees, which is going to be interesting for sure. But I think he's in a pretty good spot so far. Really doing a nice job getting the dog to focus and look back on his mark, taking his time.
See what he does here.
Looks like he's gonna split the gap. Your test dog run caught a wind of it right off the corner of the trees, but he's too far left. He's gonna have to put a handle on the dog and bring him back over there.
And as the wind shifts through the day, it feels like the wind is coming off of our right shoulder this morning.
It is.
I think it's supposed to end up out the west, which would be from the left, southwest,
Yeah.
which would be somewhere off the left for us. And I think, no matter what the wind does, there should be one to two at least of these birds should be protected. And then, as the wind shifts to the west, I think that blind is going to get pretty salty.
Oh yeah, that line's gonna be a good one. Coming to line next is Lyle Steinman. He's got AJ.
That's right. Lyle and AJ.
The judges, this is a crucial time. I've judged a couple of weekend events, and I've judged the Crown. This is where you start making all your decisions on how you're gonna, your standard for the day.
With your fall area.
Yeah, your fall areas, what what you're gonna see, what they're anticipating seeing, and then because these scores and they don't announce till after the first. I think
5 dogs.
5 dogs. I
dogs?
think that's correct. So that gives them time to kind of get their scoring worked out. So JD, you live right here close. We're
Yep. Yeah.
more than 15 minutes of your house.
15 minutes east of here.
Yeah, and I've known you since you was a kid.
I know.
You're still a kid.
Getting older every day.
I know, man. Heck, you got kids. You just got a new one.
Yeah, got
6
3.
month old.
6 months old, 4 and 7.
Yeah.
A lot of sleepless nights.
Oh, I could imagine. I could imagine. But heck, all worth it.
She likes that 3 a.m. bottle.
Oh yeah. I'm sure.
But yeah, me and you, we've been all over the country together.
We spent a month one week in St. Louis, and we had like 9 of us in a
1-bedroom hotel.
1-bedroom hotel.
We had a nice pull-out couch.
Man, I tell you what, I slept in an air mattress.
You had an air mattress in the kitchen.
It was playing in the kitchen underneath the bar. Oh yeah. You know, when you start, you don't have any money. You just do what you got to do to make it happen, man. That was my first Master National. That's 2016 in St. Louis.
And when you finish, you still don't have any money.
Yeah. Now what is it? 9 years later, and I'm in the same spot. So.
There's Lyle here. We got a little delay on the bird 1.
Yeah. Takes a little while for all the bird boys to.
They call him no bird here, so I
no
guess.
bird, something's.
Now, will he go back 3 or come right back?
No, he'll come right back.
With no birds on the ground.
Yeah, and this one, he'll just unload, go back to the blind, and come right back up.
Doing a proper job handling the gun, making sure it's open and safe. And
Talking about that, our judges today, of course, Mr. Glenn Scarborough, who is the vice president of HRC. He has been involved in the Grand and HRC for a long time. Great guy.
I ran my first Grand in 2013 at 4 states, and him and I were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
He was there.
He covered gun safety very well. That's a big part of that game. So,
as it should be.
As it should be, yep.
Then you've got Al Author, Sandhill Kennels in Lincoln, Georgia. That's one of the most predominant field trial kennels in the country, has been for years. His father, Hugh, was one of the greatest of all time, Hall of Fame retriever trainer. As good of a guy as they get, and Al is he's one of my best friends in the business, and he's as good as they come to.
Been around it his whole life.
Yep, his whole life. I saw a picture of him. It was him, and I forget who else it was, but he was sitting on a fence post when he was about 7 years old with a field trial.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get it going this time.
Yeah. Another little delay here.
Matt Emerson's in the tent. He calls the birds, and I don't know if they're having some radio trouble or what, but it's part of the game.
That's right. They'll get the kinks worked out. First 5 dogs, it's kind of luck of the draw.
And then
when you're running, how the draw comes out.
That's right. And somebody like Lyle, he's seasoned. He's done this so much. I mean, he's been in this game forever, and he's going to be fine with that. He's going to go back and settle his dog and get himself settled. Come back,
go through his routine again, and be like another day training for him.
That's right. That's right. Back up there and give it another whirl. Yeah.
When I say plant the blind, bird 2, I just want you to turn around and holler at him and say, hey, plant
I think they want him to go back 3 dogs, and he's trying to come. I think he wants to come right back.
Yeah.
Obviously, which I don't blame him not seeing a bird yet. So that's.
I have a sheet in the truck over there. I need to go grab it that tells us all the points. I have to have a cheat sheet. You have it on? Yeah. And that's pretty nice. We'll go over kind of some of the scoring especially when we start getting scores, and explain to everybody that's new that hadn't seen this. I'm sure a lot of people have and understand through watching the Crown, but the scoring is the same here. 2 points for a whistle. Go ahead, JD.
So your 2-point faults is poor line and a whistle. 5-point faults would be walking at heel, excessive creeping, cast refusals, whistle refusal, excessive verbal commands, excessive vocalization, popping, no-go or recast, upon third refusal automatically dropped. Judge's discretion may be used and explained prior to starting a scenario. An example would be a remote send. Refusal to deliver to hand, excessive refusals may lead to disqualification, and wandering, which would be the unnecessary disturbance of cover, hunting outside the area of fall or out of sight. Those are your 5-point faults. 10-point fault would be avoidance of the test, and that can be deemed at the judge's discretion, a controlled break or unsafe gun handling. And we got a couple more, and we'll get back to those as soon as after Lyle runs here.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can get the birds on the ground here.
Yeah.
Got to work out the kinks, like we said, the first few dogs, and
You've run a ton of hunt tests, a ton of field trials. It's just part of the game.
that's part of it. Nothing you can do about it. These guys are out here trying their hardest,
yeah.
and
And a lot of these guys, it's like with every club in the nation. I mean, these guys throwing birds. This may be the first time
Yeah.
they've ever even seen anything like this, and don't understand the importance of it.
there it is. It's out.
We got a bird there.
There's one on the ground. I think that right-hand bird, if the dogs don't work with the handler, could be super, super tricky, having to pull back through everything, and there's all that open field to the left over there. I think it could be very inviting to look there and not pull back in.
Yep.
And then once all 3 birds are on the ground, you got to push back through everything and run this blind.
Yeah. Not everybody trains with a barn right in the picture of the birds. Oddly enough, I have a spot I do.
Yeah.
But that like you said, that there's so much to the left that they can look at over there.
And then you
those
got the
dogs
hill.
that don't follow that gun.
You got the hill falling off to the right. There's going to be a lot of suction to the right here.
A little ditch right there too.
Yeah, little ditch, little out of sight. And I think the drag back throughout the day could possibly build up there and maybe create some problems. This is really nice job here.
Yeah.
That was
Coming
super
back with
good
the bird.
gun. Coming back with the bird.
This is AJ, Lyle Steinman and AJ. So how fun is this? Get to sit here and watch dogs run all day. Yeah,
pretty cool.
Oh, this is cool. It's
Very
good.
rarely, how often do we get to do something like this,
Never. Unless I judge, which I enjoy. But I don't get a lot of opportunity to that because I'm run so much.
Unfortunately, in our sport, we don't get to judge. But
Lyle says AJ's a very smart dog, and he's always looking for the long bird. He's
a little outside here. Let's see if he can throw his nose up, and there he goes.
There he goes. He got
That
a little-
wind's definitely coming off our right
See,
shoulder
that's a-
still.
nice job, and that'll be a good score.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. These, it blows my mind how good these dogs get in on the plastics and fight. It's amazing to me.
So I learned from a guy named Ronnie Lee in Mississippi, and we never threw anything but a bird. He throw marks. It had feathers on it, pheasant or duck every day, pigeons, whatever. But about 4 years ago, I ordered some ATVs like this, and to this day, I'm still just totally amazed how hard those dogs go out there and hunt for those birds. And
I'm curious to see how this dog recovers from here.
Oh yeah,
He's a little right, and all the terrain and everything pushes him to the right. He's going to handle here.
that gap right behind the dog is, it's just too easy to look that way.
First 2 have run, and the middle bird has definitely held up for the first 2 dogs.
Yeah. So you get points there he'll to the area. Whistles, that's automatically 22 points. And then it goes up from there with each whistle, and cast refusals all start adding up. So that's where you got to be careful right there. But that dog obviously looked in that gap and was thinking that's where my bird is.
And I think that's could be a common denominator for the day. I believe, I think.
Yeah.
Everything's so tight over there to the left that it could. It's kind of an inline triple, and inline triple's never real easy. And then you add a blind in there under the arc, and it throws some serious wrenches in the
adds
whole
a
deal.
level of difficulty that.
So this dog's outside here. He should hopefully come in and get the bird. But see, that bird could be protected by that hay bale and the island of trees there. He worked in and got it really nice.
Got a little whiff of it right there, but he.
Yeah. They got to commit though and hunt in a pretty good bird placement there. I feel.
Yeah. Because really, that hay bale would be a good place to throw from. There you go.
Coming up next, we have, I think this is Chief here.
Yeah, Justin Hergert and Chief.
Yep, it's my old buddy Chief.
Yeah, he's a field champion, grand champion, Super Retriever Series champion.
He's one of the most talented dogs I ever stood beside.
Yeah. You put his FC on.
Yeah, I did. I did. It was a pretty cool journey. I think he was the first Grand Hunt Retriever champion, SRS champion, field champion, master hunter. He's got more titles than most people that are in school for 25 years.
He's pretty much covered the field. That's
right.
I mean, that's pretty awesome, man. Because there's only a handful that's had a field champion, grand champion.
Very few.
I mean, that's a tough deal to get done.
And before he goes to the line, finishing up on the points, you have 20-point faults for a handle to the area of the fall. Another 20-point fault for hunting the area of an old fall or switching fall areas. And then your automatic disqualifications would be an uncontrolled break, a retrieve of poison bird out of order, a resend in absence of confusion, a handler interfering with the test to include marshal, judges, other dogs, etc., physical abuse of a retriever, retriever fighting, excessive hard mouth or failure to deliver to hand, and second warning for gun safety or unsportsmanlike conduct.
All right, they're going over the points of the handle there. It takes a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm sure. I guess in between dogs, they're kind of discussing on what they're going to consider their fall areas, what's a handle to the area, what's not, and it's. Then once they get on the same page, it'll be rocking and rolling. And boy, it's a beautiful day out, isn't it?
Man, it is.
I left the house this morning. It was 46 degrees, a little chill. I forgot the sweatshirt.
Oh yeah.
I was a little chilly this morning, but I think it's going to warm up. I think the high 79 or 80 ought to be a beautiful day. Very little moisture in the air, which is typical for April here.
Yesterday morning when I left Campbellsville, Kentucky, it was 26 degrees at the kennel.
That's a little too chilly for my liking.
That was a little rough. The judges, I think they've got their scoring. And so it takes a little time on those first five for them to get all their scoring right and make sure they're on the same page. And it's funny, I've judged with different people at the weekend events and then on club events, and I've also judged the crown. It's so funny, after 5 or 6 dogs, most of the time those numbers just start meshing. Because you're on the same page.
That's right. And then you just kind of look over at each other and give a nod like, that was a handle to the area, or give a real good nod with a thumbs up. That's going to probably be a pretty good score.
That's a pretty good score, yeah. So they'll take the 2 scores and then the average.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how the scoring is. This is the, I guess about 14 years ago I ran one, and this is the first one I've been to be able to watch, and so that throws a little short there. I think it was going to be too tight to the corridor of where he had to run the blind, and so what they'll do is pick them up and come back.
No birdie.
Bird boys are working hard and running and getting after it. That's a good thing.
Yeah, today just the opens running.
Just the opens running, yep. And then tomorrow morning they'll
I
run.
said pros, but now you don't have to be a pro to run.
That's right. Yep. Yep.
But this is
it would be
open division.
majority pros. I think. I don't know how many amateurs are running. I think Ron Anderson's running one in the open. I would assume it would probably be Rip. I believe.
Yeah.
That is a talented animal, boy.
Oh man, they have had some great.
He's had some success.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, this is one of the few dogs that has all those titles: the SRS champion title, grand champion, field champion. Yeah, that's.
He's got a little gray on his face too.
Yeah, that's not an easy feat.
No, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
He got all those titles accomplished at a fairly young age.
Yeah,
too.
he wasn't 8 or 9 years old. I mean,
I think even younger than that, because let's see, he'll be 10 in June.
He was 4.
July.
He was 4 when he got his crown champion or the SRS champion title.
Yep.
Or grand title.
Grand title. I think he might have been a little younger than that, because I'm pretty sure he won an open at 4.5.
Oh wow.
And he knocked that title out a lot quicker than I think most people thought he would. It was he's typically an A+ marker.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And he was one of the favorites around the kennel, still is. You know. I get to see him. Justin will bring him by a couple of times a year, and he's one of my old buddies.
Yeah.
Good move there, kind of pushed off the poison bird.
Man, what a spot to be in if you can hold that.
He keeps pushing. Keep pushing.
They kind of pull that way just a little. Man, oh, that's the spot.
He got the
He
set.
got him. He got him
Needs to
before he
get
got
the
out of
cast
sight.
here.
So that's the one thing I was worried about is exactly that, was that getting out of sight right there on the right is such a spot to be in.
And that lighting right now, the lighting on that back tree line, throughout the day it's going to get better as the sun comes behind us.
They
but that
virtually
lighting
disappear.
They disappear, I think, about the last 5 feet of the blind.
Yeah,
and,
you just stand there and hope that it's they come back with that bird in the mouth.
It's all about, these handlers are so good, though. They put them in the right position where they're downwind and get in there. And
I was afraid Justin let him get a little too far right on that one.
Yeah, the lighting, you might not have been able to see him. And,
and there's a...
Call that the old just poking hope Hail Mary right there.
That's right.
Use that thing God gave you, puppy dog, on the end of your nose.
Take what you get, be glad you got it.
That's right.
Yeah, there's a decoy spread back there behind that group of trees.
Yep.
That is pretty enticing, and I'm gonna say we'll see a dog or two possibly fall for
the third dog in the row's been a little outside here.
And hit it.
And come in and broke down and got the bird. Let's see what he can do. He's coming back into the bird very nicely.
She's recovered.
Yeah, recovered. Super good. One little loop around that tree.
Be a couple of points. That's something we'll talk about. What's that going to be? Versus.
And if that wind shifts, and you can feel right now there's nights kind of stagnant.
Yeah.
Which could potentially mean I think the wind's about to shift out the west, and if it does and those dogs stay outside there, it could get that bird could be
real hard to get.
Be real hard to get, especially with everything deep of there. And that's one thing that I'm curious to see what the handlers are doing. Are they cueing them easy there? But you have so much stuff up front. Are they worried about the dogs checking down early before they get to the bird? We might try to get some handlers in here and talk to them as the day goes on, and just kind of see their philosophy on.
I'll say is, as running test dog, you picked it up right middle left, and so far, first 3 handlers, experienced handlers, been doing this a long time.
And are they sending for the middle bird and the dog's pushing off, getting the left-hand bird? That would be something worth.
We're pretty close behind him. It looks to me like he's lining up on the long bird. Now, I may be wrong, but
Let's see what he does.
Sure looks like he's looking for that long bird.
He pulled a little bit there. I think he might be taking a stab at this middle bird.
He may. Yeah.
Let's see what happens. He's a good spot for the middle bird
that's
if
a
he can
great
hold it.
spot.
That's a great spot.
That's where the dog you run, it needs to be just a hair bit right because you
Yep.
winded it just a little right of there. Oh.
So what do you do here? Which bird do you handle to? You know, that's.
I think you had to.
He's going to go left.
Oh. I think you got in a spot there you couldn't get out of.
Yeah.
And that's a hard decision to make.
Yeah, and you've got so much going on there, and I think the push off with the influence, you know, it might be, you know, I think, and we'll see handlers change as dogs run. You know, it might be the move is to go get the left-hand bird and then try to squeeze them back into that middle bird.
Yeah.
That's what's so interesting about, and the handlers will change throughout the day, throughout the test, I'm sure. And
Oh yeah, strategy.
there'll be somebody figure this thing out.
It's, you know, every time we run, it don't matter if it's a finish test or if I'm at a Q or an SRS or a master test. It seems like I'm always trying to get the piece of the puzzle to make it work.
Yeah.
And once you figure it out, that's where the pro has an advantage. It's running multiple dogs. He has opportunity to keep testing his theories till it works out.
Hopefully now pushing him back in there, it'll allow him to squeeze him in on that line.
He's in a good spot right there. He could find the gun.
Yep, if he get left of the tree there, and he's in a real good spot under the. He's going to be under the arc here.
But he's, yeah,
That there you go. I'm gonna get the bird
looks like
pretty
he's
good
gonna
right
have
there.
a good deal.
Attaboy.
Good
Attaboy.
deal.
I was a way to recover there and come in and
Yeah.
you know. But that tells you the mental state about the dog, in my opinion. Not sure which bird he sent for second.
Yeah.
I think we would both probably agree it was the middle bird. Dog pressured out.
Yeah.
Had a handle to it, and then came in and worked with the dog great and got him to go in there and
Yeah.
get that bird. And you know, it's amazing. It's just amazing how smart these dogs are.
yeah.
You know, I mean,
You know, the thing is, at the trial, you train a certain way all week, all the time. You're always, you know, poking in for that short bird, and then you get you get to the trial, and sometimes the dog wants to do different than what you've asked them to do. What level do you say, hey, you know what? Nope, you got to go here.
Yeah.
And sometimes you say, you know what, bud, you want that one?
go get it.
Go get it. It's on you now. So, yeah,
I'm curious to see now, seeing what people are,
Yeah.
seeing what's happened with the first three dogs. Now they've leaked left, and or they sent them for the middle bird. We don't really know, but we probably feel they are.
Yeah. And we've run three dogs that are, you know,
Pretty dadgum good.
pretty dang good dogs, and they're struggling with it. But
Yeah.
that, you know, they'll the conditions will change, and it'll all work out.
They got that SRSC in front of their names. They probably got this sport pretty lit. You know,
Yeah.
they're top tier dogs in this sport, and it's definitely giving them answers here. Which as a judge, you know, they got to be going, all right, we're in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah.
You know,
We're getting our answers. First time I ever judged was at Tyler Patterson's up there, and I was excited about it. You know, I'd never seen one
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah.
He's like, Jimmy, you pick something out. Me and Mike Botts judged the other day. He said, you pick something out as hard as you think it can be, and he said, then you got to add a couple things to
Yeah.
it. Or these dogs are so good, they're going
Yeah.
to get it. And that is the truth, man. They're all good. And every dog has its day. You
and
know?
what they
Sometimes
do
go-
so good, in my opinion, if they do have to handle, it's
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. It's
when I start handling, it gets a little,
dicey.
as I say, a little western every now and then.
This is
You know,
my-
these dogs, if they have to handle the area, they're so good at it.
Yeah.
And I
This is
think that's
my buddy, my training partner here. This is Scott Greer. We've been
one of the best human beings I've ever met in my life.
My man right here. He running. This is Judge. So me and Scott been going to the Grand and the National together for as long as I can remember. We buddies. I talk to Scott a lot. You know. I want to say I'm rooting for
He came
him.
and he came. His son was living up in Kalispell, and he came and saw me in Montana a couple times, and just salt of the earth.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal human being.
Scott has been extremely successful in the Grand. So he kind of likes these HRC series. So this is his wheelhouse. This is what he's been doing for forever. He's taught me a lot over the years. It's not, it's one of those things teaching you a lot. We haven't sat in top training. It's just trained together.
That's right.
I've watched him.
Just watch
a guy
him.
who's been doing it a long time. And
You see how calm and collective he is up
Yep.
there. I mean,
you go back on YouTube and watch them OSRS games, and
That's what-
years a baby.
that's when I fell in love with the dog sports. I think I was probably 11 or 12 years old, and I was watching Jerry Day and Super Sue.
Oh yeah,
It was when it was the ESPN Great Outdoor Games.
J. Paul Jackson and Achilles, man. I never seen anything like that before in my life. And we were duck hunters. I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool.
My dad was sitting in the sunroom of our house, and he said, "Dad, you got it," because we were all me and him duck hunted. That was one thing we did together growing up a lot that I'll have the best memories of my whole life doing with him. And he was like, "Man, you got to come here and watch this." And I think they were in Lake Placid, maybe.
Yep.
And they were running off this big hill, and it was. And when I saw that dogs, what they could do, man, that's cool.
Yeah. I couldn't wait for that outdoor games to come on so I could see it again. I drove all the way to Western Kentucky to meet J. Paul Jackson and Achilles. It was just, it was like a superstar to me to see him on TV.
Right there, looks like some dragback might be building up. You saw that?
Yep.
And throughout the day, it's definitely going to build up pretty big. And
As the lighting gets better, the dragback's going to get worse.
that's exactly right.
Scott took his time to line him up. He's going
Yeah,
to be a little
pretty
bit
good.
left about
Pretty good spot here. Look at him breaking into the bird. Look at that move.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, baby.
Come on, Raffy, don't.
There you go. Tail's cracking. That's a good sign.
Yep. That's what Dr. Howe always tells me when they go in on them short
Look at
moves.
that.
He said, when that tail starts cracking,
Especially when it
You're
starts
there.
cracking about,
10,
10,
yards.
15 yards in front of that bird.
you can go, oh, thank
Yeah,
goodness.
that's right.
When that tail goes down and the ears peel back, you better just go ahead and start reaching for old blue. You don't need to blow in here in a minute.
That's exactly right.
Here we go. All right, Scott. Let's see what he does. I say from back here, it's hard to tell if they're trying to
It's
poke
hard.
him with
It's,
that
it's
short.
pretty tight.
Which you might just shoot up the middle and hope they get one at this point. I'd like to see us get as clean. You get a good clean run out of this
pulled.
thing.
I feel
Got a
like, I feel
test
like
dog
with
and
that-
3 dogs running. Haven't got it clean yet. He's lining him up on it. Looks like he's going
Looks
to the
like,
middle bird.
looks like he's going middle. Let's see what he does. He just tapped the knee a little bit to pop the dog's eyeballs back into the right. He's working him good. Dog's working with him.
It looks like he's got him lined up. He's taking his time to make sure. He kind of left going that way and then
And pushed.
yeah, he pushed.
And you've got so much push because you've been over there twice.
And that's not the worst place to be. You
No,
just
it's
need
not. Here's the deal. This could work out good.
to,
But then there you go. Come on, check in there,
You
bro.
dig back in there and hunt. Just don't get on that blind stay. Yep. I was going to say that forced handle back there. Anything behind that gun and to the right, or behind that bird and to the right, you got to be pretty.
Yeah, and
quick.
those decoys are back there. If they're thinking into the
Pull them
field and they get there and wrap right, those decoys could. And it appears with this right to left wind, even this morning, that the long bird is protected by the bushes and hay bales. We thought 2 dogs were going to check in there, and they end up getting past it
Deep of it.
and breaking right and wanting to go.
Yep.
I don't necessarily think they're going back to the blind. I think the attraction to the right behind the island could be playing more of a, a little more.
Because as that dog went in there, he kind of went in hunting, making, and then all of a sudden he didn't shoot in there. But
No,
he's like,
but hey, there's something over here.
Yeah,
That's
that
right.
could be
That's
it.
right.
And he made a different lunge going that way, or changed his gait. And this automatically makes you pull him a little further right, kind of like Justin did.
Yeah.
Scott's in the same line. He's going to
See what he does here. Get left of that.
He's going to be real right. Don't do it, though.
See if he can get there. He's going to handle it again, which I think that's a smart move there.
That's very smart because
you know, and then you're
from
not
that
too
point,
far out of
it's gonna be
shape
hard
to
to
where,
get that.
to where you can hopefully get over there and get the bird pretty good. You know, one other thing I got to compliment. You know, we're watching on. We got a monitor in front of us. These camera guys are.
Oh, it's amazing.
I mean, they're.
I mean, Miss Shannon and these guys.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible.
It's. I wish they had this for every dog game.
Oh, I do too.
But I really enjoy this one. Hey, this is what draws so many people to it. You can, you know, hopefully these people sitting at home listening to us and are enjoying watching these dogs do some amazing work.
This dog's right of the slot over there.
Yeah.
Working with him really good. Just kind of got his mind made up a little bit that he needs to shoot that gap.
And Lyle had a little bit of trouble over here recovering quick. Scott's hung up in it pretty bad. I'm hoping he'll.
There you go. Get over there, Bubba. Oh, come on.
Here.
There's that west wind. You feel it?
Yep.
It just shifted. Just shifted off our left shoulder, and it's feels like it's coming in pretty
strong.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, it's more than we've had all.
Which now I'm curious to see what, because I don't think you're going to win this right-hand bird now, and I might be totally wrong, but with this amount of wind, they're going to have to be under the arc like this dog was.
Yeah. You better
win
be
this
left
bird.
of it, right of it. It's going to be no good. And that gap is. Just keeps pulling him back in there.
Yeah.
Scott's going to stay after him.
What's nice, you know, it's plenty cool enough. You can work them and handle the dogs and.
So what they'll do, they'll make a cut after the first series.
They in the classic, they make a cut after the first series.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, even on the weekend events now, if there's a number of dogs, I can't remember.
Okay, so it's
used to you only made a cut after the second
series. Yeah.
And then now they'll cut just for time, you know.
Yeah.
Because if you had a dog in a position with no contention, you would keep going so you could get into the second series, kind of have your test dog, because they reverse the order. The dogs with the high score runs first.
And now you're flirting with a little bit. Hopefully the dog doesn't go back and start hunting the old fall over here to the right in the position he's in. Hopefully he can get that cast, and there's that good cast there. Come on, buddy, get over there. But even with this wind shifting, the dog hadn't winded that bird over there. And it's out. I mean, it has shifted out of the west-southwest for sure.
Yeah. Just kind of laid back down all of a sudden. He just come to for a minute. The leaves are right.
Yeah, but you can see that. Look at those streamers over there when you're pulling in. There's enough of it, I think, to be effective.
Yeah, Scott started off pretty good, and it happens. So I've been in that position. We all, everybody runs
every weekend.
Just didn't work out this time, but he's got a few to run, so he'll be back strong.
That's right. Coming up next, I think we have dog number 78 and Teddy, handled by Carter Turner. And tell you what, that guy he's on fire.
Oh man, I'm telling
If I
you.
was running this sport, I'd hate to see him entered on the weekend.
Oh boy.
Huh?
We done a little podcast yesterday. Most people have never heard of it. It's called The Dog House with
Yeah.
Adam
Yeah.
and Jimmy. It's a little small thing.
Been on there a few times.
JD Bags. And Carter was on with us yesterday.
Oh, what a good
yeah,
deal.
Yeah. And that's one when it comes up. If you're interested in the SRS, it's a good one to
Yeah.
listen to. You know? And it's like finishing that for Scott. He gets that's his test dog now. He gets the opportunity to see where those birds were when he comes up, and he gets a dog that hits good. He knows if he got to put a quick handle on it, he's more comfortable after knowing where the birds are. And then, those dogs that carry even into the second round with a high score, being able to walk up there and run those, knowing that your chances are pretty slim of getting into the semifinals.
He can figure the test out, and that's what we were talking about earlier, being a pro with multiple dogs and figuring the game out and learning how to try to beat the game.
That's right. You're trying to beat the game, and that's exactly what's going on here. Somebody's, we're a long way from done. This thing is way from over. Somebody's
in this test,
stab this thing.
That's right, and that's going to be a good feeling. Turn around and do the flex.
That's right. That's exactly right. Show them your guns. That's right. So, let's see. This is Carter with.
And as we've seen so far, that middle bird is holding up pretty good.
It is very.
It seems
good.
that it for the first 4 dogs or 5 dogs.
This is one of those things. This could switch at any point.
That's
this
right.
right-hand bird could be a nightmare.
That's right.
That gap is so enticing there.
That wind, as I keep looking at these streamers over here by the driveway, and that wind's definitely tailing around us. So, we'll see what it does. I thought when it started ripping, it probably got up to 8-9 miles an hour just a second ago, and I thought it had committed out of the west, and it feels like it's trying to shift back out the south again.
Coming up next, it's Carter
and Teddy.
And Teddy. Teddy's a qualified all-age 2 dog. A lot of these dogs play, a lot of different games.
Yep.
They've come in out of field trial, or they've come in as grand champions, or they've run. And
it is definitely the most, for our sport, the retriever sport, this is the most versatile game there is.
Oh, yeah. And that's what it's meant to be.
Yep, that's right.
Who's got the best?
Yep.
You run field trial and be good at that, but can you sit down there with that gun and swing?
Yep.
Can you put them in a duck blind and run through 500 decoys or a
dog stand?
Dog stand. It's the complete dog, and that's what I like about it. You're judged on what you're judged on. It's like every game you play. You know the rules when you start. You just got to comply.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
We were talking earlier. I've had some people say, "Hey, I think I might run. I'm having an SRS in Kentucky in the end of June." I'm like, "Oh, I might come over and try that." I'm like, "I'd love for them to come. Please do."
Yeah.
But it's kind of like field trial. You don't try it. You either do it or you don't. Commit to this game for
and
6
train
or 8
for it.
runs.
Train for it. Yep. Absolutely.
If you've got a good dog,
and anybody can do it.
Anybody can.
Anybody can.
You got a good dog that can mark and run a blind. You have to come and figure out what your strong points are and what you got to work on.
The sun's finally up or coming out better, breaking the fog, and those 2 birds definitely showed up.
Way more visible.
Showed up.
Yep.
Good bit more visible. That bird, he got a pretty favorable bounce on that bird there.
I'm always that guy when I'm up there. I'm like, oh, please don't send, because I'm so concentrated on everything else. It's like last bird hits the ground. I'm thinking I'm at the ground and just kick it off for it,
Yeah.
That's part of this game. You got to kind of put your mindset that you're playing this game. You're going to know off. You're going to do that. But if we practice, we practice that so much, it's just part of it. Ooh. Carter let him dive in there pretty good. Oh, we got
cast down.
Here we go. From our point, I couldn't see him. I looked up at the monitor, and Carter could say, oof.
So his tail was up cracking. That's why I think he went verbal there to get him out of that fall.
Yeah. Somebody earlier was kind of in that predicament, and they stayed silent. That makes me a little nervous. And everything pretty much from that gap back, unless I need a lot of movement, I'm going to go verbal right there.
That's right.
To make sure they understand we're not picking up those poison birds.
Pretty smooth blind there.
Yeah.
But it's scary. You can see Dicey there when he was a little on the left side of the gap, and when he went verbal, the dog shot out like it wanted to go right, and he was super quick on the whistle and got it and saved it really nicely there.
Yeah, Carter, of course, he's had back-to-back Crown Championship wins. I mean, he's been in these positions before. He's composed, and he come up under some good trainers that taught him a lot early.
This dog is
going to be left.
Left. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, he's getting real left. Right in there. See, he did.
That wind shifted, but the wind shifted too.
But he's not deep enough to wind it. So,
but that that wind has shifted too. And when he got kind of in there, I think earlier they might have winded it.
Now at this point, are they going to call that hunting the short bird, and then is he going to switch, or is he going to go back in there and find it? That's. He's being very disciplined. He hasn't broke out.
No, he hadn't committed to the middle bird.
He thinks it's in. He's just trying to. Did that dog just win that from way over?
I don't think. No, see, that wind. I think the way that wind is shifted, that that I don't know if they're going to wind it from the left now. And who's to say the first few dogs, they were on top of it? I mean, it's hard to say they were within 5 feet of it.
Yeah. So the judges give a marking score also on each bird.
Yes.
So that's where the judging really comes into play, where you can put, where you get to actually judge the whole work rather than just kind of keep some score.
A little bit of the subjectivity.
That's right.
Subjectiveness.
Subjectiveness, exactly. All right.
Now he looks like he's got him pushed out. He put the hand in firm send.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going left here for sure. Real good line.
Broke left at the decoys.
Yep.
But kind of pulled himself back over.
See if he can get in there and commit and get the bird here. Tails up. He's at the tree line. Let's see what happens. Being super disciplined, not go back to the blind there.
Whistle. No, he ain't made the blind.
He's not there yet,
No.
I don't think. And that's up to the judges, obviously, but I don't think he was there. This is a super good disciplined hunt here.
I'm trying to watch live and on the
monitor. Back and forth.
It seems like I missed the crucial points. That dog is hunted down the lane there. Let's see where he comes out. And it wouldn't be, at this wind, it wouldn't be crazy for that dog to come back in and get that middle bird.
I think it's
there.
very, very hard to do.
Yeah, he may show up at that middle bird.
Maybe hoping he comes in and finds the gun station and works over to the bird.
Yeah. Carter's kind of waiting him out to see where he's going. I think handling after that first bird now he's getting a feel for what.
And did the dog go? Did he happen to maybe find the blind planter over there to the right?
That's right. He may be hunting the decoy spread.
Yep, and the blind planter I think is planting that blind from the right.
Yeah.
And if he gets over there and finds that guy, it's hard to come out.
He must have been right there hunting because it didn't take him long to come back out.
Yeah,
so you're exactly
that's right. That's exactly right.
Like I was saying earlier, if you're going to play this game and have aspirations to do so, you just got to kind of commit to it.
Yeah.
It's like everything. I tell even my clients with going to the Grand, I tell them, I said, this ain't something we try. If you want to do the Grand, it's 2 years. You got to do 4.
Yep.
Because I've gone with the very best dog I've ever had and lose them in the first year.
On the go bird.
On the go bird.
Yeah.
And I've gone with dogs that I'm like, what am I doing here, and pass them on 2s. So you got to commit to the game you're going to play. And same thing with if you're going to run cues or if you're going to run the open, you got to go and try it.
Yeah, so I started out in HRC and running the Grand, and the second grand I ever ran, I had this dog, and she was a good dog, but just kind of hit a slump the week of the grand. Yeah. And the nerves were getting to me. You know, I was 25 years old, 24 years old, and you know, it was just the nerves, my nervous system was through the roof, and she couldn't find a dog food bowl to eat the week. I mean, literally, it was that bad, and she was my first dog to run.
Oh boy!
And look, man, I got in that whole blind. I was so nervous, I thought I was gonna throw up. I was petrified, and I'll never forget. I looked down at that dog. Her name was Onyx. I looked down at that dog, and she was looking at me like, "Dude, chill out. I got this." And I ended up, that dog went. She went out in the 4 series, and but just had a super good grand. You know, I never thought she'd get the go bird in the 1st series.
Right.
And it was you know, she really helped me. That dog helped with my nerves so much through.
How many national opens have you been to now?
3.
3, and I mean
3.
Yeah. And so I mean that's an event to have to go.
Yeah.
You know, I run the Crown a couple of years ago. I judged last year, the year before I run the Crown, and put that camera on top of you and stuff. And I've been doing this a long time, man.
Get that little handshake there. Hey, I had a little handshake this morning.
Sure. Well, yeah, you're up there in front.
I got here and they said, "Hey, you want to run test dog?" Sure.
And then you got to run test dog.
Then you got to run test dog.
Yeah. Excuse me while I go throw up.
Now what I did, I put my hand in for that long bird, and I looked down. I said, "Huh."
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
But you know, if you don't have that feeling, I don't think
that's what it's all about.
I don't think I get nervous, but your butterflies, you know, the anxiousness.
Yeah.
A lot of times, I'm more. Let's get going. I want to start.
Oh yeah,
get it over with.
That's right. Getting that rhythm and that routine.
I need to get that first dog.
And that's what gets you at a national, though, because you know, even at the Grand or the Master National or the National Open, whatever it is, you don't. You know, we run 10 to 16 dogs on a weekend, and at a national event, you got in the field trial. I've got 2 or 3 qualified. I'm doing cartwheels all the way there. Yeah. But even when I ran the Master National, you know, you got 120 dogs in your flight, and 12 to 14 of the dogs, it's a lot of hurry sitting around and waiting. Yeah. So it's an emotional roller coaster. Your emotions, you go from one high to a you know, it's an adrenaline dump, and then you decompress. Yeah. Adrenaline dump, decompress, and by the end of that, man, I mean, you're so dadgum tired.
Yeah, your focus. It's that trying to stay focused for that long. And then, you know, like I was talking to Scott last night on the ride down here. He run a dog here a few minutes ago. He was in the first 4 or 5 dogs. And then I don't think he's got another dog for a big, long while. So now he's back there having to set this out, waiting, you know, some good, some bad, you know, but now you got that downtime of, okay. Then you got to get your dog and get back up here and get your frame of mind right, get your focus right, be ready to run. And that's tough. At the Master National, they'll split those where I've run 2 dogs and then not run again till the middle of the day, the next day.
Yeah.
That is hard on your focus.
Oh, it's hard on your mental. I mean, it's just, you know, it's so what, has there been 5 dogs? So they're about to announce the first 5 scores, I guess. And so we've got a little deliberation here. And
Yep. Yep. Nope, I'm good. Thank you. Our next up here is Rip, handled by Ron Anderson. Ron is an amateur, but
you're running the Open this week.
Very, very competitive amateur. Has had great success in this game, I think and I may be told wrong, but I think he's our only amateur running the Open.
Is he?
I think so. And Rip is a SRS champion, SRS amateur crown champion, SRS amateur champion, HRCH qualified all age 2 master hunter. So that Rip has been around.
Yep, he's been around. So Rip
through
this year,
ground.
real early start to the field trial season. He got a Polish doubleheader this year too. He got second in the Open and second in the amateur in the same weekend with Ron handling him. And I mean, I know he was close. I think he was super close to getting that doubleheader.
Yeah.
And you know, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's absolutely amazing. Ron, you know, he works his rear end off, and he's.
I train with amateur field trialers all the time. Man, those guys, they put a lot of effort. They train. I mean, of course, to be competitive they're competing competitive in the Open
at a national
amateur,
level.
and they've been to the nationals, the amateur, and the Open. Ron, I was just told from the booth, is what he's reason he run the Open is he's trying to get the Open title.
Yep.
So that's cool.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he does have the Open title. He doesn't?
No, that's the reason.
The crown title?
No, amateur.
Oh, okay.
Amateur, yeah.
I got you. He's trying to get the crown Open title.
All except for the Open crown title. He has
Yes,
all the titles
but the
except
Open
the
crown.
Open crown
Yes,
title.
that's
so
right.
that's what he's trying to do, is get qualified to run the crown.
Yeah, I got you.
It's not going.
Taking his time here and doing a good job.
Miles was telling me earlier when he walked up here, he said, if Ron Henderson don't get out of the Open division, he's going to declare his amateur status. But you know, I talk to a lot of field trialers, and they don't worry. The pros don't worry about each other as much as that 2 or 3 dog amateur that comes in there.
That's what I heard Danny Farmer say one time. He's worried about the guy in the hatchback that pulls up.
Yeah. He ain't there to mess around.
No.
And he has concentrated on one dog for years to get to that level. That's about as far left as we've seen one.
Use that verbal here, there, and
a little
trying to break his momentum there. And curious to see if he goes verbal here or not.
Yeah, I figured he would, and I think that was a good move.
Got a little wiggle room here to the right.
So as soon as this dog gets the blind, we're going to get our scores in. So I'm excited to see.
Yeah. Yes, I think out of the first 5 dogs, it was there was
so you can go on the SRS webpage and see the live scoreboard. They'll be coming up on there also. So what you're going to see here on the screen will be running order, not placement order.
He's all over it.
A little trouble. He's been right there by it. I think he was a little deep. I may be wrong. I'm looking in the monitor. He may have. Hey man, he had to have been right there too. Little tweet here, and he popped right out. Oh man.
So I don't think there's a blind planted there.
So we're thinking.
It appears there wasn't.
So we're thinking maybe the blind didn't get planted.
Yeah, I don't think.
And
that's part of it. It happens.
Just like a no bird.
Yeah.
I mean, it's another no bird. So they'll.
Ron will handle that perfectly fine. He's
been in these positions.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't help with the nerves, but it.
No, that's right.
You know, you hate to see that because the dog done a nice job getting.
Yeah, he got there pretty dead sporty.
I thought he was right there, but I thought, well, maybe he's a little deeper.
And there was not a blind planted because he just went down and put it down, and so, and you know, so this is the first time I've seen him
birds up, please. Pick your birds up.
There we go. Here's the scoreboard has come up. So Luke and Cruz at 72, and AJ, Lyle at 80, Chief and Justin at 85. Scott had to handle on all three birds and pretty tough handles at 308, and then Carter come in at a 206. They are in running order, but it virtually falls in order. Well, Scott had a, what's that? No, those one-handle dogs right now are in good shape.
Decent shape, yeah. So I think out of the first 5, all 5 handled at least once.
Yeah, had a few double handle and a few one handle on 2 and one handle on 3, and the first 3 handled on 1. So, and this is a stay and play game. You know, we talk about the catastrophic breakdowns. This is where you cannot pick up that poison bird. You got to get to the birds clean. You got to, you know, you don't want to have that catastrophic failure that takes you completely out. You can get a handle in this series and still overcome.
That's right.
Yeah.
Just survive and getting it. Survive and come back and keep throwing haymakers.
That's right. Because some dogs are going to excel in that field trial in that field trial series that don't do as well with this.
That's right.
And some of them dogs have got to get this real good because they know
that their score could add up in the field trial.
This field trial series may be their tougher.
And that's the cool thing about this.
That's right. You know, everybody's got an opportunity. I'm going to try to take this sweatshirt off without tearing all these mics off.
I understand.
That sun is shining right in on me. It feels good, but it's just a little too
warm.
warm.
Do a little master's check here.
Oh, yeah.
So this is Leo Joseph and Cool Waters Cole QA2. He's almost a 5-year-old dog, fairly young dog.
Cole is a qualified all age 2 dog. Handled by Mr. Leo. Dang good dude from down here at Rivertown Retrievers. Kind of outside my area. I don't get to run a lot with Leo. I know him well, but just, you know, some of these guys we know, but we don't spend as much time with them because they're kind of outside your run.
Not out, you know, outside of your circuit, and that's you know, that's that, you know, we run into that quite often. You know, you've got
the cool thing about being in this business so long, I've told people pretty much anywhere in the eastern half of the United States, if I was to have trouble, I'm within an hour of somebody I know in the dog business.
Yes. It gets a little further out west now.
Yeah, you go out west, there's
you might have 3 hours, but
or half a day. But still, around here, it's
I've been pretty fortunate.
You get to know a lot of people, especially when you run a lot of different games.
Yeah. When we head out to Montana, I think my furthest spurt is like 4.5 hours without having, if I had trouble.
Yeah.
He's got all the birds on the ground here, and
look like Cole paid attention.
Yeah, it looks like Cole's locked in and
looking at his
right
birds.
here. The ears are perched up on his head pretty good.
What's your sequence here to talk to that dog, you know, to let him know you're running a blind? You know, what's the communication?
I would just say dead bird.
Just line him up.
Yep, just dead bird. Through drills and stuff, we try to teach that communication.
But at this point, you don't want to make him nervous either. You
no, they got to be.
I see a lot of.
They got to be relaxed.
Guys will work a little harder because he's got to run right by both birds. You get him nervous.
So he's got to be disciplined too, though.
That's right.
So you don't want him to be nervous and pressure out, but they've got, that's the hardest mental state to do in dog training is to be relaxed yet disciplined.
Yeah, that's right.
You know. good change of direction there.
So they can announce a corridor to the blind, meaning, you know, you have to be here and here. If you're outside of that, that's your corridor. They did not have, it's pretty obvious here what the corridor is. They did not announce it.
It's obvious slot.
Obvious slot line. You can't be left to that hay bale, you're in big trouble.
And that right is death there, boy.
Yeah.
That right, going right there is
you're gonna have to come in on the left side of that line.
and then I think they start hunting. They start hunting in there. Once if you lose them right, and it can happen. When I ran test dog, he you know, you saw him shoot hard right there, and I mean, before you can even, your brain can process to tell yourself to blow.
And at this distance, by the time you blow and the dog receives information, that's 2 steps.
Yep.
And that's out of sight. You got to be ahead of this right here, so you're gonna get yourself in a rough spot. So JD, last night after I left your house, I stopped by there. I hadn't had dinner yet, and I stopped by a gas station and bought boiled shrimp. Is that
Welcome to South Louisiana.
I'm telling you, man, where else in the world can a man get
fresh boiled shrimp
at 9 o'clock fresh? Oh, and they were delicious. I mean, I thought to myself, like, boy, you are really, if you're in the state of Kentucky, I'm just going to warn you off now, don't buy the shrimp from the gas station. But it was good. I was amazed.
This dog's inside right here, tail's up cracking. Got a good idea where the bird is. Come on, check down, baby.
He's going to stay in there. He indicated, all indication was that bird.
Coming around, ought to get it right there.
Nice job.
Right on top of it. Great job on that.
Job. I say within 20 yards of that bird, he indicated he's going to get it. Now the question of the day, what do we do next? Because I don't think we've got in a groove here. I don't think anybody's, you know, a lot of times they'll get to get it a certain way. Of course, nobody's picked them 2 up clean yet, so we haven't.
And that wind is swirling. I mean, you can feel it. It's coming off the right shoulder, the left shoulder, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and it's just tacking back and forth. And
I've been watching the cameraman over there with his umbrella. He's having to move it to get the wind out of it.
And I think there's more wind than where we're sitting than you can.
Yeah.
You look at those. I keep looking at the streamers over there on the.
Yeah.
It's a little right here. Let's see.
A little right here.
Let's see if he can go to work coming past this short stuff up front. And got past the old fall.
You about got to see at this point where they're going to go. Is he going to dig through that gap? And
got his
I'm
whistle.
sure they're going to, but
Got his whistle.
is it going to click? Yeah. Probably that's a good handle right there. You're going to have
Yep. See if he can recover here.
Yeah, that's going to say now you got to get
There you go.
there. Yeah.
I think they just start committing there to the right. And
It's just hard to get left to those trees at this point. That dog looked like when he come out of there, I was going to say, you know, if somebody says, man, how'd you get that 60-yard over? I said, well, because the dog knew where the bird was.
Yeah, that's right.
If he didn't know where the bird was, he ain't going to give me a 3-yard over. He's still got a little work to do.
Still got a little
here.
work to do, yeah.
Joe, did you ever think when we were up in Chardonnay High running those master tests, literally, what, 10, 12 years ago now, or
Oh
longer?
boy, that'd have been, what is it, 25? That'd have been
About 2011?
12?
12?
Something, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't mean you'd be commentating a Super Trooper series in St. Francisville.
No, but hey, if I could do it with anybody, I'm glad it's you,
Yeah,
baby.
you darn right, man. I'm glad you're here. Maybe call me Dead Air Dennis, because I'd be sitting over going, the whole time. You're like my security blanket. I'm relaxed.
We just got to make sure we don't get too loud.
That's exactly right. We don't want to disturb the dogs.
I know we've had me and you have had, like I've said it before, some of the best times in my life.
Oh, man. No doubt.
Me, you, and Adam Campbell beating the roads down, trying to survive.
Just like rodeo.
This could be a pretty good spot right here. Come on,
He's a
Tail,
little
go up.
closer. He's fading a little left. I'd like to see him just a little more right here, but man, that's the that dog. He's digging in under the branches back there. Hopefully We'll know when we're too loud because Matt's going to turn around and look at us.
He might do it more than once.
Yeah, he has that look like your dad at church. I hear you back there.
Come on, work in, buddy. Look at him. He's working in.
All right, so a pop is marked down, so they've got him popped right now. Regardless of what happens, they're going to mark that down. Well, I really don't want to handle all this, but now he's going to have to. So the pop and then so is he in the area? I don't know. That's from some of these other scores. I'm going to say no, but. The dog was being very disciplined there and trying to do the right thing, and he, you know,
there's a lot going on over there on the left side of this field now.
And he popped for an answer, you know, and it's one of those you don't want to see, but sometimes it's just they've done the best they could, and that's all they can do.
Yeah.
And they will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mr. Bobby Wills is fixing to come up. Him and Scott Greer might be the only two that's ever run a SRS Classic because it all changed over.
Yeah.
To weekend events. Mr. Bobby's been around a long time from West Tennessee.
This is Abby's Blaze of Glory, qualified QA2 Master Hunter, call name Legend.
Legend's been around a while. Legend and Bobby's had some really good runs. They've been competitive at the Crowns.
Yeah, Legend looked like he'll be 10 this October.
10 this October, yeah.
So, and you know, that's never fun. Not, you know, when they start hitting that age. You know, it's about retirement age, and you know, it's it's the hardest part of our sport, man, because you know we get so emotionally attached to these dogs.
It was easy when I'd make a hunt retriever catch a mouse from them to go home. At
2.5, 3 years old.
Barely 3.
Yep.
Because I knew they were going to hunt and have a good life. Now, man, I'm running dogs. I got 7 and 8 year olds running, and I love it because it's fun. They're fun to run, you know, because they're pretty dependable most of the time.
That's absolutely right.
But also every day I know we're getting closer to the end of their career to be able to run.
We were at the National this year. I retired Timmy, and he was my first field trial dog, and first dog I won an open with, and then we retired him. The owner and I had the conversation early in the year and said, you know, this is going to be his last go, and it was a little bittersweet, but it was super cool that he's the first all-age win I had, and then first dog I finished a national with, and
that's amazing.
It was pretty cool. My wife always tells me that I'm not very emotional, but I cried like a baby.
Oh, I could only imagine.
I cried like a baby, and it was.
They don't understand how much people that's not in this don't understand how much time and you know, we spend with these dogs. I mean, that's what we do all day, every day. You know,
I bet that dog and I logged 500,000 miles together.
Oh yeah,
at least.
Sure, I mean,
you know,
coast to coast. Yeah.
Literally.
Oh yeah, I've got some the same way. It's going to be. It's bittersweet. You're proud of what they've done.
That's
You're
right.
Proud
Absolutely.
to give them the break.
And he earned it. He deserved it.
Every inch of it, man. He lay home, go get fun bumpers. Mr. Bobby is the longest running member of the SRS.
Is he really?
Yes. Sure is. Yeah, that bird's showing up really good now. That's going to make some difference.
You see him going through his routine. He kind of pulled the dog off to the left to disengage from the birds, and now he's coming in to line him up for the blind. And
yeah, I've watched a few different routines right there. Some have spun them around, some's looked off and brought them back in, and some people just stood up and pulled them in and said dead bird and sent, you know. You could tell there with that that dog, he was running, but he looked over his shoulder once. He was looking for information because he knows he's not getting those birds. Once Bobby said, "Hey, this is where you're going," look how they're changing his game, the confidence. He's like, "Yep, okay, I got you, boss. Where you want me to go now?" Oh, Bobby, if you can finish that right there, it's going to be a pretty dang nice run.
That was
a nice
that
run.
was a beautiful blind.
Here in a couple weeks, my first SRS is at Bobby's. It's Tennessee River.
Okay, that's the first one you're gonna run.
Yep, that's an HRC club. I've run it last year. I've run a few of them. I think.
Oh, your first one of the season. I got you.
yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, man. I duck on all winter. I'm just gonna be honest about it. So I stopped training.
Hey, that's awesome.
It is awesome, and I'm not gonna do it any other way.
That's right.
So my training season, I train at home, and we've been in the water some. I come down, I train.
See if he can get right here. Come on.
Legend, that's where we don't want to be right there. That is the exact spot you don't want to get to. Now what do? You're going to come back and get the short one. Yep. AD there, you think you've missed the short one, you might as well just go ahead and get it.
You know, I think.
Or you try to, you're right there, you
know, so
that middle bird and try to come back and clean that.
Well, and I think with that line now, if he resends in, hopefully he's got a better shot of getting the middle bird because he might push off that line a little bit. And I think he's got some more playroom, you know, to pull in a little tighter on this middle bird to try to get it.
Yeah.
But I mean, all three birds in this test have held up. There's been handles on all three birds multiple times.
Oh, yeah. And that's the type test that you want these events. That way.
Yeah, and then somebody's going to come up and hit this thing eventually. And whatever dog, and all these dogs are great, you know. But it's just about the one that has the few that have the best day today.
Sure.
They're going to be rewarded for that.
That's right.
When was the last class?
He's going left here. It looks like in a real good spot. Come on, get in there, buddy.
Steinman standing over here in the holding blind, asking me questions, and my answer to him is: when you give a monkey a gun and the monkey shoots you, you can't blame the monkey. Let me get a handle back there. Oh, Bobby, you're getting yourself in that spot that you don't want to be in back there.
So far, this is holding up. The test is holding up.
It's working very well. Very well. He's still got to come back in.
Looks like the lighting's getting better at the end of the blind. Wow, let us know if that. Wow, let us know how the lighting is at the end. It looks like the lighting's getting better at the end of the blind.
What's that?
It looks like the lighting is getting a little better. Then let us know after you run what you think from your first dog to this dog, if you don't mind.
Well, the wind's now left to right, so you're gonna have to run down the same hole for the blind. It ain't gonna do it. These two might have got easier. This thing's gonna change 28 times.
That's where the wind's just kind of tailing.
Wind ain't not gonna help you on the marks. You better know where they're at.
Yeah, the dog's got to mark the birds.
You can see that little bird now. How's he doing? All the way down here. I said no, that goes down here. Sometimes you know why. But he's
close. Yeah, all these birds.
That middle bird's holding up.
Yeah, well, it's protected by the wind in every angle.
In every direction.
The first dog, we had that different wind that come across and got you, where you could get a wind off of it as soon as it changed in behind us. This is set up. Dogs just gonna have to toenail it pretty much at this point. It's gonna be hard to stumble on that bird. It's protected all the way around. All three birds are.
Yeah.
They were put in spots where.
This usually say it's a 3-bird test. This is a 4-bird test because that blind could get a little hairy too.
Oh yeah, we've had trouble with all of them before. So. We've still got a lot of dogs to go.
Oh yeah.
That's what I always say.
That wind's picking up.
Yep.
From left to right. I think.
Once they get over around that gap, it's just so hard to recover.
Like the hole of death.
Yeah, it's the road to nowhere. And it's so enticing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it looks like that wind is gonna sit right here the rest of the day and sustain at about 7 miles an hour all day. Yeah.
And saying that, the weather is just unbelievable. I mean,
it's put me under the shade tent. I might just sleep right here.
I was gonna say. They may have to come down and wake us up in a few minutes, especially feed me a little lunch. That'll be the end of me.
I don't know. I think me and you talk too much.
Yeah.
We ain't falling asleep.
No, exactly. But I don't sit down much either during the day. I'm sure you don't either. Very seldom I ever get to sit down.
They feed us a good lunch, and we might get a little quiet.
And Bobby picked up.
So he picked up.
Legend. You hate to see that. That old dog's had a big career.
See it.
So he'll be back. Next up, we got Lyle Steinman coming back. This is Lyle's second. Oh, he's our first handler to have two. This is Iron Lady Shock and Awe Master Hunter. That is a Super Retriever Series champion.
QA2.
Master Hunter, QA2. Call name on this dog is Jet. So they're getting the field set. They picked up the middle bird. Mr. Bobby called in, so they got it picked up and they get everybody lined up.
Did you see that plant the blind? Planted the blind.
Yeah.
I'm just trying.
Yep.
I'm afraid he's standing in my door. I'm afraid of
JD, what y'all's next event, y'all?
Fox is heading to the cattle ranch this weekend to run North Alabama.
Okay.
So he'll run this weekend, and then I'll run
Got
it next
dogs in the open and the queue?
We've got dogs in the open queue and derby.
Oh, got some baby dogs.
Yep, got a couple young ones right now coming up. So hopefully he has a busy weekend.
Sure. Yes, sir. Like to see him late Sunday evening.
Yeah, I'd like to see him pulling about midnight on Sunday. That's typically
that's a good sign.
Good sign.
Yeah.
So,
2 o'clock on Saturday ain't worth a darn.
No.
Yeah.
I've got that certificate several times.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's when you call the bird boys on the way home and say, "Be at the kennel. We got stuff to work on."
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the coach taking you in, making you run laps after a game. We're fixing to work on this. Y'all's attitude wasn't right this weekend. You know, I think a lot of times our best successes come after our biggest beats.
That's right.
I mean,
That's exactly right.
To be successful at any level, if you're running seasoned dogs or
Started
derby or
dogs, whatever
started
it is.
dogs, you can't rest on your laurels. You got to stay after it. I mean, it's fun, but there's a lot of work in it. It's a labor of love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I grew up on a dairy farm.
That's a labor of love.
And I said, you know what? This is one thing in life I definitely don't want to do. And daggone if I didn't get right into something just
It's about as close to it, except you're a truck driver too doing this.
Yeah, I had a truck driver to my resume. All right, Lyle and Jet coming to the line. We're getting ready to get back to the action here. So. Yeah, I was saying earlier, the weather, I mean, we couldn't ask for, I mean, it's not too hot.
We had a trial down here last weekend, and it was, the weather turned on Sunday, but Friday and Saturday, boy, it was hot.
Oh, yeah. You said mid-90s, right?
Yeah, low 90s, low 90s.
Well, I was in North Mississippi running at the Red Hills Club, a master test, and I think Saturday it made 90 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
But then a tornado come through. Saturday evening, and the next morning
got no bird there.
48. Yeah, no bird on the right bird. I don't think come up far enough. All right, the scoreboard is now up. So Leo with a 142 and Mr. Bobby picked up. So Luke Her in the first dog out. I've seen this happen quite a bit.
Yeah.
You know. First dog out, he had a pretty good score, and you think, and he had a handle, you know.
Yeah.
Think, and it's holding up pretty good right now. I bet a lot of these guys would take a 72, right?
Yeah.
And I think at some point you get in your mind, you know what, get two, and just let's get a quick handle and get out of this thing, try to survive it. We are listening to the Super Retriever Series brought to you by Eukanuba. We are in St. Francisville, Louisiana. Lyle had a no birdies come back up. Give it another try here.
You know, and it might not be bad to see those two birds again right back to back. You know, that could be a good thing.
That's right.
As long as they're
That's exactly right.
As long as they don't think they're picking up a mark as they're running the blind after seeing it twice.
That's right. Jet's got a pretty good line.
Yeah, he got a great line.
We've had several dogs make it to this point right here. This is where the ruler's going to
line through there real good.
In a good spot. Yeah, I think that's the perfect,
good turn.
Perfect timing right there.
That was beautiful.
Nice. My memory ain't too good, but I believe that's the best blind we've seen so far.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And he was on a mission, knew he was running a blind, obviously disengaged from the bird's tail, never came up.
Yeah, he was driving.
He was just driving.
Oh, yeah. All right, now taking his time here, making sure that dog gets on the right track, headed out. He's gonna be a little left.
A little wide here. Let's see what he can do. Looks at winds off the right shoulder.
I think he's committed to that gap. Yeah. What a well-placed bird. I mean, can he make his way back in here? I don't know. It's going to be a tough spot. We've seen guys have trouble handling out that spot.
Coming back in.
Is he coming back?
Yep, he's coming back in.
Gosh, he
We'll work
did.
it out there.
What a great recovery, man.
Good recovery. Wind shifted back from right to left again.
Yeah. Not a great marking score, but not having to handle the area is a major deal right now. So, let's see how he decides to pick these two up. What do you think, JD? Just at a guess, I haven't walked out there, but from the left bird to the middle bird, if you walked it, what kind of distance are we looking at there? Is it
Probably 40 yards.
40 yards? Yeah, it's just probably a little closer than it looks.
He's definitely going left here.
He got a little left in him right here. I
Yeah.
hope he can. He's pretty far left, the furthest left we've seen a dog make it, but that may not be the worst spot.
Might not be a bad spot to be if he can work in. That tree line's very inviting though, just to kind of go and camp
We've had a
out.
few. That down limb looks like a spot for a bird.
Yep.
And then there's one in the back a little bit left. Hard to pick him up on camera here. He's got a little outside the reach of it, but he's hunting. But he's made his way. What's 60, 70 yards left of that bird, maybe. I was putting faith in him. Oh, he come back. Yeah, I didn't see him cross back in behind him.
Yeah.
I was trying to watch the monitor. Yeah, he made back towards the blind stake. He had the handle. If I just walked up here and hadn't seen anybody running this test, I'm picking the middle bird up second.
Absolutely, I think that's where I'd be stabbing.
Yeah, that's why if I was training this set, I'm definitely going in on that middle bird second. I'm not saying these guys are doing wrong because they're having trouble getting both of them.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm just saying if without seeing a dog do it, they're like, all right, you me go sit on that. I'm gonna pick up that right hand bird and I'm coming back in and driving in, trying to poke into that second bird.
Stay in there, buddy.
Yeah.
Quick handle here. That's probably smart play.
Well, yep. I think Lyle knew that there's. He'd done seen that so many times ahead of him that it's going to be hard to recover if you got left over there. And then you got 2-0 falls. You got where he'd been, picking up the mark, or back to the blind. So. And that wind is blowing directly into that tree line. And again, we talked about it earlier. They're shielded. You gotta mark them. All right. Yep. Here comes Carter and Plano Joe. And Carter, this is his second dog to run. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, he had run Teddy earlier. I think Teddy had double handled, or no, had a handle on Teddy. 3 handles on Teddy. Yeah.
I think he had a quick handle on the short right hand.
That's right. Judge is talking about that a lot. I think they're talking about the old falls. Did that dog make the blind pole? That's what I think they're talking about.
Yeah.
You can see them on the camera. They're discussing it and getting their numbers together. So.
And we'll know shortly. So is it every 5 dogs they keep reposting scores? Is that right? Okay.
And then, actually they'll have a whiteboard up back there, and each dog score will come in where the handlers can see it as they come to the line. And Matt Emerson does such a great job. I
He does.
Judging when he's there, he keeps it straight. You know, like he.
Just yeah.
I mean,
he keeps the reins on everything.
Yes, every aspect of it.
Carter's getting settled in here, but.
Like you said earlier, he's wanting to look out to the left there. He didn't really want to pull over and look at that right-hand bird. He stayed left. It's hard from our view right here to see if he actually got to see the right-hand bird or not, but if he did, he just got a glimpse of it.
Yeah.
When you see those up front handles like that, you can see the dog searching for information. They're trying to do right and just wanting to get.
Good gas there.
Playing it smart left of that blind pole. If he Carter shaking his eyes, he must be having a hard time.
Got the very good blind there.
Even if they ding you on that, that's a smart play. That's better than 5 or 6 whistles and a callback.
Yeah, getting too far right behind that island.
You got to remember, we are playing a game here.
Yep,
that's
right.
And these guys are
Good job, bro.
Competing to. And I was just saying nice things about Matt Emerson. He comes back here being Matt Emerson. You know, you just can't help himself. No. All right, we lined it up. Like I said, he might have seen more of this bird than I thought, but I didn't think he did. And Carter lined him up good, man.
Got him in a good spot. Stay in there, buddy.
He's driving right into it.
Come on, tail.
Oh, easy dog. Easy dog. Oof. Well, you want to put a whistle on him and bring him back in there. Yeah, that looked like to me he faded out to the right. It's a little hard to tell from my view here. We talked about this on the podcast we just done with Carter. How important this is to handle on a new bird. Recompose yourself and the dog.
And come back
and make a violent effort.
That's right.
The other 2 birds is so important now. You know, anybody that's run the grand is handled on a go bird if you've run it very much. And you can let that be the end, or you can let that be the beginning. You know, you got to pull yourself together now and focus on the task still at hand, because it ain't over.
That's a good move there.
Yep,
that is a beautiful move.
Dog's part if he drives right on in there, he's got a good chance coming up.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was very
fantastic.
Impressive there.
Yeah, that was good. That's the best job.
I think that's the only dog that has not handled on that bird.
That little bird.
I'm pretty sure.
Carter took his time and put him in the right spot to be successful there. So nice move on Carter's part. Checking the wind.
Checking the wind there.
Fast down there, checking the wind on this long bird. convey that information to the dog where he wants him to look at before he sends.
Pretty good spot
You
there.
know, this is the first dog to be right of that in a while, so I'm kind of excited to see what
happens here. See if he can.
He's driving towards the blind.
He's in the right spot for the wind.
If he'll circle back to the left, he could. Yeah, Carter's got to put a whistle on before he makes the fall area, or the blind, which is considered a fall area. Still gonna be a pretty dang good score right here if we can get this knocked out pretty quick without too many whistles or caster fuels on it.
I think he's in there.
Yeah, he just winded it on that side. Well, I thought he did.
Got wind of the gun station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I still think that's going to be okay.
Yeah.
That'll play. I'll rebird real quick. Mr. Bobby's in the holding lines. We'll be back shortly. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Going to commercial. Yeah. Going to commercial. Okay. But
67. Is this 67? Will, right?
The Super Retriever Series Classic is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. St. Francisville for the inspired traveler. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Do you know where you're going? Maybe you don't. And that's okay. There's something magical about the unexpected. It's that feeling you get when you see something you didn't know was there, that you didn't know was possible. It's finding something you didn't know you were looking for. Taking wrong turns at just the right time. And seeing new things with old friends. Unexpected places can seem small, but the deeper you go, the more you find. In a place like that, the possibilities are endless. You can break outside of the boundaries, wake up with the wild, and sleep under the stars after another. You can get lost in a place like that. So maybe you don't know where you're going, but that's okay. Because sometimes the best places are the ones you don't expect to find. St. Francisville. Explore the unexpected.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Super Retriever series brought to you by Eukanuba. We're the classic here in St. Francisville, Louisiana, in West Feliciana Parish. Took a little commercial break there, got rebirded, and we're back up and going. Our first handler back here is Bobby Wills and Will. Will's a QA2 dog. The triple has been thrown, and he is now running the blind with the 2 poison birds. His first bird was a no bird. He had a no bird in his first time up. Had to go back. This is the second time they got the birds down good, so he's making his way back to the blind. Everybody's learned pretty quick to be left of that blind. Right, puts you out of sight, and puts you in a bad spot. And those of you just tuning in, we've yet to have a dog pick this up clean, JD.
Yep.
And my buddy JD Babs is with me. Some people are probably just kicking us on to see what we're up to down here. And tell your buddies that they can watch us live. If you got people who's interested in the dog games or whatever, it'd be a good time for them to sit at their desk doing nothing and getting paid for it and watching us run dogs.
That's right.
That's right. All right, Mr. Bobby's got the blind. He come back in now. He's going to pick up the marks. It's HRC style. Blow the duck call. Shoot the 3 marks. No off on the blind.
And it is held up.
It is held up. We have had handles on all 3 birds, and we've had a dog pick up, and we've had 3 handles. We've had a few 1 handles and several 2 handles.
That's a good spot right there.
Tails
Tails up.
Yeah, he's looking in there.
Checking back in.
Mr. Bobby put the lean on him. I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but he gave that old come on baby lean. We'll come back in there nice.
So Joe and Carter got a 92 last run, and I think that's probably one of the top out of the first 10.
Yeah.
Top 3-4 scores. Huh?
Yeah. In this game, you're going to see that quite a bit. You'll see where a handle will hold up for a while, and then who knows, we may go all day with the first dog run, I think, was a 72. I don't have the scores right in front of me. I mean,
yeah, I think that's still holding up as the lowest score.
Still,
we're fifth of the way through.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. So
with the pro division,
got the go bird, and
Bobby's pulling him in there pretty.
Trying to get in
tight.
Looks like he's trying to get that middle bird. The dog's looking left.
Looks like he's looking left. He's doing a good job of working him, getting him in there. Looks like he might have settled in a little more there.
We have seen this be try to pick up every way possible, from picking up the middle bird second to picking up the left bird second. Where Will is running there, he's about 30 yards right of the line, and that gap has been quite a bit of suction. And the worst part of that suction is once you get over there, it's
hard to get back. It's hard to recover.
We've had a few handlers really struggle to get their dog back to the left of that. So I think Bobby was quick on the whistle, but he has seen and knows that's going to be a spot you can't get recovered from. So
I think from over there in that gap, they're going to hit you with a handle. They're going to hit you with a handle there, no matter what.
That's right. Yeah.
He's playing it smart. And
yep. I said before we went to break.
He got that bird quicker than a lot.
Yeah. Fewer handles.
I think that was a smart play there.
Yep. And if he could come in and drive out and get that left bird pretty decent, he's
could be a great
shape.
score.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
could be a real good score.
Yeah, like I said before we went to break, we're playing a game. I mean, that's guys are figuring and plotting against it, trying to beat the game. Right. There's a certain level of competing against each other, but there's also a level, probably thinking more now, competing against the test.
That's right. Yep.
Yep. And I think that goes in a lot of the games. Of course, obviously at the hunt test level, we definitely think that way. But I think even in some of the field trials,
good move up front there. See if you can push off this bird a little bit. Good move.
It's a good move. That's a dang good
That's a good move. Look at this. Get in there, buddy.
Go in there and do what I think you're about to do.
Get in there, buddy. Breathe.
Breathe.
There you go. Look at that.
You work back.
Come on.
Look here.
Had a boy.
A bad run.
That was good.
Not a bad run. Bobby will take it, I'm sure. So if they go past that bird right there, you can see the orange ribbon back there in the trees. If they make it to that point, that is a return to
Yeah,
ball.
and probably 50 yards from the. They've probably got 30 to 50 yards, I would think, past that bird.
It's further than it looks.
It's further than it looks.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
from here looking at it live, you wouldn't think it's 10 yards back there, but it's a pretty good track from underneath that arc on back to that bird.
Curious to see what his score will be on that.
Yeah, I'm excited about this one. We obviously had to handle the air and the whistles, but getting that left-hand bird clean is going to be a... Next up is my buddy Scott. This is his second dog. This is Raina. Raina's a hunt retriever champion master hunter. Scott's been a long time competitor to this game. As I was saying earlier, if you go back and look at some of those old SRSs on YouTube, or Great Outdoor Games, my buddy Scott was with them back then, so he's not new to the game. He's one of the veterans here. Him and Mr. Bobby, who run right there before him, two of the longest time members of this thing. Looks like Raina's seen those first two birds from back here. Those pretty good.
Caught a no bird.
Yep, short on that one. I was watching the dog to see if she was looking, and I looked up just as it hit the grass. It was a little bit short, so Scott will take it. He's going to go back, regroup, and come right back up and try it again. And like you said earlier, that's not the worst position to be in, because you get to see
those birds twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Might pay good money today for a no bird.
You're darn right. On a test like this, that might give them a little edge. But at the end of the day here, you still got to mark them.
Here we go, dog no line.
Scott and Raina coming back up. We're going to give it another try here. The bird boys have been great.
Yeah,
We've
they
had
have
a couple
been.
of no birds. But when you start pinpointing the throw, where these birds have got to hit, especially like that long bird, is the most crucial.
Especially running the blind on
You're
the
going to have no birds. It don't matter.
right.
Me or you could be out there throwing, and we're going to have a no bird.
I'd have way more than they've had.
Yeah, exactly. Because with these ATVs, you could get a bad bounce and kick it from left side of that tree to the right side of that tree. That middle bird, a lot of it's behind the trees out there.
And they are throwing that white flasher there
They
for
are
it to be
throwing
a little
flasher.
more fair.
That bird seemed to be just a little longer. Raina had eyeball on him, so Scott's gonna pull her and run the blind, see if she can come back and get him.
Shot out of there like a cannon.
Yeah.
Great initial line here.
Yeah. That's a good cast if she'll carry that line.
See if he shuts her down here under the arc.
Yeah.
Good whistle there.
Yeah, I was gonna say verbal right there. Drive on back here. She's on a good spot to find it. Oop, broke left and needed to be a little right. Hopefully that'll put her in there just a little in front of it. She got right in behind those trees. Hopefully she'll pop back out here. We've seen this a few times today. Have a really good blind going, and man, that right edge is hard to recover from. Some come-in whistles. So your first come-in whistle You stop, so you get a 2 point. Every come in whistle after that counts 2. A lot of people don't realize that.
Every come in
whistle, because that's another cast.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you tweet, that's 2 points.
Okay.
But if you don't tweet again, you go tweet again, that's 2 more
So
points.
if you got big lungs, it's only 2 points.
Tweet. There, that's 2. So they
That'll
start
make you quit smoking.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Move over to Copenhagen. Yeah.
So Bobby got an 89.
89, that's a good score, man. That quick handle put him in a dang good spot, I think. And you know, with that quick handle and not getting back there in a mess, probably helped some memory on this left-hand bird too. He wasn't chewing up that time. Raina, come back in and locked on that bird real quick, Scott. Center, she broke right in behind the barn. Where's she going? Raina's one of Scott's kind of newer SRS dogs. Not been running SRS a whole lot, kind of new to it. We might need some tent stakes over here. Another wind like that just hit, and our Eukanuba tent's going to be out in the middle of the field. Scott is Scott got a handle on that right-hand bird. Let's see if you can get ready to look back out there. He's pretty obviously sending for the left-hand bird, so he's going. Well. I say Raina being kind of new to this game, you can tell some of the stuff she's doing is just lessons learned, and she'll get it figured out. So Scott got a couple of handles there. Cast refusal, I think, is 5 points. So had a couple of cast refusals there that'll kind of ding him down a little bit, but. There you go. Like I was telling earlier, me and Scott has traveled to, I don't know how many, me and Scott and Tyler Parrish have been to, I don't know how many grands in a row together. That's been my training group for a long, long time. We have been in master nationals. We've been everywhere from Idaho to
South Carolina,
and everywhere in between, man. We have beat the roads up over the last 6 or 8 years, 10 years. Raina just a little confused there. He drove back into where she'd been, and Scott going to go ahead and get his third handle on this left-hand bird.
Hey, this is a fun test to watch, though.
It is a fun test to watch. I mean, with these dogs, the level of good is so high. You got to put some, you got to put some meat in this thing. If you don't, man, it'd be all too easy for them to just go out there and get them. Our grounds crew got here with the tent stakes. That's Matt Emerson. he wears many hats here at the SRs. Yeah. Don't hit your finger with that hammer, Matt.
Next, we got Carter Turner and Fly.
Fly, he's a Fly's been around. He's a veteran of the game. You know, it's starting to heat up a little bit. I'm starting to notice the dogs starting to pan a little bit. That'll change picking scent up too when they start getting open mouth running. Especially some of these dogs, the further north you've been.
Yeah, a little cooler temperatures.
Yeah. Training in that cooler air, they're just not conditioned to this yet. It feels nice, but if you set me out there to run a marathon right now, it wouldn't be long. I'd be panting like a big panther. Field is ready, and Carter and Fly is headed down. This is Carter's third dog, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
We still have not had a dog do it.
And have yet to have a dog do it. We're not to the halfway point yet, but we're getting.
No, I think 12 dogs. This is the 12th dog running here.
12th dog.
Or 13th.
Yeah.
Ron has to come back with Rip. He had
that. He run the blind with no blind.
With no bird down.
So,
yeah.
Ron Anderson run earlier. For those of you who aren't watching, and run the blind and got to the blind pole, and some miscommunication, which happens. The bird planter forgot to plant the blind, so he gets a rerun. Fly really focused watching them birds. Carter.
See the intensity in that dog. It's pretty cool watching the intensity
of them. Yeah. Dogs have a lot of discipline. You know, this is one of those games you can't be up there jumping around, slobbering, throwing your head around. You need a dog that's focused on watching those birds, because this is a pretty standard test. I mean, this is something you would see this about anywhere you would go. Gotten right on with a 189, so Carter goes verbal right there to push him back with a good cast. Oop. Fly got sucked in on the decoy spread back here. You could see it in his eyes.
There you go, he recovered great though.
250 yards away, and you could see him changing his thing. Like, oh, there it is. And Carter was quick on that whistle. That was one of those half-second deals. And it's a whole different
great recovery there.
Yeah, great
he
recovery.
Saved it, and it was beautiful blind.
Beautiful
blind.
Yeah.
3 whistles.
Beautiful blind that was within 3 foot of being a disaster is what that was.
We've both been there many times.
Oh boy. That coulda, shoulda, woulda deal. You'll never forget those either, you know. And I tell people, if you haven't been in that position, you just ain't run near enough yet. Just keep going. It won't be long. It'll all be clear to you how that stuff happens. I was watching right up pretty close. Looked like she got a good look at these birds. Or, excuse me, not fly. Watching
Fly's
fly.
going in, good spot, tails up. Got a great idea where the bird is.
Yeah, he's driving in at the bird. He might be just a little bit short.
Yeah, but he should get on this pass here.
Good solid hunt if you don't hunt himself out of the zone. So they do have a handle in the area, which doesn't cost you the 20 points. You'd get the 2 points for the whistle. So if you handle to the area outside what the judges have deemed the area, you get a 20-point score, and then the 2 points for the whistle.
That was a really smart, intelligent hunt there. Stayed tight, didn't start ranging, and worked the bird out really nicely.
Where there's one of those situations there when Fly went in there and made a couple of loops right in front of it. Tweet to pick the bird up, and that's 2 points, but it's not 22 points.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if she were to get out the area there.
Yeah. You let them handle back. If you've been in the area and you leave the area and you have to handle back in, you get the same to the area points. So that's where the handler starts coming in, and all the thinking and the contemplating, especially when it comes down towards the end, and you're this many points behind or this many points ahead. What am I going to do?
She came up and set up.
Lead.
I felt really good. No, just keep pushing to that slot to the right is.
Carter's going to let him try to recover here.
Oh, there's another bird there.
There's
He's
a
going.
bird.
My mark was longer than what
At some point, we've had a no bird that didn't get picked up, and we've all had that happen too. So for those of you watching, I know you see little bits and pieces of all of it. So Carter had been all the way through, and he went out and got that right-hand bird. And then when he went back out to the middle bird, that dog went back to where he had just picked a bird up, which is bad. But then he went over and picked a bird up. So that dog knew there was another bird there. So it's a no bird. They'll start over that dog, I'm sure, to the end. And started. Carter's coming by and said he's glad she found one. So you know, it's again, it's about like not planting the blind. It's just all the things that can happen.
It happens.
There's a lot of moving parts out there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, every weekend. You're gonna face this type stuff. It's just part of it. It's these guys take it with stride. Carter was, grinning when he come by. So he knows that it's just part of it. He'll regroup, get another dog, and head back up. I'm sure they'll put that dog to the end, like they did Ron Anderson earlier.
Yep. So this next dog is Hockley Creek's Reliever, Master Hunter qualified all age. Call name is Goose. He is, the sire to this dog is one of my dear friends, Miss Martha Russell, owned NFC, AFC Texas Troubadour. And old Tubby, he was one of the greats. I spent some time with John and Martha up in Montana, and they're phenomenal people.
Yeah. I've had several pups off of Rufus, AFC, Dr. High, Phil High's Rufus dog, who is a Tubbs puppy.
Yep.
And I like them.
Consistent.
They're consistent.
Rufus is consistent, still running. I think he got a third last weekend in the amateur.
I think so. Yeah, he's been to the National Open.
Yep, National Amateur,
and nice dog. He's produced some really nice puppies. I like them. They got a lot of drive. They'll stay out there and hunt. They're not the type that's going to give up, come strolling back in.
That's right.
So Goose is 7 years old. He has 16 open points. So this ain't Goose's first time out here either. He's a veteran.
Yep. Bird's getting a lot more visible with it.
A lot more right there. That bird's the best I've seen it all day. Great.
Long bird's really visible too.
Yeah.
The lighting right now is very good.
Mm-hmm. In every game you play, conditions make such a difference.
Mm-hmm.
You ask anybody who's ever run any national try, don't matter if it's the Grand, the Master National, the National Open, the National Amateur, the SRS Crown, any of those big events.
Everything, you got to run at the right time. The wind conditions have to win it. I mean, now, the dog that wins is typically the best dog that week,
Sure.
no doubt.
Sure.
But, there's
but
a
they
lot
can't
of
have no
other
bad luck.
That's right.
Yeah. That's what it says. I don't need a lot of good luck. I just don't need no bad luck. I just want to be consistent with the. You start running a big crew, and Mr. Glenn Scarborough was talking about having a HRC site he was at.
Great cast there.
That was fantastic. Never looked left or right. Drove right past before he ever broke down. So Bobby should get a good cast right there. Yeah, he's not going to let him get too far left.
Mm-hmm.
He'll take those
They
points.
definitely, the handlers have figured out that right is not a favorable spot to be.
Yep. Got it.
There you go. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, Mr. Glenn Scarborough was at a Grand site one time. He said he watched Scott Greer. I think Scott had 24 or 5 dogs running the Grand. And he said he watched him run in every weather condition possible in one day. from pouring rain to bright sunshine to heavy wind to no wind to hot in the afternoon, freezing cold in the evening.
And as a handler, that's got to be so mentally trying on you.
The ability to focus for that amount of time is, especially with it constantly changing. If you can hit those tests where you're just consistently, I'll poke right here, get it. I'll poke right there, I get it. I know to stop right there at that corner of that blind, because all those things start adding up quick. But when they're constantly changing and you're having to change with the conditions, that gets tough.
Goose got a good idea here where this bird is.
He's broke down real good. He's right in the right spot for it. Mr. Bobby had a pretty good blind.
Yeah, pretty good.
Little choppy there at the end, but
this bird
he never
right
let
here
him get out of sight and have to recall. So dog's standing there hunting real good.
Great effort here.
And knowing these judges, they're going to reward the dogs that stand there.
Yes.
They're not going to ding them on this. This is what a dog's supposed to do.
That's exactly right.
He's supposed to go out there. It's always nice to see him go out here and stab it, but a dog
but that was
he knew the bird was there.
Beautiful
he worked
job.
It out. That's all you can ask
I'll
for.
take a 10-foot hunt radius all day.
All day long, man. All day. At every level of the game. What a fantastic job.
Like he set up left, dog's pretty. I think that dog, he might change his game plan a little bit here because that dog, like he winded that bird en route to the blind. Hopefully he can get in there.
All right, breaking a little bit left.
Go ahead and put the quick handle on.
Put that quick handle on. Yeah, I'm not going to let him get to a point of no return. With this wind, it would have been either a monster hunt. So when the dogs go out and hunt, and they're in the area, it's a good thing. When they go out and hunt where the bird is not, they start accumulating what they call wandering points, and those add up pretty quick. They don't want to see the dog hunting where the bird is not. Mr. Bobby can drive in here and get this bird real good. He'd be in
good shape. His last score was pretty good too.
Yeah. Goose wants to look to the left there.
See him up there trying
That's
to work
one of
him
those
in.
deals you don't want him too far right.
No, we've seen what happens there.
You got to thread the needle right here. I tell you what.
Look at this. Stay there, Goose.
I would take that line. I don't know where it's going to end up, but I would take that line over about everything we've seen so far today.
I think he's seen what happened to the right and been paying attention.
Unrecoverable spot. So that 40 points of handling to the area at this point is probably not the worst play. It may get you into the next round and just let the chips fall where they may at that point.
We got Mr. Chuck McCall coming up next.
That's a Louisiana boy.
Yeah.
Know Mr. Chuck a long time.
Yeah, with 4-time Grand Hunting Retriever champion, Down to Bayou's designated hitter, master hunter. And it's down to, that whoever owns this dog is from Louisiana, and that is Mr. Mark Polkey. I believe this dog's name is Poppy.
Is it? Let me find it here.
Here we go, dog in the line.
Poppy.
That's right, Poppy.
Poppy, yeah. That's what I thought, but I wanted to double check.
My book here
Poppy's
is
been around a while. I've run against Poppy a few times in the SRS.
Very talented dog here.
Yes. And a great owner. What a good dog.
One of the best.
Mark Polkey. Why can't we all be like that guy? You can leave your stuff unlocked. 4-time grand champions down the value. See, I'm glad they put a Cajun with
That's right, little Cajun.
I'd be sitting here giving it the
There's no EAUX in there though, so.
Yet.
Yeah.
Yet. He's still in Louisiana though. Yeah. Just as soon as a hay bear walks up here, spelled the way they spell it, I'll be ready to leave. I said Herbert and offended the guy. Poppy paying close attention. Delay on the second bird. It's out. No bird. No bird. Too short.
Wait.
Yeah. Matt was hollering, wait to the bird boys. And Chuck spun around, thought he was talking to him. So.
Hey guys, you gotta wait till I tell you to go get them to go get them. Don't run out there in the field on your own. You gotta wait till the dog gets off the line. All right, bird one, go get your bird, please. Hey guys, come on, we gotta get this throw good. We just waste time, man. Like I said, I'd rather be too far than too short. All right, good deal. Thank you.
We got the birds gathered up, and Mr. Chuck will come back up.
On 14 dogs, and
All right, here we go. Guns up, dogs
still.
Luke Curran at 72, first run.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling pretty good
He's
about
in command
himself
at this
right now.
point. Yeah. I mean, I say everybody here would take it at this point. Again, I'll still be surprised.
But somebody's gonna come in and throw a dart. I think
somebody's fixing to put a. I don't know if a single digit will come out, but there'll be. I think we may see a little better than that. I don't know. Of course, what do I know about this? I'm back here talking about it. They're running it. Chuck got himself settled and getting Poppy to give another look at him here. That time she really looked at that long bird.
He pulled her good there.
Yeah. Of course, these 4-time grand champions, this is in their wheelhouse.
That's right. Chuck taking his time real good there, getting her lined up and
very cool, calm and collected. He's always been.
Trying to let her sit there and digest, process the picture, and
there we go. It's a good stop, but you gotta. Yep.
Had his lungs aired up there. You can tell he got on that whistle real quick.
A little just.
Yep.
Adam Campbell calls it kiss my butt cast. Just give me a little. Don't drive it home from here. And I think them dogs start understanding that when you're, giving that big hard discipline
cast versus the little baby cast.
Yeah, just ease in there. You're close. But it kind of gets you in a bind right there, giving that hard whistle, because you want to make sure you get that whistle. So you get that
decent last score for Bobby and Goose.
Yeah, that's with 2 handles under 100 points. Right now, that would play. Starting to see the strategies working out. Poppy driving right in there.
Poppy's in a good spot. Poppy's in a real good spot. Come on, Poppy Tail. There you go, baby.
Smashed that.
I mean, cranked it.
Good boy.
That's what you call popping the chalk line.
That's popping the chalk line. That's when you put a 0 down right there. Put a 0 down for that. And even that, at the end of the day, that's, that a lot of times down towards the end, we'll see how this shakes out. A lot of times we're looking at a few points on those ends. So them chalk line runs like that, when you don't gather up 8 or 10 points on a mark, it can make a huge difference at the end of the day. Poppy, She really looked at those birds now.
That was a great move there, too.
Boy, she could just hold a little left. Come on, look.
Push left of that tree.
Come on, look. Not a bad
That's
spot.
not a bad spot. If
Don't
you
break
just,
the
look at
rock.
that.
Oh, yeah.
That's the second dog to get that bird.
That's two out of 15. Or
Yeah,
about 15?
14. I think this is the 15th dog running here.
Yeah.
Wonder what Chuck's heart rate's at right now.
He looks all relaxed up there, but it probably feel like a cat's been dunked in water. It's beating out of his chest right now. But he's been in this spot many times. He knows how to deal with it and hold himself composed. He's gonna take his time.
Appears the dog gave him a good look here.
She really watched those birds.
See if she can get a little push off of this old fall here, and
now we're gonna see how quick Chuck's going. He's gonna put a quick handle on it right here.
Yep.
That's good. That's a good handle. It's his only choice. Now you gotta mop it up real quick, and he's gonna have a good score.
That's right. Great run there by Chuck and Poppy. I mean,
I think he done all he could do.
That's right.
That was good dog work. Up to this
good
point.
handling.
I think that's going to put him down there. I may be wrong, but that's going to be down there pretty close to to Luke. He had a little more on the blind.
Yep.
A little more bounce on the blind, so he might be a little bit higher.
But not much.
Not much.
I'd take it at this point.
You're darn right. Of course, everybody sitting back there listening who's running this thing might be like, I wish Jimmy and JD was judging. And we are not. It's just our opinion. And you know how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Justin Herbert, can we come up with this next dog? Who we got, JD?
He's coming up with Water Wheels Big Black Girl, Lizzo.
They're talking about this one. I'd say they're trying to see where that's gonna shake out. 'Cause this could definitely make that run could have made a little bit of a difference. I say it's been a while since Luke run that first dog, so I can't remember exactly all the moves in it, but that has to be pretty close, I think, don't you?
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I would think so. They're definitely taking their time trying to.
Yeah. And I've been in a position of judging this, JD, and I'll be honest with you, it makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Because I know all these guys, just like you do. I mean, we all know each other. I mean, some of them ain't my best friends, and I don't ever talk to them until we're at one of these things, but they're in our game. I consider them buddies.
Yeah,
you know?
well, absolutely.
And
They
the
come
last
get us
thing
if
I
we're broke
wanna
down
do-
on the side of the road.
You darn right. And absolutely, and I would them.
That's right.
But the last thing I want to do is mess them over with a test, and
That's
and
right.
not. You just have to do the best you can. Most of the time, I think everybody understands that you're just doing.
You're doing the best you can, and it's a subjective sport. And look, here's the deal, too. People, I mean, you judging how many dogs are in there? 83 dogs? Is that-
Yeah. So there's going to be some question, but you got to. I've always just scored them and stuck with it. So that's what I think, and that's just going to be. That's going to be it. No, throw was a little flat, but you could see it real good. What's this dog's name?
Lizzo.
Lizzo moved around a little bit. I think she
Looks
seen
like
all
she
three
saw
birds.
three of them, though.
When the bird come out, she'd lock and focus. Justin run Chief first this morning. And he's back up with Lizzo, so. He's not
trying to
like
get her in the right spot, not liking the look she's giving, taking his time, being patient.
Smart move. There's no time here. You got all the time to get yourself in order to make sure that you make the best move. And you got a good line. She give him a little left right there. Took a good cast. That was a good spot to be in. If she'll hold that line, she's dead at it. So it's a little further right than most of them have let them. So we'll see him. Ooh,
he got the sit.
That's the problem. She's out of sight for us. But
great cast there.
Great cast, man. All right, Justin.
Tell Justin he got to get his cleats on.
Yeah. That's handling right there, boys. Y'all, I think the monitor was watching the dogs. Oh, Justin, she got it. She was just a little deep of it. But if you could have seen Justin make that move, about 20 yards left of the bucket to get that cast was,
and then you got to get back to the line.
Then you got to get back over there, so your next cast is where it needs to be.
Definitely don't want street slicks on for that.
No, you need football cleats right there. Maybe them old metal baseball cleats.
So Poppy McCall is 75.
75.
Yeah,
so that's our new leader. Is that right? No.
I think Luke had a 72.
That's right. Yeah, I knew it was.
You had a 72 on your first one.
Yeah. So Luke stays on the leaderboard with 72, and Poppy and Chuck move into second with 75.
So he's in a pretty good spot here. They ought to get it there pretty good. Come on, Lizzo, breathe, baby.
There you go.
Right, about 5 feet, right there.
Excellent job on that right bird. We've seen several handles on that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just give itself up.
There's
for darn sure.
There's definitely a lot of stuff in between here and there for how short the bird is.
Yeah. He going for the left bird, it looks like from here, you think?
Looks like. I can't, it's hard to tell.
Like you said, let's see if he drops his hand. He did drop his hand. It's so hard to tell from back here. I mean, those birds, like you said, they're 40 yards apart, 200 or 170 yards away.
She can tack right just a little bit.
Oh, easy there, girl. Make a decision right there. There you go. There you go.
Breathe, baby.
Hey, not a bad move.
I think that was a great job handling there.
I do too. I think you take that quick handle. Oh, you gotta get that cast right there. For those of you just tuning in behind that clump of trees out there, past to the right of the blind pole, is a group of snow goose decoys. So when them dogs make that erratic bolt to the right, it looks like a very good spot to throw a bird. There you go. And that got Izzy right there. You could see that look when she turned. She was thinking she was headed over there.
Just focus on Justin's face.
He needs to really.
He's trying to. He's gonna
really needs
try to squeeze her in there and
drive in there and get this middle bird picked up.
Yeah, and it'd be a pretty good score.
Get out of here with a respectable score going into next series. And the next series, of course, will be a field trial series. So in the SRS game, the first two series, you have to have a hunt test. It can be an HRC style like we're doing here, or a master style test, or a white coat field trial style series, and then your next day would be the opposite. So that's always the case. And then from that point, it pretty much just goes western. You get a hunt savvy series, but you can get, I've run blend, where they have a field trial / hunt test series.
Get in there, Lizzo. Come on. Oh, I think that was a great move there, because she had
especially if she can pick this up on about
left.
One or two whistles. Not a bad move.
So this is where we want to see what the scoring is. That a handle in the area?
No, she never broke down the hunt.
Okay, so they got to break down
they
the hunt.
They got to hunt that
you.
area, so no, that would definitely not be a hunt. That would be a handle to the area, so she's going to get
So it's if the dog
points.
Establishes a hunt and you stop and handle
That's
correct. It's a 2 point. Okay.
So like if she drove in there and made us loop and it kind of looked like she's going to bolt out.
You shut them down.
And that is, we have that at HRC. You have the ability to handle an area. And I've had a couple dozen at the Grand that I've got in the area. And that's so hard to do, man. It took me a long time of running to get comfortable enough to try it.
To know when to do it.
To know. I mean, it's their call. And they have a fall area and a hunt area. And if you're not where they want you to be, they're not giving it to you. But it's kind of one of those deals. You and I both know when that dog goes in there looking for that bird, and just don't dig it out.
Yep.
That's when you get your handling area.
So this is HRCH Feliciana, Tough Act to Follow Master Hunter. Tough.
Feliciana.
Handled by Luke Core.
Mr. Luke coming back with his.
And we're in the Felicianas right now.
We're in Feliciana.
See if this dog can have a little Feliciana luck.
Live up to its namesake here. Luke was our first competitor to run early this morning. And
still holding the lowest score?
Put up a 72, and we were all like, well, he handled, we'll see where that goes. And it's held up all the way.
Doing some camera adjustments here, it looks like. Yeah. Once again, this camera crew is absolutely amazing.
Man. What a great job. They work so hard to get it right, so we can see as much.
And they do.
And they do. That's the thing. We are at the Super Retriever Series presented by Yukonuba, Lucky Duck. I'm sure many other sponsors, but
the town of St. Francis, the West Feliciana Parish, town of St. Francisville.
St. Francisville, beautiful area.
Oh, it's
beautiful
gorgeous.
Area. There's a little place up here to eat called the Francis.
Yeah.
And JD, you live within about 15 miles of it?
Yeah.
I'd have to take on a second job.
Yeah.
I'd be like Norman Cheers every evening when I walk in down there.
Yes, they've got some good char-grilled oysters there.
Boy,
for sure.
they sure enough do. The best eating, in my opinion, in the world is between here and
Lake Charles. No doubt, 100%.
Nothing against the boys down around.
You got to be careful because you could have a heart attack in about 24 hours if you're not smart.
Oh yeah.
It's not the healthiest, but it's the best.
They know how to flavor food. I take nothing away from the boys down around Louisiana. I know there's some good, or down around New Orleans, there's some good cooks down there, but this area, the real Cajun cooking is just hard to beat. What a great shot. Look at Tough. Really paying attention.
Tough's intense. He's you can tell he's rip roaring ready to go. Tough is off of Ron Anderson's old female Bella, bred Fox, and
what a cast!
What a cast! What a great blind.
I think that may be the first time we've seen that just drive to the pole from there,
from the tip of the trees. Yep, I would agree with you on that.
It's been a that was a nice pass from right there.
Yeah. And he
that has been hard to get.
Kept him in there tight to the, you can't say he didn't challenge him.
You can see even on the screen here the lines that's starting to get pulled in the grass.
Mm-hmm. And they're everywhere.
I
don't think there'll be any one bird trailed up properly here.
No, and some of them, there's a couple that the two longer birds don't even have a correct trail to either one of them.
No, there's some trails left.
Trails right. There's nothing.
A little bit of everything.
Bird, so.
Even on this short bird, you can see there's...
Yeah, starting to split it up. I don't know if he's trying a different approach or just had a little miscue on Tough there.
See if Tough can get over here and recover.
Coming back in with the decoys. He left this bird pretty good. Luke's in one of those positions now. What do you do next? So this is where those cumulative points for wandering start adding up real quick. But then you make the decision. It's hard as a handler because you got to make the decision. Do I handle now? We've done accumulated so many points, and you're automatically going to put that 22 points on top of the wander. You know, where's your line at? You know, now she's
get tough and get in and get this middle bird.
Right there at that middle bird. So you're gonna work out the long bird, come back in.
Now Luke's gotta go to work now.
Yep.
See him up there thinking the wheels are spinning, but
yeah, how do I salvage what we've got left to do?
And he can.
He can.
You know, it can be salvaged here.
Absolutely can.
Luke.
You put this down as a triple and take no one off running the blind, I think you still get some answers on this.
Absolutely.
This is a for real marking test at any level dog. And the long bird's 170 yards.
Yep, that's right.
They don't have to be 500, 300. They can be close and still very
Tough
hard
right
to
there.
get.
He's gonna get in there and probably get this bird really good. Breathe tough.
Fixing to stab it if you'll break it.
There you go.
What a move. Nice.
And I mean, what a way to come back after doing that and come back in and you know, hats off to Luke for keeping his composure there.
I really hope he can go in and stab that little bird and just see how they score that.
You know, you're always pulling for the dog. Too.
Oh,
It's
sure.
One mental error, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Tough Luke's
Dog
ears are up,
focused right
pretty
there.
confident on what he's doing.
Yeah. That's a good leaf.
That's a good line. That's
leaf.
a good, very, very good spot to be if
Possibly
he'll
the
stay
best
in.
spot we've been in so far.
There was one other dog here, and he went in there and.
You need to look, dog, at this point if you can see that flasher to your right. That dog's gonna come back. Yep, you've got the handle right there. You'll be back on the old fall. We'll just have to wait and see what they do with the wandering points on that. See how it lines up. But JD, I'm gonna step away for a minute. I'm gonna turn it over to you for a little
All
bit.
right.
Run back here real quick. You need anything?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
Something to drink. I need mac and chips and water if you don't mind. Okay. If you don't mind.
No, not at all. My buddy Scott's fixing to run. I hate to leave before Scott runs, but
Yeah. Scott Greer is coming up with HRCH Tatum Creek's Delta Whirlwind Master Hunter, call named Taz. Taz is not quite 3 years old yet, so probably one of the younger dogs in the field running here. Judges are deliberating scores, and we're waiting to get the go-ahead for the next dog to come up and run. Taz is making her way to the line right now.
Here we go, dog to the line.
Bird 1 is on the ground. Looks like Tad's got a pretty good look at Bird 2. Bird 3's out in the air. And Scott will reposition and get up and run his blind and off to a good start here. Taz, great initial line here. First whistle about a third of the way through the blind. Carrying this cast absolutely beautifully. Been in. And a whistle at the end to make sure. Taz got a little left there at the end, but gonna recover nicely, it looks like. Got the bird good there. Seen a couple different variations. Everybody's pretty much going in and getting the short right-hand bird first after they run the blind, and then it's kind of handlers. I think have tried a couple of different variations, and the bird placement is working out pretty well so far. Taz is off, and see if she can recover here to this short right-hand bird. Get more information there short. And go out across the field. Scott made a little bit of a liar out of me. I said every dog has gone and got the right-hand bird first, and Scott went and got the middle bird.
Yeah. He looked like he's blind. It was pretty solid. So tough. And look, we was wondering about that. It was 88 on that tough dog. Just come up on the screen there.
That was 88 on top. Okay. So Scott got the middle bird first with a handle, and see what he does with his game plan here. I'm sure things have changed a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if he can talk Taz into coming in. Taz in a pretty good spot right here.
Yeah.
Tails up. Come on, Taz, breathe, baby. There you go.
You can see on the screen there, Scott was reaching for his whistle.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't getting, the dog read that, and then at the last second, he broke in there. Nice job. Got that bird. And that's one of those situations, if he can poke out there and get that long bird real good.
Yeah, and have
as good a shot as.
That's right.
Yeah. You're good. It's not. I'm not that guy, Matt. Dad's kicked off pretty far left on Scott there, so he's bringing her back over here in the field.
You know, I'm surprised a couple more haven't done that.
Yeah. You said this morning you thought that left side would play a lot more factor in it, and I think it should have, but they've been pretty fortunate not to. We've only had a couple break out that way. This is a buddy of mine, Mark Barber's dog. I don't know.
Running hit Taz.
Running yet. Taz. She's kind of a baby girl. She's still figuring it out. Yeah.
Like she was one of the younger dogs that have run so far. I don't think she's quite 3 yet. Looks like she'll have a bright future though, for sure.
Yeah.
You know.
Mr. Mark also owns that dog Knox, chocolate green champion, nice dog. He's been successful in SRS. He's one of the guys that plays the game. He's in it for the love of the dog, him and his wife. So. We run so much together. I get to know Scott's clients. Scott knows mine. You know, Tyler's client. We're always together at the games and the national stuff. So I get to know these guys pretty good.
I get a couple guys to help. No, you can do it now. Jordan. No, we'll do it after you. Okay. Yeah, we'll run the shape.
Rebar. Need a rebar?
No, it's hot. No, we're gonna put some umbrellas over here.
Okay.
Sit down. Hey, Scott's got some umbrellas we can put over the hides.
A little break in the action here. We're gonna put some
put over these hides.
Put some umbrellas up for shade. These dogs.
You got like 5 gallons of sour cream.
I like a little ketchup on them every now and then.
Heck yeah. Plant the blind, please.
Right. We'll be back after these commercials. Get everything set up, and we'll get back to the action.
What's that?
The Super Retriever Series Classic is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. St. Francisville for the inspired traveler. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on 2 legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.
Do you know where you're going? Maybe you don't. And that's okay. There's something magical about the unexpected. It's that feeling you get when you see something you didn't know was there, that you didn't know was possible. It's finding something you didn't know you were looking for. Taking wrong turns at just the right time. And seeing new things with old friends. Unexpected places can seem small, but the deeper you go, the more you find. In a place like that, the possibilities are endless. You can break outside of the boundaries, wake up with the wild, and sleep under the stars. You can take your time, try new things, and toast to what's next. You can see, hear, feel, smell, and taste your way through one adventure after another. You can get lost in a place like that. So maybe you don't know where you're going, but that's okay. Because sometimes the best places are the ones you don't expect to find. St. Francisville. Explore the unexpected.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Super Retriever Series presented by Eukanuba, a classic event. We are here in St. Francisville, Louisiana, West Feliciana Parish. We've got a good one going today. Man, they've got an HRC triple, off of and run the blind, and we have yet to have a competitor pick it up clean. These birds are really well placed. We have Mr. Al Arthur, longtime field trial pro, and his dad was a field trial pro. He's been in his whole life. And then Mr. Glenn Scarborough, who is the HRC vice president and been involved in the Grand and at the HRC at all levels. So they really have a nice setup here. The wind is coming from left to right over the handler shoulders, and we've not had any dogs yet win these birds much. Early this morning a little bit, and then the wind shifted, and now it's become a marking game. So, next up is Lyle Steinman. We took a little break to get some umbrellas up over these dogs, keep them cool before they have to go up and run. So let me pull my sheet up here. This one is...
This is Bayou SRSC Bayou Star Air Stepper QA2 MH MNH5, call name Jordan.
This is Jordan, and Jordan has been around a while. If you've run with Lyle, you have seen Jordan run.
Jordan is off a FCAFC Texas WB Cocky two-stepper, is the sire, and one of the best dogs I've ever trained was off a Cocky two-stepper. Boo.
Boo. Oh yeah, I remember Boo. Yeah. Yeah. So
I say train. Boo trained me. Actually, I had the pleasure to stand by Boo.
He let you stand over and watch.
Yeah, she did.
Or she. I mean,
Yep.
yeah. So we are off and running. Like Jordan sat and watched real close on all them marks and all lining up on the blind. Our monitor has gone out here, so
Jordan's off to a good start here.
Yeah, excellent line. Kind of running a little bit with his ears pinned back. He knows that.
She knows she's running the blind.
Yeah, that she's on the blind. Hello. He played that pretty close, but that was not a bad move. Looked like it's going to put her right back there close to the blind. Needs a couple of casts. Should knock that out. Yeah, nice. Some broke left right the last second.
She recovered nice.
Yeah. Oof. 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 I'm sure Lyle wasn't nervous, but my gosh, I was.
I promise you, he knows her way better than me and you.
You darn right.
She's a 10.5, so he's definitely stood next to her plenty.
What I see coming right back there is Jordan when she come back through the gap and she looked left over that bird.
And he identified the bird.
Identified the bird. That tells you a lot right there. I've had a bunch of more dogs. They be trotting back in and they'll look over
peek
the
in.
next bird.
You're like, all right, that's a pretty good feeling.
You darn right. That and if you can get those ones that'll cock their head a little bit, you know, good right there, and they kind of give them a little head tilt and say, okay, I got you. That gives you a pretty good feeling. Hit it right. Looks like she's going.
Spot there made a good lean into the bird. Boom. Put her face on.
Yeah, got it good.
Little cheat sheet there.
Yeah.
We got a little point cheat sheet here we're looking at.
Yeah. When I judged the crown, Matt laminated these for us, or somebody did. And I meant to get it. I went and got it out of the truck so I could have it right here in front of me. All the little 2-point, 5-point, 10-point penalty, 20-point penalties. Looking, I had some score sheets here, how marking score, and then you mark down each one, and then you total.
Mm-hmm.
Bring up your total from each mark, each blind, get your total at the end. Then the two judges turn their scores in and average them out.
Looks like Jordan might want this left-hand bird second. She's leaning into it
She's
pretty good. Got it in a gorilla, in a beautiful spot.
left.
If she can, come on, baby, put that tail up.
Ease down right there.
Put that tail up.
Not go back to the blind. Just hard, but man, she was feet off of that bird right there. So. Still not a bad job on that bird.
They don't let you handle it, they just say maybe.
Well, shaking his head a little bit. I think he really thought he had Jordan.
Yeah, I think he thought
Jordan. And I think we did too.
I agree.
I think everybody
she had a great lean into the bird. All her
Jordan
momentum.
had a good idea where that was, where she was going there. thing used to be a game of yards, and then it came down to a game of feet. Now we're down to a game of inches.
That's exactly right. Well, all these dogs have just gotten so good now. It's quick handle up front here.
Put a quick whistle on her. She never really gave him a good look at that bird.
Got it. So next up we have the Devil's Right Hand, call named Colt.
Our buddy Carter Turner at the helm.
I think is this Carter's fourth dog to run, is that?
I think so. We're getting deep enough in, I'm starting to lose track a little bit, but I'm pretty sure this is his fourth dog. So they limit 8 dogs per handle. That's the most you can run. And the clubs can, so not like when they do the club events, they can make a difference, you know, like 5 or 6 times. So we got the blind planted. I think they're still working out some scores up there on that road.
Got some umbrellas up for the dogs and the holding blinds, that's good.
Yeah.
It's one thing about all of these sports that they look out for the care of the dog and make sure the dogs are as comfortable as they can be before they go run.
Absolutely. Dog safety comes before everything else.
That's right.
Yeah. Because if you think these people involved here, the handlers, me and you, those guys sitting beneath that tent up there, don't think we care about our dogs, you're sorely mistaken.
What's that old story Ronnie Lee used to tell about being in the hotel outside of Memphis? And the woman's kid was acting up. He was watching it in the hotel lobby or something, and the woman came in there griping about dogs on the truck, and what he tell her? He looked at her and said, "Ma'am, I'm pretty sure I care more about these dogs than you do your son."
Yeah, that's the truth. I told a lady I was up north a few years ago, just getting fuel, the dogs weren't barking up. And I don't know how she knew there were dogs in there. I was in my chassis mount, giving me a little grief about it. And I said, "Ma'am, you don't know what it's like to love and care for an animal until you do it for a living." I said, "Unless you're a veterinarian, I'd suggest you just move along."
Yeah.
She got in her car and drove off. I said, and I get it, I'm not the concern, but if you don't know, you don't know.
That's right.
Who is this? I know it's Carter and
Colt.
Colt, okay. Yeah, Devil's Right Hand, Colt. What's he say? Oh, yeah.
Carter's got a routine with this dog. A little different than others I've seen.
Yeah.
Definitely pulled him off the line.
He changes whistles. Yeah.
Great line here.
So just a little bit more. He wouldn't want to need a whistle, but he's going to put one right there.
Great whistle there at the end, right there to keep him from tucking right.
got a little cool air right there.
It does,
That's
doesn't it?
nice, yeah. So. Colt on a good line there.
Yeah,
Looks like
Colt's
he's
on a
gonna
real
be,
good line.
like he's gonna be
right on it.
One little circle on the bird. That's a nice pickup on that bird.
Colt broke down there. See if he can work his way into the bird. He can work it out.
Yeah, it's
look at that.
Wow. It has been a while since we've seen a dog get that bird clean. A good long while. So that was. No, he's still got a bird to pick up. Carter walks off like he's done and gets him a little confused. He's still got to get that little bird.
See if he can talk him into going in here. Getting that middle bird underneath now, which is it's gonna be hard to do. But I mean, he's set for the left-hand bird for sure.
Good right now.
Yeah, if he can get under the arc, I think he can get it.
The wind's coming left to right across the field, so where they have not wanted to be all day, maybe the move.
Colt's pushing left.
Oh, dang, man. She was on the line, too. Yeah, you got to be quick. There you go. See, that had a really nice run on that left-hand bird.
What's crazy too, we can see the bird on the ground.
Yeah. Seeing those decoys back there. Sucked her in.
Just goes to show you the bird placement is that good.
Oh, shoot. There goes my cheat sheet I so proud of.
Don't pull all your microphones, will you?
Yeah, I know. Now we got to redo everything.
So up next we have 4-time Grand Hunt Retriever champion North Forks on the Verge of Glory, qualified all age. Chaos?
Yep.
Who said this was wrong?
Carter giving us a little commentary on his way by there. But he's running, which dog is it here? It's the North Forks on the Verge of Glory. This is, out of Chaos. And one of Scott's dogs, Izzy. Or I think that's his name. Yeah, Iggy or Izzy. And Scott, this is his 4th one?
3rd or 4th one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about to hit the halfway point here, I think.
We're getting there. It's
Would we have 53? Was that the number? 53,
I think that's right. Yep.
We got Ron's got to run at the end.
Yeah, and then we had another one who somebody else had that picked up. I think it was Carter picked up that right hand
Yes,
bird.
that's right.
In
Fly.
So, yeah, fly.
Fly will get a rerun and Ron will get a rerun. Wind's definitely picking up.
Yeah, our papers are starting to blow around. We haven't had that much today, so. And everything like that's going to change this test some.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I don't know if we got her to pull right enough to look at that.
Like
Our monitor's down, so I'm not seeing it over
She saw
top.
the two.
She seen the two really
Yeah.
good. But she kind of looked out to the left there. There's a lot of stuff to that left-hand side you're not seeing on
Very
camera.
attractive to look out there, too.
Looks like where we'd put a bird. Tell you, I know I feel like I'm probably getting closer to you, but that sun's kind of...
Hey, I can move over a
No,
little
you're
bit.
fine. Right there's perfect.
We can cuddle too, baby.
Yeah, I was going to say, I got a picture of you and Adam Campbell in a hotel room bed together.
I was in St. Louis.
In St. Louis. In that fiasco known as a Master National that time.
Oh, boy. What did we have, about 9 of us in that room?
There was 9.
Surprised we didn't get kicked out.
We had a pull-out sofa that had 2 people on it.
And then we had that little love seat.
We had a love seat some short guy was sleeping on. Mr. Stan, Adam's client, was in one bed. You and Adam was in one bed, and I was in on a blow-up
I think
single
Adam and
mattress
I
underneath the cabinet.
shared it wasn't a queen, but it was a little bigger than a full.
Yeah, just enough.
It was just enough is what it was.
But I tell you what was there. It was a Mexican restaurant attached to that hotel.
It was good.
With the coldest Dos Equis beer I've ever drank.
And they were big.
And they were big ones. Yeah, we partook in those festivities just about every evening.
I think we had a rain delay that Master National,
something.
didn't we?
We spent a lot of time at the hotel for a day or 2 there. It kind of got jumbled up. Either we got backed up or something. But yeah, I think it may have been a rain delay that got us. I've been there a few times. O'Fallon. Run at August A. Bush. We run the Grand there last fall. We run field trial
who was
there.
that? That was me, you, Adam, Stan, Ken Youngs.
Ken Youngs, yep.
Mason, remember the kid working for me at the time? Mason True was and I think we had one more. There was like 7 of us in that little hotel room.
Yeah. Well, I think we were under the impression it was a 2-bed.
Pull it out, baby.
4 beds. And we got
Pull it
up
out.
there, it was a single.
He got the right line on the cinch.
Yeah,
He's
he
going
should
to come back and
in.
get this bird.
And that's a good side to be on with that wind
That's
switch.
right.
with
That was a
her.
great job handling there by
Good
Scott.
recovery, because
I'm
she
pretty
may have singled
confident.
to that bird, but I'm pretty confident she
I'm
did not.
pretty confident she didn't.
So, bravo, Scott, on talking her into going right in there. So. I can't shut mine off. Yeah, they're working on it now. Yeah, not moving up cuttings. I'm staking to the ground on this deal.
Mine does, doesn't it?
Yes. And
little left push there, but this could work out for the
don't work
left
too
hand.
far
She
left.
stays right there, baby. That could be pretty.
Oh, she is, I mean, dead on
Oh,
line.
hey, chalk line.
Stay
Get in
right,
there.
Stay right there, baby. Stay right
Get
there.
in there. Breathe,
You're gonna
baby.
wind right
Breathe.
there. Wind it.
Breathe it.
Wind it. Wind it.
Breathe.
Yeah.
Scott wasn't taking any chances there either.
No.
That drag back's building up.
Yeah. Man. And at that point right there, you would think that I would almost break left on that line.
Mhm.
She broke right, so.
You know, I wonder if they're seeing those decoys in that slot, and that's what's pulling them.
We're about to have our monitor back up so we can get the bird's eye view here. There's literally not a cloud in the sky. It's what, 73 or 4 degrees.
Oh, it's beautiful.
High blue
I mean, it's just
skies.
as pretty as as you can ask for Louisiana weather this time of year.
Light 5-6 mile an hour wind, and just the perfect day to run dogs. All right, Scott, still got a little work to do here on this middle bird. Let's see if you can get that.
Scott's working the dog, really taking his time here.
Really taking his time. But both of those sins, she gave a jump left just as she left, kind of making back on the right.
In the first 3 strides, it was to the left.
I think it's to stay under 100 points is about your only option.
Yep.
Yep. Quick handle a couple of points. And that 40 points on the 2 handles isn't as bad as it normally is right now.
So next up is FC Lone Ranger's Top Flight Bogey. Handled by Lyle Steinman.
Lyle's on his, what, fourth
or fifth
or fifth dog, and Bogey coming up next. There we go. We got our feedback now, so we can get a little better view of it there. It's like looking through a scope. You try to keep one eye open on both.
But yeah.
Going in there hunting. Here we go, guns up, dog to the line.
Decent. For sure. Lyle and Bogey coming up. Wind kind of picked back up again. It's funny how it's just sporadic right now. It blows and then lays down. We got a pretty good wind. And it's kind of coming left right across the field, where for a few hours this morning when it got real tough, it was coming pretty much directly behind us. So I think it was now we're looking almost a west wind, aren't we?
See if old Bogey can get it done here.
Yeah.
It will not be from lack of effort or style, I can promise you that.
No. So he's 100% all the way. See, that dog just winded that right-hand bird from right there. And then turn around on the mark, run right past it. Let's see.
Old pucker factor right there.
Oh boy. You don't want to turn your back on it.
Especially not on him.
Yeah. Bogey had other plans. Well, I'll talk to you about
Bogey brought them both back too.
Oh yeah. Piper and Scott Greer with those 2 handles still come into the 93.
That's a good score here.
You're only, what, 21 points off? No, we had What's our lead
72.
score? 72.
Yeah, 21 points.
21 points off the lead with a double handle. So, if this looks easy at home, let me assure you it is not. If you're watching this and say, "Man, that ain't no trouble," it might be a little deceptive. Because there's not one step of this test that has anything easy in it.
I'm not sure. Watching on the screen, I don't know how well Bogey saw this middle bird. I would be shocked if I would be pretty surprised. It looks like he's going to try to get this left-hand bird, knowing that the dog initiated that he saw it was there, especially on the way back from the blind. Probably ought to give a pretty good effort here on this left-hand bird. Tails up, he's got a good idea where the bird is.
Get that bird.
And absolutely just pounded it.
Yeah, that's excellent.
See if he can talk him into this middle bird now.
That's even a quick handle right here could change
I could change everything.
Change everything right here. While I was in a really good spot. I'm not, like you said though, I'm not sure what Bogey's saying. He was moving around.
Yeah,
a
he was
little bit.
moving and he looked left.
Took a little look left between birds. Yeah. Yeah. Bogey taking a little bathroom break there, but he's headed in with it now. That's part of it.
Getting ready for the next part of business.
Oh yeah. You know, somebody's getting a habit of doing that.
Yeah.
I think it's stress anxiety causes it.
See if he can talk to you.
Or test anxiety causes it. All right.
Curious as to how he's going to handle this.
He's concentrated on it.
He got a good look. He looked like he got a good look in there. Let's see what he can do.
Did.
He's on a mission. I think that was a great call there.
That is the dog indicated nothing to the right. I think if he can get a couple whistles and mop this up, I'd say we're going to have a new leader right here.
That ought to. Yep.
Yeah. Pretty nice job. Lyle ought to be pretty tickled with that. You know that dog pretty good, don't you?
Yeah, pretty well.
Pretty well.
Won an open with him when he was 2 years old and got his FC at 3, and he's one of the best marking dogs I've ever put my hand over.
He just proved that.
I'm looking forward to that catfish po' boy.
Ooh.
About that time of the day.
About that time of the day. Who we got coming in here? We got Luke Coor up next. What's Luke's next dog here? JD, where are we at?
I'm sorry, we have Henry.
I don't know Luke that well.
Super good guy. Run with him. We probably run 5 or 6 events together a year. He's become one of my really good buddies. I mean, a hard-working kid. I mean,
way down there in Texas. Like I say, he's one of those outside my loop, and I cut a big swath. You know, I mean, I don't know.
He's as good as they get. Good, good.
Pretty much from the Great Lakes to
Yep.
Florida, and he's just outside that Texas bunch. I don't know real well. I met him, of course, but just
Well, that state's like half the size of the United States. I feel.
Right.
Pretty good line here. Looks like he's going to be fairly tight to the island of trees here.
Which one is this? Oh, Henry. Yeah. Oh, Henry. He's an SRS champion. SRS amateur champion. Field champion. QA too.
Good blind there. Should finish it pretty nicely. Man, you can see him all the way to the end now. You know.
Yeah.
But as you can see on the monitor, the trails, most of those trails are going for that left-hand bird.
Yeah.
Yes. And it is held up no matter which way the wind. We've had the wind from our back in almost every direction.
If these things had been pheasant hens, it wouldn't have made no difference.
No.
It don't matter. Yeah. You could use 4-day-old ducks on these, and I don't think it'd have helped them none.
That's right.
Kind of waiting to see what Miles' last run was, see if we've changed our leaderboard.
Yeah.
Looks in a good spot.
Henry
right
got
here.
his tail up. It looks like he knows what he's doing there, and come in pretty businesslike, make one little
nice mark.
J hook to the bird.
Yep. Luke kind of trying to figure his plan out here.
They're
It's one of those deals that
working the line a little bit up there, trying to figure out how far left or right they can get to get the proper angle on the.
I'm sure
Trying to get this. I think somebody's trying to figure out how to get this middle bird.
That's exactly what they're doing.
You know?
Yep. He went up there with a plan A and B, and he might be in about plan F right now. Trying to, just as it comes to you, try something different. He's got him looking good, man. He's nobody's been right of that bird for a while, so let's see if he looks like he's a little more right than they've been shooting. So, yeah. Well, it looks awful dang good if it don't get.
He can push left.
This morning, that was exactly where you didn't want to be, but.
See what happens. He's got his tail up.
See
He's
what
got
they-
that
yeah.
idea that there's
He'll break
something
down and
over
hunt,
there.
man, right? Yeah, there's a chance of recovery here.
He
if
could.
Yeah.
Luke obviously knows this dog extremely well. He was super comfortable letting him get tight there.
I feel like right there
that
wind
bird's
should've
protecting. It's protected,
Should have
man.
give up on that wind, and it just.
I think that little tree line kind of wraps around into us a little bit, and
it's just not. It's not getting through there. Well, see, from back there, that dog was bolted to the bird. Did you see that?
It was like he threw his nose up and then finally.
Yep.
I just don't know if they believe it. See if he can get over here and get this left-hand bird good. Might post another decent little score though.
They're going to hit him a few times. I'm wondering right there though. That's going to be.
Might be able to keep it under 100 or.
Yeah, if he could drive in there and stomp this one,
They hadn't posted bogey yet, had they?
I've kind of been looking, got to watch Luke, so I hadn't noticed yet. But the wondering, that's 5 points, and what a lot of times when you're judging,
They start clicking.
Yeah, it's like 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, wondering, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, wondering. If he's not progressing, if he hunts back over that way, they stop the count.
See if Henry can stay in on this bird. He's not in a bad spot if he'll just go a little bit right, but he's falling off over there.
The thing of it is here, when he dives in behind it, if he cuts right, there's a chance on winding. Right. Needs to be just 2 strides to the right there. Could give him a shot. Let's see if he hits it this time. Right there. See if he reacts.
He ought to get it right here.
That's, not
Good
bad.
job by Luke being patient and letting the dog work it out. And
That's right.
Like I said, he obviously knows this dog extremely well.
Yeah. Yeah, and the dog indicated to him that, hey, I do have some recollection of what we're doing.
Because you've seen some of them get over there and break hard, right?
Yep, they see those decoys. Or that's what we're assuming. We don't know.
We're assuming.
But that sure looks like that's what they're doing.
So up next we got Chuck McCall with HRC8H Shumax Foul Mouth Shortstop Master Hunter. This is a call named Tanner here.
Tanner. Chuck and Tanner. Chuck's been up a couple times already. He has a.
When you found that station,
Yeah.
That bird's protected.
Well, but then from way over,
Handley smelled it.
I went
shot right to it. Yeah. Yeah.
He just didn't want to switch sides. He wanted that left bird. I talked to him in the middle. And
Yeah. Luke was just explaining to us a little bit what happened. He said he wanted the left bird, pulled him in, and I agree with him 100%. I would be trying to get that middle bird second 100% of the time, and I'd probably die on that mountain all day trying to do it because I don't think you can come back in there and get that middle bird if you go left.
No.
Without handling.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Like I say, it's easy for me and you to sit here and say whatever because we ain't got to go up there and do it. But you
Hey, by the end of it, I might be going and getting that left-hand bird second.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. But I'm with you. I would have died on the
I'm
mountain.
talking about before I send for after the blind, go and get the left-hand bird.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's just try anything different.
Wouldn't have any hair left.
What they call it, insanity. Just keep repeating the same thing, expecting different results. That's kind of where we've got to with some of this.
Tanner's locked and loaded right here.
Oh,
he saw it.
Yeah.
Tanner got a no bird.
Yeah. I was watching the dog. I didn't see the throw. Was it short?
I didn't see it. I was watching.
Yeah,
They caught me looking at the monitor.
Yeah. I kind of like to see what the dog's seeing. You know, that's a good shot for us to know that that dog is watching his bird. You can see his reactions. Tell the bird's down. We got the no birds. They've picked up the birds and all set. Here comes Chuck and Tanner back up to give it another try. Let's see if we can get them done this time.
Tanner's definitely geared up, ready to go.
Tanner's excited about this deal.
He thinks this is pretty cool right here.
So there's some deduction for noise. You can be 5 points for excessive vocalizations. I don't know.
I don't think I'd hit him.
I wouldn't. I haven't seen the judges move on that. I don't know if they did or didn't. But from our vantage point, it don't look like they.
Good cast there for Tanner.
I think sometimes in this game you've got enough tests to see where it hits. Ooh.
Chuck's got to get a good cast here. That's a good, great whistle. Let's see if he can get him out of it. There you go. Good job, Chuck.
That's the closest we've had so far to being picking up that poison bird there. When you say we haven't,
yeah, absolutely. Chuck did a great job there though, being patient when the when the dog broke and
any hesitation there could have been
and made the dog work with him. Ended up turning out to be a pretty nice blind.
Yep. Like we said, they didn't announce a corridor. It was pretty obvious what the corridor on this blind was too. What's that? You can't hear? Yes. Me and JD were talking, and he said about announcing a corridor, like in all the other games, the line to the blind is the line to the blind. Here, they can actually give you a corridor. You have, that they're going to judge, and they can.
I don't think they even had to say anything.
No, a test like this is pretty obvious. If you're outside the corridor, you have picked up a poison bird. And if you're left or right, either one of them, left of the left bird or right of the right bird, yeah, you're
DOA, dead on arrival.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, and the slot, so it's pretty obvious here that what they're looking for.
See if you can talk Tanner back into getting in there on that middle one. Little push left here. He's bending in there. Come on, Tanner, bend in there, baby.
I would give him a second right here.
See if he can wind it, tails up.
Oh.
Got the gun station. He could work over to this bird.
I think Chuck done the right thing waiting right there. I think you have to see with that wind gust that just come through. He could still, don't pop, dog. No.
It's all right. That's right. It just makes you want to go get your truck a dog and come run them on this. You know that?
Exactly.
I mean, it really does. It's one of those tests. I think it'd be real fun to run.
Yeah. So there's 5 points for the dog popping there that he'll procure on top of his handle. So you get the 5 points plus the handle to the area plus the whistle. So.
Still could pull out a pretty good run here if he can.
Oh, he could. That was not a bad handle if he can drive in here. And like I say, those wind gusts are just right. And that's like it seems to
be a pretty good line. If he can get a little push left, come on, buddy, push left.
Just don't fade, baby. No, don't look.
He can win the gun station there now.
That is not a bad spot to be.
Look at this. Park over there, buddy. He's gonna get it. Look at that.
Got it. Very few.
Pretty good score.
Very few have got that bird clean.
That could be a pretty good score there.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break in the action here for a bit and do a rebird. I'm sure it won't take them long. They're very
efficient.
Very efficient.
I think
these guys
hand out
back
lunches
out there
too, probably it looks like. And
we'll be right back with you.
The Super Retriever Series Classic is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. St. Francisville for the inspired traveler. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Do you know where you're going? Maybe you don't. And that's okay. There's something magical about the unexpected. It's that feeling you get when you see something you didn't know was there, that you didn't know was possible. It's finding something you didn't know you were looking for. Taking wrong turns at just the right time. And seeing new things with old friends. Unexpected places can seem small, but the deeper you go, the more you find. In a place like that, the possibilities are endless. You can break outside of the boundaries, wake up with the wild, and sleep under the stars. You can take your time, try new things, and toast to what's next. You can see, hear, feel, smell, and taste your way through one adventure after another. You can get lost in a place like that. So maybe you don't know where you're going, but that's okay. Because sometimes the best places are the ones you don't expect to find. St. Francisville. Explore the unexpected.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Super Retriever series presented by Eukanuba. We are here in St. Francisville, Louisiana, and we got a good one going, JD. My buddy JD Babs, local field trial pro here. We are seeing...
We do. We hadn't had a dog pick it up without handling yet.
No, we're at the...
We're almost at the halfway point.
Yeah, I was going to say right at the halfway point, and it had some pretty good runs, and now we're rooting for the handles at this point.
Yep,
yeah.
we are.
Yeah. It's well-placed birds, long birds. I think it's 170 or 172 yards or something. I mean, HRC triple, shoot the marks, no off, run the blind, kind of a double poison bird between the two long birds, the middle bird and the left bird, and then come back in and pick them up. And we've had it tried just about everywhere.
Yep.
And with no avail to this point. So just come off a rebird, got everybody reset. Got the bird boys lined up and
making a few minor adjustments.
Yep, just getting everybody squared away, and we'll be back running here in just a second. Got Mr. Al Arthur judging from
Glenn Scarborough.
Yep, Mr. Glenn Scarborough. Mr. Al's a field trial pro out of Georgia. Mr. Glenn Scarborough is out of Texarkana, and HRC vice president and grand committee, and heavily involved in HRC. So a couple of really good judges have set up a fantastic first series, just as good as you could ask for. I mean, if one thing about these guys, these competitors, they want it challenging, and I think they got.
I think they got what they.
I think they got what they asked for. Yeah, they're getting their money's worth out of this one. So we've still got dogs to run. Weather's pretty much been the same. We're high blue skies at about 73 degrees, and
it's a gorgeous day.
Yeah,
it doesn't get any better than that.
Got a northwest wind at 5 to 7 mile an hour.
Yep.
I mean, the epitome of a dog day to go out and train and be with your dogs. It's just about perfect.
Help has been great. Everything.
Oh yeah, had a couple of no birds. That long bird out there by the hay bale has to be
within a 5 foot radius.
Yeah,
I think they're pretty, and they're very consistent about it.
They got to pinpoint that one because try to make it fair for every dog running that poison bird blind. So you have that. And Katie, if you was to come up here now after watching 25 dogs or whatever we watched, what approach would you take to this? I mean, if you said, you know what, I'm bringing my top 5 and I'm going to run this set.
You know, with all the guns hidden, it's hard for me to say. But you know, I would try to get them looking at those 2 trees out there before I started blowing that duck call.
Yeah,
I do know that. You know, that middle bird is held up, and it has been a worm burner all. I mean, it's been a hard bird all day. I think we've had maybe 3 dogs.
I was just getting ready to say 2 or 3 get that.
2 or 3 got it. Yeah. There was one went in
too
there
many more that get the left
pretty
hand
good.
bird.
That's right. That's right. And then we've had handles on the right hand bird too.
Oh, the Go Birds has got a pretty good crew. Has missed it. Had some driving there and stab it, so it seems to be holding up real well.
Can y'all see good?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Good view?
Yep.
Sir.
Test is working out great.
We're gonna get everybody back going here. Mr. Glenn Scarborough, one of our judges, is back checking on us, make sure we're comfortable. And
You don't need anything.
yeah, he said we'll let you know if we need anything, Mr. Glenn. Yeah. You can send Al back here with some drinks later if you want to.
Al was worried about you earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure he was. So, just taking a little time to get going back here. Just a little break in the action. So, y'all bear with us. We'll be back here shortly. Yep. Little bathroom breaks for some bird boys and stuff. Man, they have done a fantastic job. I am. What? I'd like to try this. It is hard, man. Yeah. When I looked at this morning, I thought, that's going to be. But honestly, by now, I fear we'd have a couple hit it pretty good.
I wish I would have run cheap like Kratos first. I didn't know.
Yeah. No, yeah. I'd say there's several of those instances. Some of those dogs early, like this.
Cheap first.
Yeah. But your last dog hit it pretty good, didn't it? Yeah. At this point, it's all up there. I mean, we ain't even.
They're saying the whole field's level.
Yeah, we're. What? Oh yeah, that we've been talking about. So there's eventually somebody gonna walk up here and that may surprise me or not, but I'd be surprised if 2 or 3 don't hit it pretty good all of a sudden. It'll just happen.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, thank you. I got a Gatorade. I'm good. Thank you.
Dr. Pepper?
Just for you, Matt.
ready about to put some meat in Put that there. Oh, baby. They can hear the noise. We're about to engulf in a catfish po' boy.
I took my mic off.
Look, I'll announce right. And
We're gonna be a minute. Go ahead. I bet you. I think. I may be wrong.
if not, I'll.
We gonna cut it.
I'll give you a little more time.
I'm after Chuck, as far as after Justin's next week. Correct. Why did we pass them?
No, those reruns. Remember?
Why? I didn't know if we ran over there.
No, we just bring it back. That good, Al? Knock that good?
Just not that.
All right, guns up, guys. Guns up. You feel good, bird 3? You good with it? All right, here we go. Blind's planted, correct? Thank you, sir. All right, here we go. Guns up, dog to line.
Heel.
48.
Heel.
48.
Heel. 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 Set. Heel.
I know, but I messed up. The last lot was 65.
Bird 1. No bird.
Heel.
Dog number 239, what do you have there?
Heel. Heel. Set.
Bird 1, pick your bird up, please.
Set. Heel.
49, I had 66.
Hey, get a little more air under that thing for us, please.
66. The last dog was 66.
Okay, thank you. All right, 48 here. Here we go, dog to line. Sorry about that.
Heel.
We're good.
Heel.
This will be used, man.
They don't make
Heel.
it anymore.
Set. Dead bird. Set. Heel. Heel. Set. Set. High. Heifer. Heifer.
All right, y'all, welcome back to the Super Retriever Series Classic here in St. Francisville, brought to you by Yukonuba. Got Justin Hergert and Peppa. And Peppa's running. Made a quick handle over here on the right-hand side. I was questioning if it's going to be a handle in the area or not. We broke the
find out when the
yeah.
scores coming up.
Yeah. I would say yes to that because it was.
She initiated a mark, came in.
She was in there hunting. That's a judge's call, so we'll see how they call it. But
this could work out here.
That could work out real good. That is a perfect spot. Come on, Pepper. Oh, she dug back in the woods. He's calling her out. Oh, come out right at the bird.
Pretty smart.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh. She's I'm really surprised she didn't come up with that bird right there. She just must have been a little bit deep of it, but man, that bird is. The places she has been, the dogs have picked that bird up.
That wind is. Bird went a little deep, I think.
Yeah, might have got a bad bounce over in the brush. They're talking about it.
Yeah, I think they're discussing that handle in the area.
Yeah.
Or it's not.
Well, I think it's the bird on
the middle bird.
Yeah, middle bird, yeah. Because that dog went over there in the spot, kind of where they've been picking it up.
And she got in the woods even one time, and
yeah,
you would think they'd wind it back there.
Yeah. Here comes Mr. Leo Joseph. Who we got?
This is Lake Effect Retrievers, Texas, QA2, call name Tex.
Tex.
Leo coming up.
Stone Cold Leo Joseph.
Might be about the best potato wedges I think I've ever had.
Tell you what, this thing, Louisiana cooking, just hard to
They
beat.
definitely don't lack any spice, do they?
No, no, no. We were in Opelousas, Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
Home of Tony Satry's.
Yeah, right. Opelousas.
Yeah, that place is kind of near and dear to my heart. I'd quit cooking if I could get my hands on some Satry's. And I mean everything from eggs to cereal. But there was a gas station over here that served chicken gizzards.
You ever had them?
Oh, every day for 2 weeks. Fantastic. I don't even like chicken gizzards. Them things are phenomenal. Got a hung shell in the gun? Or?
Something's going on with the gun, or a dry popper.
Yeah. Tex never would look right.
No, he was trying to pull him, and he just kind of kept looking left.
He didn't fight him. He finally just kind of leaned that way.
Yep.
And looked like he gave him a good look, but he never did commit to that line real well for Leo.
And that wind shifted back out.
Yeah.
Back out just a little bit, not much.
Behind us more now.
Kind of more down. Everything's downwind now. I'm curious to see if that. I don't think it's going to make the middle bird any easier, boss. From running Tex, from the looks of it, it looks like he maybe winded the left-hand bird with that wind shift there. Yeah. Leo's doing a good job here, keeping him under control and
and staying poised.
That blind could get a little tricky to finish too with the
wind
downwind.
Change. Yeah. Tex headed back in with the blind there. He got the marks to contend with. Like I say, that wind switched pretty good, really. We're almost getting
almost 180 degrees. I think it's what it feels like at least.
It's coming over my right shoulder, and that's the first time all day we've had any wind going, angling out right to left across the field. So, see what that does to it. That may be the trick right there. At this point, it's anybody's game.
That's right. Doesn't seem like it's going to stay that way long, though, because I think it's about to switch again as we're talking.
Yeah. Well, look here.
Tex is about to get this middle bird pretty good, I think. Check down here, see what he does, see if he can work it out. He can get the left-hand bird.
At this point, I think he committed to that left-hand bird. He'd be switched, so he's going to have to dig it out. So
no, he had enough momentum going through the middle bird, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I'm saying once he got over and made that.
Yeah, you had to let him stay
either
there.
let him out or put him on that one. You couldn't let him come back to the middle at that point. Tomorrow morning, everybody make sure and join us. We'll have the amateurs running. I think they'll lead us off in the morning with this test, and then we'll switch over to a field trial series. And I'm sure these guys have got something special planned for just the occasion.
Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion Al Arthur's going to set something up. Pretty
sporty.
Yeah, be pretty sporty.
Be pretty sporty. Tech's still staying right to that bird.
Tech can check short there.
Well,
looks like he got a little bit of wind right
he
there.
Sure did. That's that right to left wind we hadn't really had all day. Maybe we had that a little bit this morning, just a little while.
Yeah, it was for the first 2 or 3, 4 dogs. I think we had a little bit of it. But it's. I think it's more downwind right now, as you can see how Tex had to kind of work out a little harder to get the bird
he come
there.
in through the brush looking for it. So I tell you.
See if he can talk him into this middle bird now. He get this middle bird here. He could put up a decent little score.
Like I said earlier, this is pretty much open. It's anybody's ball game at this point. We're gonna try to
pull him a little there.
Poke him in there and try to convey that information. That is where that bird is. Hope the dog gives him some. Yep. That is not a bad spot to blow a whistle.
I agree with you there.
Not far past that right there is where Luke's dog winded that bird back there.
You know, I think they win with this wind here. They're winning that station and not wanting to commit to the other side.
To the other side, yeah.
They're convinced they're hitting another bird over there.
Kind of got caught in that trap, a few of them. Yeah, that's a bad spot to be.
It's a not real good feeling right now.
You get them in a spot you can't handle them out of, but you've done something in there. Of course, one thing here, look, the camera is about 6 foot over top of Leo's head, so there's things we're seeing that Leo can't see.
That's right.
Yeah. There's a certain point when that dog pops back up over the right. Oh, here we go. Just
Pepper and Hergert with a 39.
Has just swung the door momentum to a 39.
Yeah.
Taking the lead. That was a nice run. I knew that was going to be a good score, right?
Well,
so that tells us we got the handle in the air.
Lowland Bogey.
What do you have?
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember.
See if we can maybe in a minute get a score.
Yeah,
sheet of the scores.
All the scores.
All the scores posted up on the screen in a minute, and
kind of refresh our memory a little bit.
Coming up next, we've got Scott Greer.
There they are.
And our Cuervo Agave adventure, Jose.
This doesn't have the last dog that run, but here's the current score.
Yeah.
So it's 72 for Luke and Cruz. And then I'm sure they'll bring up the next page will be up here in just a second, I'm sure. Kind of give everybody this kind of tuned in late where we've gone here. So there's Chuck and Poppy had a 75, the 49 Lyle and Bogey was at a 49. So at what was the other? 30?
Pepper. Hergert and Pepper were in with a 30. Was that a 32?
I think it was a 32. No,
39. 39.
So they are a 10-point lead.
Chuck got a good score with the Tanner dog.
Yep, Tanner at 66. So those numbers are starting to drop down a little
bit.
That's
And they so with Hergert, we were discussing earlier, it must have been both handles in the area.
That's correct.
So,
yep.
Smart job handling by Justin.
I'm gonna say one. I'm gonna say one.
One of them was not.
Yeah, that's the 20 points.
Okay.
And 19 above that would be about right.
Okay.
Yeah, with the point with the whistles.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
But great job handling by him. Good decision making and.
Fantastic. But you think of this over the halfway point, and we're the dog with a handle is. You got a 10-point commanding lead at this point. So
that's right.
That tells you what kind of test we're running here. Jose is new to Scott. This is his first year with him. This is one of his dogs I don't know that well. They're gonna no bird that. It's just a little too short.
A little too short.
Questioned it a little bit, and it's one of those that game of inches we talked about earlier. So Scott and Jose will go back and regroup, let them get the birds picked up, and try it again.
Catfish sandwich hit just about right. We're in Mexico, I'd be taking a siesta.
You're darn right I would. About 3 shots of Jose here.
Yeah, that's right.
It'd be nice, it'd be lights out. You out here snoring over this microphone. You might get it anyway.
That's right.
So far, this thing is running so tight, I'm kind of still...
It's as fun to watch as I've ever been at a dog event.
Yeah. I think
you're pulling for the dogs, make the right decision,
exactly.
Get in there and get it.
We're both, like I said, me and Scott Greer are one of my best buddies up there running right now, but I'm rooting for these dogs at this point. I want someone to get it. So he gets his throw this time. Oh yeah, right
Better throw right
the
there.
Money. Yep, about good you'd ask for. Jose sat and watched his birds good. Good stop.
Good stop, Scott.
That's one of those you can kind of question it. Yeah, that's nice.
That was a great blind. Good momentum.
Fantastic.
Good changers. I mean, everything was.
Yeah, Scott's been hiding this one from me. He done pulled out his secret weapon here.
I'd like to see him go in there and get it done.
I'll stab 3 right here and call it a good day. Chuck McCall over here in the home blind trying to get my autograph, and all I'm trying to do is talk about these dogs. I've known Chuck a long time. You've been at this game way longer than I have. Well, Jose, you was kind of there and you kind of left. You have to make a decision at some point, bud. Not the worst thing that ever happened if you'll fall in there and get that middle bird real quick. But like I say, at this point, we wonder and say, we can't let it go on too far. He has come back out and worked that short bird out. All right. Not the most conventional run, but I'm sure at this point Scott will take it if he gets.
Yeah, I don't think he ever made the fall area of any bird.
Yeah, he never got left to the hide on that middle bird.
Get in there,
He
Jose.
dipped that shoulder one more time, he'd be right. He dipped in there and he just couldn't commit to it. I thought he was going to stab that little bird and he was going to come back. That's all you can do right there, Scott.
Yep.
Hand one.
They hitting about overdrive right there, about where that long bird is.
Yep.
You can almost see it too. It's
I mean,
the
it's kinda-
momentum builds. It's at the bottom of that. You know, it's kind of, you got a little terrain change and then it drops off a little bit, and they're just hitting the next gear right there.
Well, this is about the equivalent of a water bridge bird. You know what? Having a rough time there, JD.
Just gotta stretch her out.
33 years old and having a hard time getting up.
I wish I was 33.
All right.
Getting Jose lined up here, about to send for the middle bird and see if we can.
Scott getting a quick whistle there. Jose showed he was not into that middle bird. So he ended up in the gap over here where we've seen so many have such a hard time getting out of. Man, they get committed in there. That's a
Yeah, on the right side of that holding blind, it's
Eddie, how do you train for a bird like that? Button up against that.
singles. Singles.
Singles. Lots of singles. Yep. Good luck, Chuck McCall.
Up next, we got Down to Bayou Painting the Corners. QA2, call name Cutter. Owned by Mr. Mark Polkey with the little down south Cajun Creole twang on it again, you know. Handled by Chuck McCall.
We're still figuring some numbers up there. So. Leo, Joseph, and Tex had a 128. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Right. Rip. After Cutter, we're gonna have Ron will be back with Rip with his rerun from earlier when there was I believe there was a blind down.
Yep.
For him.
He made the blind pole and got back there and no bird.
Everything happens for a reason. It might be Rip's day to go out here and get 3 of them.
Get them all. Mr. Chuck's over patiently waiting for his turn. He's
That's
excited
right.
about it.
Trying to work out the.
Mark Polkey's dog, Cutter.
Yep. Yeah, he's a neat dog. He ran the open against him last weekend at the house.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the Super Retriever Series Classic here in St. Francisville, Louisiana, brought to you by Eukanuba Dog Food. We have Chuck, McCall, and Cutter come to the line. HRC triple, blow your duck call, shoot 3, no offer on the blind. Come back and just pick your marks up real easy and call it a good day. Yeah. This is one of those deals. It's just not gotten any easier at any point.
We had Justin and Pepper have a real good run, and there's been
had a handle in the area over on the right bird, and then come back in. Had a real quick handle on that little bird and got it done. Had an excellent blind. I think, what, 39? 39 is our leading score at this point.
Cutter is definitely locked and loaded and ready to go. He means business on everything.
Cutter. Cutter nuts. Cutter. I'm going to say Cutter didn't see a couple of those marks very clearly. That left-hand side you talked about earlier.
He
succumbed to the suction.
Yeah.
And like you said, I'm surprised we haven't had.
I had way more do it.
Way more do it, because it is so inviting over there. Jose and Scott Greer's at 150.
He moves across the field like a cheetah.
Yeah, he's probably one of the peppiest ones we've seen so far. Chuck knows his dog real well. That cast would have been a verbal for me. That's just the way I would have trained it. Because I seen you raise up your seat, and my heart started going pitter patter. I thought we might have our first victim of the poison bird today.
He did a great job of controlling him and getting him off of it.
Yeah, right onto the blind stake with 2 good casts after that was fantastic. So maybe the trick of this was not seen. I've seen tests like that.
Disagree. Cutter.
Cutter may go in there.
He's a pretty good bird finding dog.
Yeah.
Got a good idea there. Tail up, coming back in to get the bird good.
He's right at it. Excellent.
Yeah, great mark.
I'm not going to say he didn't see it, but he was looking hard to the left when it was coming out. So. Let's see what he can do.
Come in and get this middle bird now.
Yeah.
Look at that move. Get in there.
Last second. Look, he's going to come back in the woods and get that bird. He just dove in there. Oh, he's deep back by the blind stake.
He's going to get a left-hand bird pretty good, though.
Take that one, too.
Now I think you've got a shot to pull just a little bit and maybe get in there and get it.
Yeah, if this wind will stay where it is right now, man, if you could hit.
If you could just brush the left edge of that oak tree out there, I think you could get it pretty good.
Was that a live oak?
I think it's more of a dead oak, but it was a live oak at one point, I think. Or it might be a pecan tree, actually.
Yeah.
It's a big old pecan tree. I just see the leaves on it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It looks like a pecan tree.
You hit that slot, them decoys right there.
Yep.
And just hold that line.
He just pushed off. Push in there.
Yeah. One whistle on the bird.
That's all right. That's going to be a good score.
Pretty good score. Yep.
I think so.
I believe Chuck will be.
Should be pretty happy with that.
Be happy with that. Yeah.
Now we got Ron Anderson coming back up with Rip in his rerun from earlier today. He ran the blind and there was no bird down, so he came back and coming back with him. This is Rip.
He was in the about the top 3 or 4 dogs.
He was the 6th dog.
Sixth dog run. I knew it was real early. Some of you, that didn't see this morning, he got a no bird and had run the blind, but no bird there. So the only way to be fair about that is just
I'm assuming
repeat the
he's
test.
been scored to the point of unfairness already. Is that?
I would assume so. Yeah.
I heard Matt just giving some instructions, and I wish I'd have been paying a little closer attention. But
Yeah.
I think that he would have been scored to the point of unfairness, and.
And this is one of those deals too. The poison birds are still in play though. You can't. You got to run it like you have it. Mr. Ron, we talked about earlier, he is, as far as my knowledge, is the only amateur running the Open.
Yes,
and
I
he is
believe
doing that to try to qualify for the Crown, because the only title he does not have is an Open Crown Championship.
Made quick work of that.
Nice run. Stayed a little left of the line. Finished up nice. See what he can do with these marks. Look like Rip watched those birds real well.
Yeah. Tail up, nose down, good idea. He's checking short right there. That's always pretty comfortable to see.
Yeah.
Threw that head up, walked over there and snatched it up.
Nice mark on that one. Let's see what he. Mr. Ron tips his hat there. A lot of times you make a decision when you reach up and take your hat off and put it back in.
That's right.
I do that. I'll reach up and scratch my head and be like, all right, what do we do next? I had a plan. Am I going to stick with it or am I going to abort mission right here? He's pointing out the middle bird.
Looked like he gave him a really good first look right there.
He did. He come in and spun right on top of it. Boy, that is the spot to be.
He can just tack into the
Don't get too far left, Rip. that brush pile laying out there underneath those dead limbs. Kind of see it kicked him.
Tail's up. He could win the gun station there and work this out.
We're getting a little gusty wind coming left to right. He has winded
I think
he
there's
acted like
so
he
much.
caught wind off the short bird right there.
Yeah, I think there's so much dog scent over there to the right from those dogs that got right. Holding up.
Holding up. Still. Still there. Which when I judged at the Crown last year, we had a field trial series in our first that held up all day.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we had an amateur hit like, I think, I can't remember for sure, below teens. And then Carter come in there and put up a single digit.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean that dog went out there and smashed them birds.
There'll be somebody do that here, I bet.
We keep saying that, but we keep getting close to them too, JD. Eventually, we're gonna run out of dang dogs if they don't hurry up and prove us right. And now I think, well,
Rip's pushing off.
yeah.
See what Rip can do here. In a good spot there. Breathe, Rip.
Yeah.
Rip got it. All right, that'll be a
Nice run.
pretty good.
Say that's gonna be a pretty good score right there. That's it's gonna land him somewhere, I would guess, in the 50-ish range, just at a quick count, maybe a little better than that. Maybe, yeah, good, better than that. His right bird and left bird was good. Had a few whistles on the blind, but not much. All right, we're moving right along. Here comes Justin Hergert with another one of his dogs. Justin's had a couple pretty good runs.
This is the 29th dog coming up here now.
29th dog.
Yep. So we've got, what's that, 30?
Tell us about this dog that Justin's run. Who is this?
This is Twin Roads Blue Angel, call name Jet.
Jet.
Owned by Barry Davis and handled by Justin Hurt.
You know, if you have a dog, if you play these games, and have a dog that you want to try this with, you got to come do it. It's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of
fun. And I assure you, it is far from easy. But one thing I've always said, you can't kill ducks sitting at home on the couch. You got to go to the
That's
field.
right. That's exactly right.
Same way with playing these games. You got to get your butt out there. It will make you better, I promise. I told somebody a long time ago, said, if you want to learn to play poker, play in a high stakes game.
I tried that once.
Yeah, nickels and dimes, you ain't learning nothing. You playing for...
I'm more of the penny guy.
Yeah.
It's about my skill
penny
level.
poker ain't teaching no poker. You play 100, 200, you tighten up pretty quick. Start paying real close attention, and that's kind of where we are. We're on a high stakes game here. These guys they're here to win, man. They're fierce competitors. Shoot, we all buddies, but at the end of the day,
the closest thing that I can describe is, you ever that Netflix show Formula One Drive to Survive?
Yeah.
That's about how we are. Good buddies outside of this, but in PG, that full swing, real good buddies outside of when it's time to compete. When it's time to compete, everybody wants to win.
That's right. Jet was appropriately named.
Yep. I think Jet's gonna shoot out of here like a bottle rocket.
He's fixing to go young.
Look like one of them Blue Angels taking off.
Yeah. Had a buddy over in Alabama. You know him too. He had run a dog for years named Jet. He'd holler Jet, and that sucker would walk out. I'm like, oh, that's a miss. Inappropriate names. Dog doing good too.
That's what.
Oh, there we go.
We used to run with
Chuck
a dog
McCall
named
and Cutter come up with a
58.
So
there you go.
Justin not getting the control he wants. He's just going to take him offline and let him refocus.
Just kind of reset, reboot the dog's mental state. Looks like he's popping his eyes in between the two marks, which can be a good thing once he gets through the blind.
Justin got him settled and looking right where he wanted him.
And he took off like a blue angel.
Yeah, right on the line, too. What a great line. Oh, winded that bird.
Great job of working with him there. Good patience. And he earned his paycheck right there.
Yeah, boy, Justin was working. He was not going to let that get out of control.
And it's so easy at that moment sometimes to, everything gets sped up, and then you start speeding up, and the dog feeds off of that. It's like pouring gasoline on a fire, you know?
Yep. When it starts going real fast is when it's going real bad. You ever noticed that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the faster it goes, the worse it gets. You got at some point to say, whoa, 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 whoa.
Rip and Ron, 72.
Oh, yeah. A little more than I thought.
Yeah. I think you said you thought he'd be in the 50s, maybe.
I thought he might be in the 50s. But again, I'm not judging.
That's right.
I'm paying attention.
They've been pretty consistent, I think, on the...
Very consistent. And 3 hours ago, that 72 would have been a killer score.
You'd be fist pumping.
Yeah.
And it still is not a bad score. Definitely still in there in contention, playing.
Luke and Jet's got the go bird out of the way. Got their blind. Got the go bird out of the way. Coming back in. Let's see how he decides to get it. Because Jet don't seem like the type of dog to me. He's going to go out there and look around a little bit and come back.
I don't think so.
I got one running a few field trials. Got him to the lamb blind. He got the lamb marks real good. I got that lamb blind. I hollered back about 3 whistles. He went past that pole. I just turned around and said, man, y'all real quick go get him because he's going to just keep gaining distance at this point. That line right there is so hard to break when they get on it.
He's making game to the bird, though.
Yes,
tails up.
Yeah, that's what you want to see right there.
That's it. Boom, baby.
What a shot, man. What a great mark. We've seen somebody go in right there and break
and miss
right.
It. Yep.
Yeah, just
break right.
Miss it and then drive either to the blind pole or shoot hard right back in behind those trees.
You can see the stress level on Justin here. He's praying to the dog gods that come in and get this.
He's in a position now where if you just got to poke in there real close and either hopefully get it or put a real quick handle on and be in fantastic shape.
We'll watch him probably really take his time right here and work with the dog.
I think it is the line that he just come in on, and the line he left on.
He can get him to click off of that.
If he just one click off of it, you can't be 2 clicks. And I think
he's taking his time. Dogs wanting to look right. It looks like.
Just wanting to look in that gap, and he's making him look back out there where he was. I mean, the same line wouldn't be the worst thing that ever happened. Oh boy, we might. Oh.
I think that was a great decision there.
That's a
great decision.
That's dog handling right there. Justin Herger just done a real good move. Pick that bird up real quick. I didn't watch that bird all the way down. We didn't get a bad bounce on a bird, did we?
He was very patient there.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Just to the right. Okay. Still a dang good run. Nice handling by Justin Herbert there.
Made a great decision right there to handle and not let him not let him get too deep and get out of control back there. And I think old Jet probably geared up. He'd have gone another 300 or 400 yards.
Yeah.
If
oh yeah,
was allowed to.
Yeah, boy. Like I said, he's probably not going to wander around out here and just come running back up here. Hello. Which number is it?
43.
Oh, it's a rerun. This is Carter's rerun.
Okay, this is the other rerun.
For the dog
okay.
that picked up the bird over at.
So this would be.
What number is Carter's rerun?
I've got it written down.
Was it his second dog?
This is dog number 65.
Dog 65.
SRSC, HRCH, Mossy Ponds, Flawless Upgrade, MH, call name Fly.
Fly, that's it. So Fly has been scored on the blind and has been scored on the right-hand mark at this point. So at this point, they would just be scoring the middle bird and the left bird.
So he has already, you said he's already been scored on the blind and the right-hand bird.
That's correct.
Okay. Be nice if they just let him run a double.
I bet he'd like it, but there's a whole bunch behind us that would not. All right. She's come back in around that corner.
Yeah, this can be the problem with the rerun every now and then.
Yeah.
Too, you know, dog's already been there. They think they're getting in trouble for going back to the.
Yeah, she's hunting just. Gotta be careful here because she's gonna be at risk of picking up the poison bird. Yep, right there. Because she's gonna start going to hunt mode on you. It gets harder and harder to get that cast. Yep. Carter, you better stay hunter. Because even the good ones, JD, have so far to go, and they're gonna be like, yeah. Every time he comes in right there, he's still facing that poison bird. Justin Hergert, 61, good score with Jet. The problem there too is just burning a whole lot of memory up.
Yeah.
Say no birds are just part of every game that we play.
Yep.
Shoot, I've been to National Opens and they have several of them at the National Opens. I mean,
oh yeah.
At a Grand, I've had no birds. I've never been to the National, but I've had no birds at the Grand, no birds at field trials, no birds at everything I've ever run. So it's just part of the game. I mean, and some dogs really succumb to that type pressure, and I think sometimes it's worse on the handler than it is the dog.
Yep.
We just warming up, Leo. So.
Looks like he's gonna go left. Pretty good spot there.
Well, that thing looks like she's breaking right to the right area, sure. Well, she indicated several times she knew where that bird was.
And she did.
Yeah, man, he done an amazing job getting her off that thing. A couple times he was way too close for comfort.
She definitely made him work for it.
Yeah, they'll say that with his first scores. Now that's where to the point he scored that mark, and that would have been a very good mark.
And he was just under judgment starting on that bird too.
That's right.
Yep.
His first judgment.
He gets this bird here. It could be. I think we've said that 5 or 6 times now. But
Put a capital on that I and that F.
it looked like the dog clicked over to the bird there.
With everybody else, we're gonna bunch up. It looks like pretty tight right there. And that 60 point range, 60, 70 point range, pretty tight bunch. And at this point, we've not had a dog get her clean.
That's right. Coming up with dog number 43, SRSC, Louisiana's Rock of Ages, QA2. Call name Gus.
Go back to blind. Like, I was gonna tell him she don't go back to Old Fall, but she done went to the right bird. Old Fall and was going back there.
Here we go, dog on line.
Gus, a little gray around his muzzle.
Might not be a bad thing to do.
No. Experience wouldn't hurt you here, I don't think.
I couldn't agree more. Gus clicked over and saw that. It looked like pretty good. That was a pretty bird there too.
Looks like he saw his birds pretty good.
Yep.
trails cut in the ground.
I know, I was just looking at that.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. Yeah, it's the Grand or the National and Trails Club. Most times you'll have 2, 3, maybe 4 going to the different birds. Here, it looks like you tried to land a plane with the running gear. You just scooted it down all the way across here. The path is as wide as I see.
Pretty cast there.
About good a blind we've seen in a while.
Yeah, that was smooth.
Yeah, some of those scores, I think, that I'm thinking were a little lower. I'm not paying as close attention to them. 2 points adds up pretty quick.
Yeah.
You throw a couple cast refusers in there, you can take your 4. All right, that was a nice blind right there. That's a good job. Old Gus has been at this for a while. He's in.
Yeah. Missed it on the outside a little bit. He's thinking about it. See if old Gus can recover here.
Oh, that wouldn't be the worst that ever happened if you'll commit to it. He actually got a wind on that, but something we haven't had very little to none of today was wind on that bird, so. The first bird out the dog that Gus just picked up, that's 155 yards. The long bird on the left over by the hay bale there is 170 yards. And the right-hand bird is 120. The blind is 205. People are wondering. I try to keep that updated.
See if he can talk Gus into this right-hand bird now.
Give him a little extra right here. Got wind to hold up. Yeah,
use that barn a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, just bounce off the edge of that barn and kind of want. That's a good spot right there.
Yeah.
So it's like shaving that right hand hay bale ain't the worst spot to be.
He ought to get this pretty good here.
Be in the money on this deal.
Yep. Boom. Broke into the gun. Gotta work it out pretty quick, I would think.
Yeah. Just eat the bird, but hunting good. He's not.
Yep. Gus has got a good pace for this too. You know, he's under pretty good, thinking as he's in there making his hunts and good hunt pattern.
You can see them older dogs. They just touching. You don't see a whole lot of 3-year-old field champions. Them dogs ain't doing a whole lot of thinking. They like to run. Some of them do good, but most of the time,
I agree.
It takes a dog with a little age on them to work out a bird like that right there, especially after being sent for it and missing it. But what a great recovery. I'll probably ding him a little bit. But a little bit of wondering on that little bird, but if he could drive in there and get this real good, he'd be in a dang good spot. Gonna be left.
What he can do, he's... Nope, change the lead.
He's gonna stay left on him, I'm afraid. Old dog like that, I think you got to give him more time to work it out.
Mm-hmm. He gonna come in, maybe.
Come back in there.
What you gonna do, Gus?
Looks like he's gonna get it just fine.
Looks like he's gonna get it here.
That's the
Look at that,
that's the
first one to pick it up without handling.
First clean. Says the marks we've had today, Leo and Gus. He's got to be tickled with that. Dang nice blind to go with it. That ought to. Got our first clean dog of the day.
What number is that?
Cool.
Here. Hey.
Back the blind, please.
I'd take it.
All day long, Leo. Nice job, buddy.
Good job.
Leo just said he'd just soon be lucky than good. And at this point on this test, I'm with him 100%.
So we've got Luke Core and Waylon coming up. He was just telling me he's a
Alright, guns up.
he was telling me he was not a fill-in, but I think add-on maybe, or
Alright, here we go, dog the line.
So Luke and which dogs Luke got here?
he just told me this was Waylon. I asked him who it was, and he said Waylon.
Okay. I'm not seeing it in the pro right here. Yeah, right here, Waylon.
And
SRS Amateur Champion, QA2.
Mr. Ernest.
Oh, Waylon done got up in a chair on him. He'd been practicing out that stand.
little theatrics.
Probably see him put a little twist on it. Have the dog sit in the chair and you sit on the ground. Don't give them no ideas at this point. They just use it against us, JD.
Waylon's first bird is out.
He locked in on it good.
Bird 2. Looks like he saw that one for sure. Pulled with him real good. Over there gazing. Saw that he saw that one as well.
Yeah.
Charging cord for a cell phone.
Oh, yeah, right here. Ding, no, it's in my room.
Took his time there, got him positioned, trying to get a good initial line, and it appears he got it pretty pretty deadgum good there. Kick him out just a little bit.
Kick right. Waylon, won't you do that? There you go. Just left of that.
Great job there.
Nice.
That was stayed calm once again where.
A little check whistle.
Yeah, and stayed calm where he could have panicked and.
And then about 3 casts back in behind that wood line.
It's impressive these guys how calm and collective they are in hairy situations.
But you can see when the camera comes in on their face how intense they are. I mean, they are.
Luke's doing a little wind check here. It's died down a little bit. What's crazy, I just watched this grass blow right to left from when he tossed it, and I'm looking at them ribbons over there, and they're blowing left to right.
Still getting a little swirl. Well, except for the short birds, ended up back of the tree line, up in the gap. It's not a good spot to be if he. But we haven't anybody's let them just figure it out up in there. Jimmy Rogers, nice to meet you, sir. So Luke is handling back into that short bird. Well, then give a little look, and then got
great,
deep on
thank
him.
you.
So see if Luke can come back in. How he's going to send for this? I have Devin Corbella joining me here in the broadcast booth.
Yeah.
Here with the West Feliciana Parish.
Yeah, West Feliciana Parish Tourist Commission. Visit St. Francisville.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Got a beautiful area.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're proud of it.
Oh, yes, sir. You ought to be. We were down here 2 or 3 years ago for the International Grand.
Oh, yeah.
It's the only other time I've been in this area.
Oh, well, welcome back.
Yeah, I love it. The food, the atmosphere,
Yeah.
everything's really nice around
That's
here.
great.
You've got a great place.
Y'all lucked out on some great weather this weekend.
I mean, how much better could it get than this? I mean,
No,
this is,
not at all.
This is if we're gonna order weather.
Right.
This would be the
Yeah.
order we'd put in.
I did it just for y'all. I had to pull some strings.
We appreciate you all rolling out the red carpet. Yes, sir. So have you had a chance to watch some of these dogs?
In person, no. This is my first time.
Yeah. So the key to this game here is we're looking for dogs to mark their birds. They see them.
Okay.
Remember where they seen them fall, and
Yeah.
then go back out and retrieve them. Here we're throwing 3 birds down. They called no off, and then run a blind back to that orange ribbon back there in the woods.
Okay. I see.
Or against the woods, yep.
Yeah.
And then come back in and pick up your 3 marks, and they're scored on how well they do that.
Wow.
Without the handler being involved on the marks. We've run 28 or 9, maybe 30 dogs, and we've had 1 dog do it without a hand having to be helped.
Wow.
So it's a good test.
Yeah.
This is what we want to see.
And this is the first test of the weekend.
This
correct?
is the first. There'll
Yeah.
be 3 more,
Yeah.
and the numbers will keep coming down. We'll have go to a field trial. This is a hunt test style series. Tomorrow we'll go to a field trial series. The guys will be out in white coats. You'll see where these guys are all hidden. They'll be standing out in white.
Yeah.
And they'll probably be bigger and longer marks. And then they will go into the semifinals, so they'll make a cut down to the top 12 amateurs and the top 12 open dogs.
Yeah.
And then the last day on Sunday, they will do a cut down to a 6 and 6, 6 of each. and then that will determine the winner.
Okay. Great.
So we're going for the lowest score wins.
Yeah.
It's
kind of like golf.
That's exactly what I was going to say. This is about like playing golf. So every time he blows that whistle, he incurs 2 points.
Okay.
So that stop whistle, that's 2 points. That's a come-in whistle, so that didn't count. So he had 6 points right there. For whatever the whistle numbers was.
Yeah.
He incurs 2 points every time the whistle blows.
I gotcha. And it's only labs, correct, that are competing, or
so
no?
These are all pros competing.
Pros.
Oh no, so it could be
The
any
breed of dog,
retriever.
yeah. Okay.
But at this game, there's not a lot of other breeds.
I see.
I mean, they're welcome too, but this is pretty competitive, and the field trial labs kind of dominated it. I mean, there's been some other breeds do good with it, but the golden retrievers can run, the Chesapeake Bay retrievers can run, the Boykin Spaniels.
Yeah.
All of those are welcome to run, but oh, there we go. Leo, Joseph, and Gus with a great score of 49. They had an excellent run, so that puts them right up there in the top. There puts them, I think, tied for second, maybe. I don't have all the scores in front of me, but I think that will tie them for second.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And how many have competed so far?
We're around the 30 dog mark
30.
right now.
Yeah.
Yep. And each handler can handle up to 8 dogs. That's the limit each one can have. So Scott here, Greer, he's from West Tennessee. He's fixing to come to line next. This is his maybe 6th dog to run.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the judges over here?
2 of the guys are judging. One is Mr. Al Arthur, the guy in the blue shirt. He's from Georgia. He's a field trial pro.
Gotcha.
And the guy in the checkered shirt is Glenn Scarborough from Texarkana, and he is a hunt test guy.
Okay.
And the guy on the end is Matt Emerson. He runs it. He's the marshal. He's calling for birds and making sure everything goes like it. The mechanics all work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yep. See who's coming up. JD stepped off here. I'll check and see who Scott's got.
Are we recording right now? Or?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is Toby, 3-time grand champion, Master Hunter, Master National Hall of Fame. Randy Cochran's dog, Scott Greer handling. So Scott should be getting a pretty good feel for this test at this point. Like I say, he's about 6 dogs in, so he knows a lot of the pitfalls of it so far. Good throw on the long bird. Toby made a good swing into this right-hand bird. So it seems like he got his birds marked well. So now that all the birds are down, he's going to run the blind.
Okay.
If he picks up one of the marks out there, he's out.
I see.
They call that a poison bird.
Yeah.
So he's got
the marks are the ones that are already
we just threw
on the ground. Okay.
Yep. So they're judged here by staying on line to the blind, and every time he blows a whistle, it's a 2-point fault. A cast refusal going somewhere you shouldn't, like if this dog, he's going to cast left, if that dog would have turned and went right, that would be a 5-point fault for not going the right direction.
Wow.
A fantastic blind so far. Scott, don't let him get in behind the cover there. Got it. That's a nice blind. So what all do y'all have going on here as far as things for people to do and things to see?
Yeah. So St. Francisville is a vibrant little town, pretty active. Like you said, the food is really great. It's Louisiana, South Louisiana. We're pretty proud of our food. Everything from fine dining to grab and go boiled crawfish. Other than that, our terrain and our topography, as you can see, is pretty unique. We have hills around here in the northern part of the parish, some really great hiking in the Tunica Hills. Yep. Some of those trails actually have some waterfalls.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for this area, it's not very normal.
Not
because
normal.
you don't have to go far from here to be very flat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm from Central Kentucky.
Oh,
and
yeah.
There's parts of this area I've been in that look a lot like home.
Yeah.
It's kind of rolling hills.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I'm partial to. I like the hills.
We like it too, especially I'm from further south Louisiana, and it floods a little easy there.
Oh, sure,
so,
sure.
Feel a little safer up here. But we also have a really great downtown, some really great restaurants, new restaurants, locally owned boutiques, everything from kids to women's wear to men's wear to antiques. So a little bit something for everybody around here.
Yeah. Scott having to handle, he's bringing back in. He's going to drive back to the blind. Going back to the blind would be an old fall, which would be a penalty also. So
okay.
Toby showed kind of no sign there of checking down. He would have probably drove right back in there and would have occurred old fall points.
And what's a typical age for these dogs competing?
Most of these dogs are a little older.
Okay.
These are well finished, well trained to do stuff like this. I don't know what the average age is, but I tell my client I run this and minimum probably a 4-year-old, and then you're really competitive at probably a 6 or 7-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a greyhound. He's retired from racing
wow.
on the track.
Yeah. Well, you're in
8.
amongst a bunch of dog lovers here.
Yeah.
I promise you.
Well, and, the town is named after St. Francis of Assisi, and he's a patron saint of animals and merchants. So we love animals here in St. Francisville too.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll see the statues around here, and it's him with like a bird and a deer and some other.
Yeah. Very cool. Kind of got a trail off to that left side there that's kind of pulling them back there.
Mm-hmm.
Now we see if he can kind of figure it out without getting back over too close to the blind stake. About got a handle right there, yeah. So anything else we need to check out in this area while we're down?
Yeah, so if you're a history lover like me, we have some really great history tours. We have the Myrtles, which is said to be one of the most haunted homes in North America.
Oh, wow.
It
sounds like a lot of fun.
It is, yeah. You can take a ghost tour. You can also stay on property if you're brave enough.
Wow.
They also have a really great restaurant on site. It's right across, not too far from where we are today.
Oh, okay.
They also love dogs. The owners have their dog that runs around. History tours are really big around here. John James Audubon, he's a famous painter, Birds of America.
Yep.
He spent 2 years here in St. Francisville and painted a lot of his birds in that series here. And so you can go visit the Audubon State Historic Site and see where he lived for 2 years.
Where we're staying, I drove by that this morning.
Yeah.
I was like, Audubon. I was surprised. I'm like, I wonder what that is. So I'm glad you explained that. Yeah.
So lots of history around here. So we're hosting an opening reception at 5:30 at the Mallory. I'm right in the middle of downtown St. Francisville, so it's a really great opportunity to start there, and then after the reception, go and grab a bite to eat at one of our restaurants in the area.
Awesome. Very good. Good. Well, we certainly appreciate you having us.
Well, we appreciate y'all here.
Taking good care of us, man. This is a great area. I mean,
I'm excited for the weekend. We're going to come out and see some of the dock diving and some of the other stuff too. And if y'all need any more information, visit stfrancisvillela.com as our website. And it has our contact information there to give us a call if you have any questions or anything.
Good deal. Good deal. Anybody's looking for a place to just get away and spend some time in a quaint little town, St. Francisville would be a great place to come.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a short drive to far away is what we say around here.
Yeah.
Not too far from Baton Rouge or New Orleans.
What are we, about 30 minutes north of Baton Rouge?
Yep, exactly. about an hour and a half north of New Orleans. So we actually have a lot of New Orleans locals that will come spend the weekend here to get out of the city.
Just to get away.
Yeah.
Yep. And I can see that for sure. I actually have a buddy in Baton Rouge. They come up here. I told him about eating up here at the Francis.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh yeah, we make that track.
Yeah.
A couple times a year just to kind of get away up there."
Yeah.
Yep.
I like the duck confit egg rolls at the Francis.
Oh yeah.
It's a good appetizer.
That is, yeah. When we was down here for the Grand, we were in there 2 or 3 times, and it was. I tried a little bit of everything, and it was all fantastic. They've done a really good job.
Of course, it's crawfish season here in Louisiana too, so the Francis is a great spot. Also, if you wanted to go, the Field House, not far from here, is a good drive-through.
Oh, okay.
Crawfish place, yeah.
Yeah, drive-through crawfish.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is fantastic. Scott Greer and Toby come up with 101. Carter making me a little nervous here on this blind.
See ya.
I think catch who Carter is running. Let's see if I can. Picked up the first one of the day. Got the poison bird. That's going to take Carter out, man. He gave it every effort he could. He just couldn't get it done, man. He stayed after it hard. But
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Sometimes dogs have their day, and today is not this one. So I hate that for him. You hate that for any of them. Devin, thank you for coming by. We appreciate your time. Like I say, can't thank you enough for having us here, and we've really enjoyed it. And
we thank y'all, and we hope you enjoy your time here.
Oh, we will for sure. Thank you.
Great to see you.
Nice meeting you. Yes,
Likewise.
sir. You're welcome. Bye. Yeah.
Here we go, dog line.
I'll be around. I don't get far. The room's right there. Seats. So it starts at 5:30. Meet there.
Here, Lyle and Wager come to the line. Man, I hate that for Carter. That boy worked everything he could do to keep that from happening, and just couldn't get it done. And sometimes that has happened to me. It's happened to everybody that's run this game very much. That is definitely going to happen. Wager may have looked off right there. He pulled left. I think he might have got a look at that long bird. Not sure how good a look he got at that middle bird. He may have looked away. Mischief in Carter. That's who it was. I was talking there and missed that dog, and that was a DQ. So first one of the day, and I sure do hate it. That's what you don't want to see them go out on that, but that's part of the game. Wow, kind of taking his time here, but while you're kind of settle down, take a look at the field. You need to relax on this. Nice job on that short bird. Come from outside to in, straight to the bird. That'll be a good score on that bird. That was nice.
Hammers are going to help with the thing. I totally forgot that was tonight. I thought it was tomorrow. Oh yeah, it's all great. It's great.
Sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's great.
I'll send him for that middle bird. He's on a good line. He's a little further right to some. Oh, wait, you're breaking down. This is a good spot. Oh man, he was right there. And just dug. Had to handle.
I tried.
And he's gonna handle.
I tried.
He's gonna handle into the long bird.
Tell Lyle to make sure he makes us be there tonight.
Yeah, that's a very nice deal. The St. Francisville, West Felicia Parish doing a banquet for it, or a welcome banquet, and everybody can come by. So if you're here and participating, make sure and come tonight. Yeah, hard to get that same line again. That was, he was virtually going to have to take the same track. It's so tight out there. He's handling good. He should pick it up. He's going to have a two-handle to the areas here, so. Got the bird. There we go. Yeah. Get to them, I'm ready for it. Yo.
What time is it? Whew. You're gonna get this done there.
All right, field's ready. Mr. Bobby's coming out. His next dog. Mr. J.D. Bass was checking my dogs for me, and he took a little break, so he'll be back here in a bit, and I can't catch up. So they'll put up who's running. Mr. Bobby's had a couple of good runs today. This is Ace. Qualified all-age master hunter, Mr. Bobby Wills, West Tennessee guy. Looks like Ace got a pretty good look at him. Not sure how much he caught of the middle bird, but definitely seen the outside birds pretty good, it looked like. Wagering Steinman 102 points. Your Ace, a couple of whistles already on the blind. He's at the point of the poison birds. Made a good drive, ducked him behind the trees a little bit. Mr. Bobby gonna have to move over the scene. So those come-in whistles, like I said earlier, they count. Each one of those times he blows that, he's incurring two more points. What we got here? We're on Bobby Wills and Ace. And the best news I can give you all day is my partner, J.D. Babs, is back.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, this blind has gotten harder than it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, something has changed. I don't know.
Yeah.
On the blind, something definitely got a little harder.
We've had several try to suck back there, Mr. Bobby. I'm not sure where Ace is gone, but he has gone out of sight on us. So he has not reappeared. Those snow goose decoys have.
Yeah.
I'll have to. Ace has still not reappeared. Here he comes. He just popped out from behind the cover. He's just hunting right there deep in the woods. I'm sure they're dinging.
You know, throughout the day, I bet there's quite a bit of drag back built up right there, and they get there and think that their job is done.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and you can't blame. There you go. He got it.
He's come back. I don't want to say for sure, but I'm going to say that dog was probably never more than 60 yards from that blind to the right, or not even that far.
Oh, no doubt.
30 yards.
Yeah.
But he was just.
Yeah, I think 60 yards you'd see him in that slot back there.
It was just pretty much middle of them woods, broke down in there hunting around. What he found was the guy planting the blind.
Yep.
And those decoys, and it made it look like a dang good spot to throw a bird. JD, we missed you while you was gone, but did you have a good break?
Good break. Glad to be back, though. Glad to be back.
Glad you're back. what happened in this situation. The dog has spent a lot of time back there and burned up a lot of his memory. A lot of memory is relative to time to the dog.
Heel.
Was that one of the commissioners you had chatting with you?
Mm-hmm.
Good deal. Good people. They got some good people over here in West Feliciana Parish.
Yeah.
I live on the poor people's side. Our taxes are a little cheaper on the East Feliciana side.
Are you East Feliciana?
Yeah, roads are not quite as good either.
Right. You got a pretty place out there. I know. Super nice guy. He'd give us a lot of information about the area.
This is like the most sought out parish to live in Louisiana right now.
Really?
I mean, they've done so much work. It's so pretty.
It's so pretty. And a lot of stuff to do for a little area.
There really is.
There's
That
a lot
town
of
is
stuff
growing
to do.
like crazy. That 10, 15 people I grew up with, they're my age, have moved up to St. Francisville.
Heel. 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 Come on, here.
Bobby gonna pick him up. Dog getting hot.
Yeah, good decision there.
It's a good decision, man. This is one of those that he knew that he was in a position he couldn't really get out of, and there's no reason. I use the phrase all the time: live to play another day. Man.
Yep.
You gotta know when to quit, man.
Thank you.
Come back stronger next time.
This is Seaside's Bull Rider.
Bull.
Call name Tough.
Ooh, I like that. There are some very creative call names or names out there. The best one I ever had was a dog. It was out of Big Black Dude.
Mm-hmm.
And his name was, my dad's a big black dude, and his call name was Honky. People never forgot that dog.
Nope.
Yeah, he was a pretty sucker too. He was big. He's a litter mate to Stroker.
Yeah.
That Clark won a championship with. Yeah. The owner was a young man who.
That's Dude. Dude was one of the SRS. He was a greats, wasn't he?
Oh yeah.
How many crowns did he win here?
That was before I was keeping up with it, but I know he had his share. He was always competitive, and if he didn't win, he was right there at the end almost every time. One of our judges stepped away for just a minute.
Yep.
Back, I'd say
Back.
the field is
little
ready.
wardrobe change. Feet were getting a little hot. I had to put on the sneakers.
Yeah. Mr. Leo Joseph, one of his crew.
I'm assuming he's named after Tough Hedeman.
After Tough Hedeman, the Bull Rider. Seaside dogs, they have bred some nice dogs out of that kennel.
They have.
Mm-hmm. I have one Clooney female that I really like. That's who I run the Crown with, and then I have a couple. I think I got 3 Jack. Seaside's Pompano Jack puppies in there right now. They just suit the way I train. I
We've
like
got a pretty young open dog off of Jack, that whiskey dog. Pretty impressive little young dog. He's
Tyler Dukes' dogs.
Off of Jack. Yep.
Off of Jack. It was last year. Year before last, the Derby list, it was like 9 of them were jackpot.
Got a no bird here. Short was a little throw, a little short. Throw was a little short. I said the short was a little throw.
You could go either way at this point, JD.
Typically don't talk this much throughout the day, so
No.
I'm getting a little.
Not to people anyway.
Yeah.
Did bird and back about 10,000 times, or sit and get your mark, or no here. Is really our vocabulary for most of the time. When I use words like we throwed it over there, they laugh at me, but just don't converse with people like I once did. Mr. Bobby and Ace, DNF. Leo and Tough headed back up for a rerun after the short throw. Yeah, this day has just been, I know we keep bringing it up, but my goodness gracious. Because, I mean, we're at a pivotal point for y'all. It could have been 100, or it could be 30, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're like home
Yeah, that
at this
time of
point.
year.
Yeah, it could. Probably no chance of snowfall down here, but
I don't think so, but it has turned into the sun's beating on my back and I'm not even sweating.
no, I know. That's what I was gonna say. That sun's moved around off our right side.
Wind's blowing
directly behind the handlers now. I don't think it's high, so I don't think it's gonna have any play in handling.
Looks like Tough might have looked a little left there on the last bird pulling back through the test, and Leo's making his adjustments before running the blind here. Looking up to make sure he's got the dog spine in the right position. Now he's gonna get his head where he wants it and ship him.
You got a good scent.
Yep, got a real good send.
Dang good spot to be right here if you're going to give him a little bump left. There it is. Oh, dog. Oh, no.
Get it, Leo. Come on.
Oh, no. Tough. Victim number 2, man. That is tough.
That is tough.
Man, you really
That is
hate that.
tough.
And you know,
that's 2 in a row.
Honestly, is that 2 in a row?
2 in a row pickups.
Pickups, yeah. That's the second one to get a poison bird. Carter Turner had one earlier. Come through the woods and got the right-hand bird.
Here, coming.
What's it called? Mm-hmm. Here's Scott Greer, my buddy again, running another one of his crew.
This is SRSC 8-time Grand Hunting Retriever Champion. Black dog gets the lead out. Master hunter, master national hunter.
This is Zeppelin.
His got so much stuff on his thing, not enough room for the call name.
Oh, Zeppelin has been here and done that too. He's one of those, like several we've seen today, that is a veteran of the game. He's a threat every time.
Yep. So, MNH4, 8-time grand champion. That's pretty stinking hard.
Mr. Jiminy's wife. Kimbo and his wife come to the Grand, and that's, they really enjoy the dog, watching him run. They're at a lot of the events. They enjoy
And that's
it.
that's what's awesome too.
It is.
These people that get the joy out of this. It's pretty.
For
pretty
the love
cool.
of the game, man. Oh no, Scott. I know you didn't mean to. But, oh. Man. That was too close for comfort right there. Come on, Zeppelin, pick your bird.
There you go, Zeppelin. That's what I call right there the old pucker factor.
Whew. I think everybody here sucked in on that one. I was like, what the heck? I did not see that coming.
Good job handling by Scott right there.
Fantastic job.
He was patient when he needed to be and got him out of there. And
yeah,
you can tell Scott and Zeppelin are on the same wavelengths.
Yeah, no doubt. that was one step into the disaster right there. I thought we'd hit a wave where they'd get it clean. Now we've hit a wave where they're trying to pick up the poison birds. One of those deals we've gone from bad to worse at this point. Zeppelin in a good
Breathe,
spot.
old Zeppelin. There you go.
Got that bird real good. Yep, there he is.
See if Scott pokes him back in there for that middle bird. I think Zeppelin knows where it's at. If he'll go back in there for him. Looks like he gave a little left look there, see if he can pull him back in and talk him into it. There you go. A little adjustment there.
Put him back in there.
He is. Come on, Zeppelin. Get in there, baby.
Everybody stand just a little bit left.
Pushing out.
Right there, that decision of bending left is so hard. Man, get up, get it. Yeah. That indicates me right there that dog knew where that bird was.
That's what's so hard about the poison bird blinds, especially with two converging birds like that. You know,
then you got to
you're telling the dog, no, don't do it, and then you come back in. Hey, it's okay to go get it. That's why I think it's so important in training. You pick that poison bird up 99 out of 100 times.
Yep, you got to go back and get it. I think we hit a patch where a lot of people were not picking up the poison bird.
Yep.
They figured out pretty quick that was
not very smart training tactics.
Smart training tactics. I think that is in the field trial. Do you have to, if you throw a poison bird, they have to pick it up?
No.
Okay.
No, but you know, it's what I like seeing is, you know, this is pretty tight right here, but you see a lot of marks kind of out somewhere else, and you got to pull in. It's a real mark, you know, not just a run over the top of it. Yep. Which these are real marks right here. There's zero doubt about that. It's shown it all day, like you said earlier. I think you could have thrown this thing as a triple and gotten plenty of
a lot of answers. Yeah, you would have to know off this blind and still got some answers on it for sure. They're so well placed.
Mr. Bobby Wills coming back up with the dog is Lone Oaks Sir Maxwell QA2 MH, call name Max.
Max. Trained a few Maxes in my day. Not as popular as it once was.
Enemies every time. They do the same thing.
That look right there from up high, looking out over the field and seeing those lines is still amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, especially the quality of dog we've been running today to get so many different.
And there has not been a bird that hasn't given them fits either, you know.
Lost them on the blind and every mark so far, or handled or had given trouble on every bird out there.
But you know, as a competitor, this is the kind of test you want to run here. You know, you come up, post a good score, you can create a little bit of separation and have a little leeway going into the second series, and hopefully, you know, a decent cushion going to the semis.
Yeah, them 30, 40, 50, even 60 point scores right now.
Those people are feeling good.
Feeling real good about this.
They were probably not real happy early.
No,
you know, Luke Core ran first and got the 72, and he was probably a little irritated. Now he's going, okay.
There's several here would take that 72. Would trade him quickly.
I bet they'd cash that in and not even run.
Yeah, you're darn right. You're darn right.
And if I was doing it, if I was running, I'd be right there with them.
Yeah, this is one of those, the catastrophic breakdown of picking up that poison bird or handling on all three marks, or is where you can't get. You got to try to get what you can get and hold it all together. We are waiting for blind is planted. Blind planted back. Mr. Bobby Wills and Max.
Old Max is intense, isn't he?
He is. Pay close attention there. You know, only in the state of Louisiana, JD, would they put the popper.
Might add a little seasoning to the crawfish here this evening, huh?
Give a little seasoning to it. I know y'all was putting something, is that gunpowder? Is that what y'all
that's
using
right.
to
Yeah,
season it?
that's what that flavor was on our shrimp you ate last night.
Boy, it's dang good, I know that. Man. Like I said, only in Louisiana can you buy boiled crawfish at 9 o'clock, 9:30 on a, Wednesday night, or, at a gas station. It'd be as good as you've ever eaten.
That was silky smooth, baby, silky smooth. And that was an absolute beautiful sit that dog has.
Yes.
That's one of them ones you don't matter which way they turn tight.
They turn tight. Yeah, there ain't no loop in that. That's why I like them. Dig a little hole and sit down.
That's right.
Where I blow the whistle. Well, it makes your blind look so much better because you keep them.
As long as they change direction.
Here, you got two birds out there, a little loopy sit, and you're in danger.
Get ugly quick.
Yeah, real quick, as we've seen a couple of times already. Max come in and looked, just stared at that bird, so he thinks he's
decent spot there if he can. Might make one loop and then go up and get it. He's not in a bad spot there. Get out there, Maxie boy.
You don't need to get too much further down. He ought to catch a little wind off that thing because it's coming back right across the field. He's on the right side. Right there, he should get it.
He's coming back in on it. His throw was a little short too.
Yeah, just a hair bit
probably
short.
10 feet shorter than.
Which good for him because he was hunting that
That's
side.
right. That's exactly right.
If that dog would went on the left side, it'd have made that a handles most likely. Getting a little bit right. That wind laid just right then.
Yeah, but he's not taking any chances there.
That's
He knows that.
Let him drive up in that lane.
Yeah,
Make him.
and then just you take the penalty there and get to the area in a couple whistles rather than 10 or 12 whistles. And
game plan to stay in
yeah.
play. Yeah.
We need to get a handler poll and see what if I think. For the most part, I bet most people are in survival mode here.
Oh yeah.
We're good until a few more dogs. We're just missing 8 to 14. That's weird.
All right, Mr. Bobby. Better put a little
Here's the
left
tail.
in Maxwell. There it is. That's going to be a good store right there if you circle back in there and get it. No. Oh,
I think that was a great decision though, because that could be a handle in the area.
That could be.
You know, dog initiated a mark, went in. I think, I would hope. Hopefully for Max, it was a handle in the area.
Yeah. We was talking about those jack puppies earlier. I got one of my clients just tuned in. He texted me and said he was listening. Said one of those guys on the live feed sounds just like you, Jimmy. That's funny. Mr. Scott, that owns dog. He's a litter mate to Pup.
Okay.
That Dr. Phil runs.
Yeah.
Doing a nice job. Yeah, I'd say Bobby will take you out there.
That's what we were just talking about. I hope it is too. He initiated, he established a hunt, and I thought it was a great decision.
It makes me worried.
I understand. Bobby was just saying he was hoping it's the area, and I would agree with him on that. I hope it is too, but we're not holding the pencil.
No. Well, next, this is Carter Turner.
This is Execution delivered by Giddy Accelerated.
Call name's Edge, yeah. Dog number 24, Edge. We're getting down the list pretty good.
Edge is a big old dog. He's sitting about shoulder height to Carter right now.
He's up there where you can look out there and see them birds.
You ought to be able to see where his eyes are.
Yeah.
Edge left the line in blind mode there, you could tell. Good cast there.
Here!
Bobby Wilson max 66. That's still a good score. I'm going to say they give him, I'm going to say it'd be 42. There you go. Get him out of there, Carter. Nice run. Way to save it there.
So on that 66, you think they gave him the handling?
So it'd been 44 points for the two handles. I'm going to say that's where that come from because his blind was flawless. And
it
he
was
stepped
beautiful.
on this other
Yeah.
bird. So yeah, I'm going to say they did not.
They did not give him the area there.
No, I don't think he ever got far enough left hunting. I think he broke down hunting going right.
Yeah. So when his tail came up and he went right, if he'd have gone left, they'd probably give him the area.
Probably. That's just my
like
guess.
you said earlier, it used to be a game of yards, and it went to a game of feet. Now it's a game of inches.
It's a game of inches. That's exactly right. Yep. It sure looked like he knew where that was. I was going to say he's short hunting it. Carter may have talked him down a little bit much. He come in and swung and really locked on it. And I've done that too. Get nervous on the overrun and talk them to the point they...
Or you talk them into
talk
checking
them into
short. I mean,
short
you
hunt.
think about the drag back and all that there, depth perception and all that with the dogs, it's...
Yeah, but I'd 10 to 1 rather be on this side of that bird hunting and then on the back side of that bird hunting.
100%.
So I'm not saying it's a bad move. I'm just saying that's what it looked like. It looked like he got pretty far right, but come back over.
Yeah, he covered from it.
Yeah. They're going to probably give him a couple of wandering points there. That's nothing short. They'll ding him. He accord some points there, but I'm going to say it could be worse.
Absolutely. So I haven't seen many run off the right side here. I'm assuming he's going to go right side here to try to squeeze into the middle bird. I would think that would be his idea.
One thing I'll give Carter credit for, he will try anything. You know what I'm saying? If he's not getting results,
He put his hand in.
He's sending for the long bird.
Yeah, he's sending for the long bird.
That dog looked like he was looking a little bit left.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
That's that crucial point. You don't have much room to...
He's hunting in. He's going to get the bird here.
There we go.
Curious to see if he goes back to the right side now and tries to push.
Yeah, that worked for him good there.
On that side.
Got a pretty strong left to right wind. You can feel that little bit of north in that. It's got just a touch of cool air in it. You can see the dog starting to get hot. Look at him panting. It's that time of day.
Good job letting him settle.
Yeah.
Good move there.
What a great spot.
It's a good workout. He's gonna get it. Come on, Edge.
Oh, he's all over it, and that wind should get him, help him right there.
Yep.
Got it. Good deal. That's going to be a nice score right there, I believe. Yeah. That's is that our third clean?
I think that's the second I got on paper.
Second. We have one way he was going. I can't remember.
I think so.
Yeah. We done been watching them so long now. I'm starting to.
I know Leo got it with one.
Yep. NASCAR. He might have. Oh yeah.
That spin gets me dizzy.
Luke up next. Who's
Yep, Luke Core has HRCH, 2-time GMPR Lone Trees Boone Master Hunter. Call name Boone and handled by Luke Core.
I'm gonna stand up for a minute. Water. So you're gonna need another little bump right there. You better get this one. Yeah, good stop, I think.
Good, great stop.
Some of those stops starts gaining you control before you get there too. Some of them old dogs can run right through it, but
good verbal there.
Edge
Get the
Carter
punch to the
Carter,
slot,
107.
and that was a.
The last team got a 107. Must have been something we missed on that. Oh, the blind. Yep, we hacked up into that blind, that's right. Hit the marks good, clean, but then had a rough run on the blind. Man, that's right. We've been watching the marks so tight.
I know.
It's just hard.
That was a great verbal cast he gave in that slot to kind of change that dog's mindset there. And you can tell that drag back starting to build up through that heavy cover.
Yeah.
Just off the short hay bale, you can just tell that drag back. Those dogs are going in there cracking their tails so hard.
And it's causing them to break down, and then the hunt starts. Yeah.
And then there's more dogs in there, and it's
because we've touched just about every blade of grass out there to this point. Luke seems going to wait him out. He's still hunting.
He ought to work his way
short
back
of the gun.
there.
I'm sure they're going to
Find the gun there, work over to the bird. Shouldn't be.
Here he comes.
you can tell with where the sun's at right now. It's definitely affecting the dogs a little bit.
Yeah. Luke really taking his time on this send. If we could get that. Yeah. We'll move it back here, about the front edge of the table. Move it back to about the front edge of the table. Yeah.
I think that'd be a good idea. See if you can talk Boone into this middle.
Well, that's a good move.
Good push off the hay bale there. Boone, get in there.
Push off. Two.
So,
great handle.
Yeah, agree. Call where that middle bird is, the hole of death, the black hole.
Yeah. So we're gonna move this tent real quick.
They put that in a concrete cinder block. Got your workout in for the day?
Yeah. Gotta get over this stuff. Let's scoot it on the wires. Ready?
Yep.
Okay, that's exactly what I was going.
Sorry.
Yep. Yeah. Come on back. Right there.
Next dog is 5-time Grand Hunter Retriever champion, Young's Stairway to 7, qualified all-age master hunter. I believe his call name is Ben.
Ben, 5-time grand champion, like you said. Well, this is our golden retriever. In the words of Dr. High, he's a golden guy. He calls them exotics. I like a good golden retriever. Should have been. Maybe that's what we need. Switch it up a little bit. Change breeds. Oh. Ben got to see 2 of them, and bird 3, something happened, so I'll give him another another shot at it. The timing at a certain point just becomes too much, and you have to call a no bird there.
Yep, no, that's right. That little delay, you don't know.
You know, JD,
you got something?
We both train dogs for a living, but the shade don't scare me.
Not me either, buddy.
No, we just moved our tent here, so we're sitting in the shade again. It feels dang good too.
It does.
I'll stand up there and run dogs in that sun all day, but if I'm like to sit there, I need to cover.
We wanted that long throw on the quarter.
I don't.
Yeah, right. Sorry. All right, here we go.
All right. Ben and Leo coming back up for their rerun after their no bird. What time is it? It's 20 to 3 Central Time. I know they have a cutoff this evening so that everybody can go to the meet and greet.
Yep.
I'm not exactly sure what time that is, but any of you all back there in the gallery listening to us, make sure and attend that. These folks here in the West Feliciana Parish are nice enough to put it on, so make sure and support them. You know, if that dog's a 5-time grand champion, he's done some pretty solid work.
You ain't lying.
If they threw this at the grand, oof.
What do they call it? There'd be a lot on sticks.
Oh, there'd be a lot of sticks. That's when you're looking at them scores and all of a sudden there's a big row of zeros and ones for a mile across there. You'll know who had to run that site.
Yep. Now, is this our only golden entered?
I don't know that for sure, but I would just about assume so.
We had a Rob Earhart won the Open last weekend with a Chesapeake Bay Retriever.
Wow.
And he won it.
Yeah.
It was pretty impressive.
Yeah. It's at Central Kentucky Hunt Test Club. They done an owner handler queue, and Chessie got a second. The QA8 of Chessie.
That was very sporty right there.
Yeah. Yeah. You ever trained with Richard Chavez?
Yeah. So he comes up to. He used to.
Yeah.
I don't think he might be in the amateur group there now, but
I haven't seen him in a while. He used to come and train with us there. Doc, he had some dang nice Goldens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Competitive in the amateur? Nope. Or not, excuse me. Chessies. I made a master hunter out of a Chessie. The Chesapeake Bay Retriever and the Boykin Spaniel are similar to me in mentality.
Yep.
And I've had good ones of both. I got a Boykin running the grand.
Do you really?
Oh yeah, I've run her a couple times. I had one real good run with her and lost her on a water blind, but she can do the work. She's a nice little dog.
Breathe, Ben.
Come on, Ben. Hook right.
Men's tail. I'm not sure if Leo picked up, but I felt he sent a little harder than most did, and I think that's what I'm getting at. I think that's pretty smart job there.
Yeah, not just keep talking them down, getting the same results. So. Wind's kind of late. That limb right there kicks him. A little bit left. Ben,
Look at Ben.
Look at this.
Look at Ben.
Come on, baby. Come on, Ben. There it is. Got it. Heck yeah. Ooh, we might be onto something here.
That's right.
We've been in this position before.
That's right.
But
not many times, though.
Not many times. We really
not many. That's about the 5th dog I've seen go in and get that middle bird.
Really get it.
Yeah, really get it.
Not waller down.
And I feel market. You know, that dog made all the right moves where dogs would break right.
Yep.
He changed his lead just a little left, but not overcorrected to the left like they've done. And
yeah.
Looks like he's got a fairly good look here at the bird.
Yeah, he's staring right out there, man. Looks like
ears are up. He's confident in what he's doing.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Stay in there, Ben.
Spot. Oh, that's a real good spot, Ben.
All right, Ben, think bird short.
Got just a little deeper before he broke.
Tail's up.
Yep. He's fixing to come back in and find that bird.
Come on.
Come on, baby.
I think everybody watching this thing right now is pulling.
Oh, come on, Ben. That's all right.
That's a hey.
Yeah.
You know what? That was super intelligent by Leo right there.
There you go. Oh, shoot. You got to be standing on that bird.
Yeah, just in right there.
Yeah.
Great job.
Very good. You know, hey, that's one of those runs I would take it.
All day.
Yeah.
After what we've seen today. I mean, beautiful blind. Came in, got that the right-hand bird great, and I mean, knew right where that middle bird was and went in there and just, I would consider that he pinned it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
As Adam Campbell says, he John C. Calhouned it.
That's right.
I'm still trying to figure out who John C. Calhoun was. He a wrestler?
Yeah,
okay.
Old wrestler.
Old WWF days?
Yeah.
Was it WWF or WCW?
It was. I can't remember for sure, but I remember John C. Calhoun. Scott Greer says the same thing. He's about to put the John C. Calhoun on that one. Straighten up. All right, yes. So we're gonna break for commercial. They're gonna rebird, and we'll be right back for the Super Retriever Series, sponsored by Eukanuba here in St. Francisville, Louisiana.
The Super Retriever Series Classic is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. St. Francisville for the inspired traveler. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast! With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on two legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.
Do you know where you're going? Maybe you don't. And that's okay. There's something magical about the unexpected. It's that feeling you get when you see something you didn't know was there, that you didn't know was possible. It's finding something you didn't know you were looking for. Taking wrong turns at just the right time. And seeing new things with old friends. Unexpected places can seem small, but the deeper you go, the more you find. In a place like that, the possibilities are endless. You can break outside of the boundaries, wake up with the wild, and sleep under the stars. You can take your time, try new things, and toast to what's next. You can see, hear, feel, smell, and taste your way through one adventure after another. You can get lost in a place like that. So maybe you don't know where you're going, but that's okay. Because sometimes the best places are the ones you don't expect to find. St. Francisville. Explore the unexpected.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contest. Train it, fuel it. Not the Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Super Retriever Series Classic here in St. Francisville, Louisiana, the West Feliciana Parish. Brought to you by Eukanuba. Me and my buddy JD Babb here doing a little commentary, talking about these dogs, watching a extremely challenging test. It has held up all day. Every dog, I think, has we've had, what, 2 or 3 get it without a handle?
2 without a handle.
2 without a handle, and we've lost a couple on the poison bird. We've had some pickups on handles, so it has been it's been an interesting start to the Classic. We just finished our rebird, getting ready to start back here, and here comes Lyle Steinman.
This is SRSC Castle Creek's Dr. Mallard, MH-MNH4, call name Ducky.
Ducky's been around the SRS for a while. So those of you just joined us, we're doing an HRC triple, style triple. One of our judges is Mr. Glenn Scarborough, Vice President of the Hunting Retriever Club, and his co-judge is Mr. Al Arthur. from Georgia, renowned field trialer, and they have set up a very challenging set of marks and blinds. So Lyle's blow your duck call to start the test. 3 birds out, middle bird.
Middle bird is 155 yards.
155 yards. Then your left bird at
170.
170. Then you come back around to the right-hand bird at
120.
And then turn, no off of those.
And run a 205-yard blind.
205 yards. So it's kind of a double poison bird. We've had both birds picked up for DQ. So once you get down there, the slot gets pretty tight. You can't risk a cast refusal or a big loop right here. Ducky kind of shot off a little bit left, maybe a little confusion there. He's back on track now. Oh, Ben and Leo Joseph with a 58. The Golden Retriever come home with a good score. So puts him right in the hunt. So excellent. We haven't had our leaderboard up in a while. I'm sure they'll get that up here in a little bit, but I think we got a 39 leading, and then I think the next closest to him, if not mistaken, if memory serves me, is at a 49.
Handlers might start getting a little backlit. I'm looking here at Lyle here. You know, the sun's on his back pretty hard. If you just kind of seeing him turn, you can see his shadows casting out in front of him.
Yeah.
And once again, like we talked about earlier, that's luck of the draw on when you run and all that. And
at every big event that comes into play.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, when it starts and runs all day long for multiple days, you're going to face a lot of different challenges.
Yep. And they're in black, so that helps. You know, I really think the darker colors help when you're backlit. That way you're not contrasting from white to.
How often in a field trial do you ever put your black coat on?
In Montana, quite a bit, because the sky is so. It's big sky country for a reason. So you know that the sky it's like it is today here, just blue skies. And when those dogs get down in those bottoms, looking up at you, they can't differentiate.
Ducky missed the right-hand bird he sent for,
but he's going to go and get the middle bird. Very little honey.
So, which has been an extremely hard bird to get. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you were going to make a mistake, that would be the mistake to
make.
Be
a good mistake.
It'd be a good mistake to make. So.
To make and go over there and get that bird for sure.
Yeah. So now you got to try the long bird before you again. But now you've sent the dog long twice or 3 times. Try to dock him into that short.
All sent with a little more inflection there.
Ducky on a dang good line.
Ducky is on a really good line.
A lot of dogs right there have broken left real hard. He's holding tight. He's going to scrub that hay bale. That's
she can hold in there.
Or she. Yeah, whistle. So the blind is an old fall. So if he makes it back there.
The handlers aren't letting him get in there. I mean, that's just such a well-placed bird, too.
Yeah.
You know, you've got 40, probably at least 40 yards of separation from where the bird's landed to where the blind's planted. I bet it's more like 50 yards of separation. But hey, when they're hitting overdrive, baby, they can come up 50 yards. They can cover that ground pretty quick.
And that's a 20-point ding that you're already handling the area. If you get an old fall, as soon as you blow the whistle, that's 42 points.
Yep.
And right now, that would put you in second place if you just had that.
Yeah.
So you really don't need to
see if Lyle can toss Ducky into this short bird here. You know, but you like we were talking about earlier, there's so much drag back short.
Yeah.
You don't want to easy him up too much, and then the dog check short and have a big gorilla hunt here, which it could happen.
No. It's not showing up as good now on camera as it was, but you can see all those lines out there in the grass, and I mean,
there they are.
Yeah, you can see it pretty good right there. And there's just,
you know, he pulled quite a bit harder there than he did the first time, but I think,
and if she'll break right there,
just missed it just a minute. Well, she's gonna come back and get it here.
Broke down and come back, very nice.
Yep.
Smart move, smart dog. Good. Overall,
Good.
probably not what he wanted on that first send, but at this point, he'd probably take it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. To walk away with this on handling on only one bird, you've had a pretty successful
Yeah.
run. Yeah.
So we have got Luke Core and dog number 19, the Say Hey Kid, QA2, call name of Maze.
Lyle and Ducky walking close to us as he went by here. Ducky panting pretty hard. Nothing crazy, but
Nah, nothing crazy. He'll get up to that.
they're starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, he'll get to that trailer though and get her cooled down good. Probably give her some electrolytes and she'll be ready to rock and roll in about 30 minutes. I'll be up.
Oh yeah.
Here comes Luke coming to the line here.
Which dog? What's the call name on this?
Maze.
Maze.
Pretty cool register name. The Say Hey Kid.
Maze.
Assuming that's Willie Mays.
I'm sure that's, again, a very creative name.
He's off of, she is off of Fox and Tracy Wright's dog. It's a super stacked pedigree here, national field champion, amateur field champion, bred to a field champion, amateur field champion. 5-year-old dog here. It's got to be a pretty good age for this.
Yeah.
For this game,
Yeah.
you know, I would think that's.
Carter won the crown last year. I think the dog was 3, kind of a young 3-year-old.
That's young.
And that's impressive.
That is very extremely impressive.
Yeah. And I don't know how much you watched of that, but there was some pretty challenging tests in that also.
You know, I listened to it because I
train and just listen to
it. It falls every year on my way home from my summer trip.
Oh,
so I've got 3 days and I listen to it.
Oh yeah,
time.
yeah.
Put the iPad on and just put it on Bluetooth and
take off. Yeah,
and listen to it. It's pretty good. You know, Pat's done a great job commentating that deal.
Yeah, those are some huge shoes to fill.
Yeah,
the knowledge in that man about.
Yeah, Pat, if you're listening,
he wanted.
I'll never be as good as you.
You know, unbelievable. I tell people all the time. I said, man, if you want a free seminar, just listen to the podcast.
That's right.
To the SRS.
Pat's got so much dog now. It's so cool listening to those old stories.
Oh
and,
man.
It's a pretty big cast here. Let's see if he got it with Maze. That was good. She was.
Ducky and Steinman at a 74 with that quick handle back there going to the blind.
Yeah, and his blind was.
All right, Luke, you better stay on Maze here. Oof. Don't look over there. Oh, Luke.
He can save it here. Oh, come on.
Oh, bro. She has moved herself into the danger zone. Yep, that's. Look, oh man. Yeah. Man, he, again, about like Carter did earlier, he was giving it all he had.
Yeah, he was.
And we had no problem, or I say no problem, I mean, it was giving them problems, but we never even got close earlier, you know, and then now it's become...
We might have a little bit of a break in action on my sheet here. It looks like Lyle is coming right back. So we could have a couple minute delay while he airs his dog. Swenson's Bayou Tesh Outlaw, QA2, call name Clyde.
I'm running a golden retriever named Clyde. He was a special one. Sorry, Luke. You give it all you could, bud. I liked old Clyde. He was wild. He was.
Lyle got him aired good. I'm sure Miss Stephanie was helping.
Yep, getting ready to go.
That's sometimes what happens behind the scenes. Those are the true heroes, you know. They keep everything ticking.
When we're just running, I think she didn't notice it because there's a bunch of hands in there.
Very, very fortunate that she gets to come on the road with him.
Yeah.
Here we go, guns up, dogs to the line.
Field's ready, and here comes Lyle and Clyde.
Lyle, you just dropped something.
Hey, Lyle.
Lyle.
drop something right behind you.
Yeah, something come out of his pocket when he pulled his belt all out there, and we didn't want him to leave it up here.
And I think you would agree with me, all of our wives that allow us to do this for a living, they're the real superheroes.
Put up with a lot.
Whew. I tell mine all the time, I wouldn't blame you if you traded me in. So washed me out.
Somebody with a 9 to 5 that actually made a good living. Yeah, like I will repeat what I said earlier. It's definitely a labor of love, man.
What's that?
It's a labor of love.
Oh yeah.
Had a boy that worked for me years ago named Paul Shirley over in Mississippi, and he told me one time he trained for a while and done very good. He was good with his dog.
He's a good dog man.
He's a good dog man. He said, "I'm looking to make a living. I'm not looking for a lifestyle." Out he went.
Hey, I don't blame you.
And you know what? At least he was smart enough to acknowledge it early before he got into deeper on and hated his life. You know, I mean, I've had a few young guys come through and train with me over the years that just after 4 or 5 months, especially with us on the road, to be like, you know what?
This just isn't for me.
I don't think I can do this. I'm like, hey, I get it, man.
About 3 months into it, I sometimes think this just isn't for me.
This isn't for me. Then you get another dog and go right back to work. I know. I always tell everybody I'm going to go to work at Ace Hardware in the plumbing section. That's what I want to do. It seems like a great job. No stress whatsoever.
As long as they don't come in clogging the pipes every day.
That's right. That's exactly right.
You got to sit there. He's in a pretty good spot.
You got to give that cast, but then you get that if you're not real darn careful. You get Clyde, come in there, you got it.
You know, one thing I've noticed with these dogs, they finish blinds on their own really well.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming they let them do that because of the points for the whistle.
Yeah.
You'd rather have a little squiggle at the end than the point deduction.
That's right. Where at the field trial or the grand, they would be like,
It's impressive watching them.
Oh, it is. It is.
Because if I let a lot of mine go there, they'd be so far right. I'd
Next
be
time you see them, they'd be
buggy.
across that pond now.
They might not get in the water, but they'd be somewhere over there.
It wouldn't be a natural response.
Last week, they didn't get in the water real good.
Give you something to work towards.
That's right.
Well, we got a good look here.
Clyde's in a pretty good spot there.
Yeah, it is a good spot.
See that old tail go up, Clyde. There's the tail.
You know, we done watched this so much now.
Good mark, Clyde. That way, I feel like I'm announcing.
Yep.
You see Clyde just peeked left a little bit and Lyle pulled him back in there. Looks like he's going to get this left-hand bird second.
He is.
Clyde's in a good spot. Just a smidge.
You see that line? He's crossed right there. It's led him back to the woods. It's
There's
hard
the tail. Come on.
Come on, Clyde. Come on, Clyde.
Oh, Clyde.
So we didn't talk about it much earlier with that marking score there. That's not a terrible marking score because the dog left in the vicinity of the bird. He didn't check down in it. So you can, that handle on the marking score is a little better than shooting in on the right bird and then fading over there and then having to handle. Miles not going to let him make the gap. Put a bunch of whistles on him. Go ahead and Clyde indicated. I'm not sure on that marker, so he's going to go ahead and try to get it mopped up before he gets over the spot he can't hardly get out of. There you go.
So the next dog coming up is dog number 13, Down South Gun Dogs, Bella Rose, handled by Kane Pace. Call name Bella.
Bella? Is that correct, JD? Bella?
Yeah, Bella.
Bella, okay.
Bella, I'm sorry.
This is his. Does he have more dogs than this, or is this his?
This is his only dog today.
Appreciate it. All right, you can go. Guns up. Dog the line. Good luck, Kane. Let's go.
It's going to be a no bird. Yeah, too short a throw. They're going to no bird that.
1 and 2, pick up your birds, please.
Let him pick those birds up. He'll come back, settle him and Bella down, and give it another try. Like we said earlier, it's just part of the game, man. You got a pinpoint mark out there that you got to be fair for every dog to run a similar poison bird. So you got to make sure they're very close to the right spot.
All right, here we go. Dog the line.
So here comes Kane Pace and Bella back to the line for their rerun. Seemed like Bella looked at her birds good.
Good momentum off the line there. Made a real good move. Lining across the field beautifully.
There's Clyde and Lyle Man with a 103.
Look at this. You gonna let her
Might be
go?
on something. Bella has committed on that poison bird. You got to. Yeah. Man, you hate to see that. You got one dog.
Yeah, one dog, but she had such a beautiful line across
Oh,
that field,
she
too.
carried it way up past
Looked
the
like she
berm.
was going to...
Yeah, it looked like she was deep enough to
Yeah.
get past it. But just enough wind back there to change
Keep
her
her in
mind.
there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
Been there, done that, got
Oh,
that
yeah.
certificate several times. It's not fun.
Oh, yeah. I ever tell you about my trip? So they were going to have a SRS in West Kentucky last year, and it got canceled, so they decided to do it in Statesboro. So Jamie Moss was judging. So they called and said, Jimmy, if Jamie rides down with you, we'll put you up.
Go, dog to the line.
When I thought she had it. Under there.
So,
I don't know. Thought she had it.
so anyway, we head out down there, and we get down in McMinnville, Tennessee, in my truck. Something goes haywire, tries to shift into four-wheel drive on the road at like 70.
Driving down the highway?
Driving down the highway. I think I only got 3 dogs with me and Jamie. Bad idea to start with, but I think I'm going. This is middle of summer in Statesboro, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So I called
Quite warm, I'm assuming.
Oh, 100 in the shade. So I was like, all right. So I called the rollback. I got to get Jamie down there, Judge. I ran
This is, sorry to interrupt you. This
Oh,
is
no, go ahead.
Grand Hunt Retriever champion Booze Lizzie Blue. Call named Lizzie, handled by Scott Greer.
Lizzie's been around too.
So you drive down the road, truck shifts into four-wheel drive.
Yeah. Something electrical goes on, so I'm scared to drive it, so I call a roadback. Scott Cheney sends his son Wesley over to help me. He takes me over and I rent a U-Haul van. Move all my stuff over into a U-Haul van, and me and Jamie take off down the road. We go to Stephen Gurnis's place, which is in the middle of nowhere. So we get there and I look down and we've got like 10 miles of fuel left in this van, and we're like 30 miles to the closest gas station. It's 2 a.m. We got to be at the field at 5.
You know,
Or
the
at
sad,
6.
you know the sad thing? I believe it.
Oh, it happened. This happened. You can ask me. They were off. So I called Steven at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I said, hey, dude, I'm out of gas.
I'm in a
Man,
pickle.
We can't get there. So he had some Rec 90 fuel down the road in a tank. I went and he said, please don't fill that van up. I can't afford it. He said, just get a few gallons. They got a very challenging test. Of course, I have had no sleep. I'm in a van. And they've got us parked in this yard that is flat and featureless. But I moved to back my dogs up in the shade and back off in the only hole in that yard and hang it up. They had to come pull me in a U-Haul van. I don't think you have to ask how the dogs run that week.
Yeah.
Pretty nice blind there by Scott.
That was great control. Lizzie worked with him super good.
But that was rough. We got a poison.
You
bird
ready to get
picking.
home?
Oh, and of course then I was out after the second series, and then Jamie was judging, so I'm stuck for the next 2. It's just,
I got that certificate in South Carolina, my first Master National.
Oh, did you ride with?
Me and Adam rode
Oh,
together.
okay, yeah. You go out early and then have to stick it out.
I shot a lot of flyers that week.
Yeah. I've done that for him in Texas, the last Texas National. Last couple of series, I become the dedicated flyer shooter. We drove down there. I took 5 dogs, 3 females and 2 males, and the 3 females come into heat. I was down there riding with Tyler.
Oh.
Yeah, and took one of my 2 males to the 5th series.
Lizzie,
Lost him.
A
And
little adjustment in there.
Shot
She
a lot of flowers.
looks like she got a decent indication of where the bird is. Get right, Lizzie.
Kick
Just
over.
pushed
dog.
off
Kick
right
over,
there
kick
off of
over,
that.
Kick over.
Off of that tree. And
It's like she's wanting to break down, but she's
Yeah.
trying to be disciplined and keep on driving. Come on, Lizzie. You got to come back up here now.
it's could work out though. Win that gun station, work over and get the bird. And
Lyle and his last dog kind of had that same scenario.
Ended up with a pretty good score too.
Yeah, right around 100 points.
You can tell Lizzie's a thinker.
Yeah, she is trying to do the right thing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now let's see if Scott, I think Lyle went left next. I'm
And
curious
then
to see what
come back
Scott's
in.
game plan
Yeah.
is here. Looks like he's lining up to that right-hand bird. I could be wrong. It might change any moment from now.
Yeah,
I think he's going to go back to the right-hand bird.
Yeah, she never indicated anything right. You gotta put a whistle on them right there.
She just kept zigging when she needed to zag.
Yeah.
You know, to compliment the throwers again. Those birds have landed
very well.
In very
Bird boys have
almost
done a
the same spot
fantastic
every time.
job.
They're doing a fantastic job with the consistency of the bird and the
Sure hope
the
these guys
judges.
are with
The
us all the
judges
way
are doing a
through.
good The judges are doing a great job on this left-hand bird. If it's not within
calling
that parameter, they're calling. They've stayed consistent with it all day.
It's been a while since anybody's been on the right side of that. You know what? Let's see how that works out. That could be.
She might.
I'd like to see her a little further left, but
Push
she's
out, Lizzie. Push
she's
out,
got a
Lizzie.
photo.
Come
Hey.
on, baby.
Hey, look at Lizzie. She's in the spot to find it.
She just missed it. Come back in, baby. Come on.
Dang. Dang. Can't take a chance on going back in the old fall back there, so had to handle. I really thought she was going to come up with that.
I did
She
too.
was in the spot, broke down right at the right spot, turned in there perfect, and just 5 yards deep of it.
This next dog is dog number 11, HRCH, Tornado Hitting Down the Alley. Call name NATO.
NATO.
This dog is handled by Chuck McCall.
There you go, dog to the line.
Okay.
Appear to be on.
Yep.
NATO's got a little pep in his step.
Yeah. You're going to get some dings on some creep right there.
He, sitting on the truck all day like that.
Yep.
They just, some dogs that it's like pouring gasoline on the fire.
Yeah. Tyler Parrishon gets the tickle to me. We get in about that 4th, 5th series of the National or the 3rd, 4th series of the Grand. I always look at him and say, my training's run out.
NATO's left here.
Oh no. Man, have mercy, we've hit a spree of it. Phew. Man, I hate that for Chuck and NATO. That's a hard way to go down. Dang, and that happened quick too.
It did.
Yeah. Mr. Bobby Wills just come by here and said they can win the poison birds, but they can't win them with their marks. That's an amazing amazing bird placement, I guess, is the best way to say it.
So this is dog number 10, Ford Thunderbolt, QA2, call name Thunder, handled by Bobby Wills. This test has definitely stayed challenging for the dogs throughout the day. There's no doubt.
We started
about
right
that.
about 8 o'clock this morning. It's 3:30 now.
Yeah.
Local time, and it has not got to drop easier. If anything, it may have got to, I hate to say, maybe
A little harder.
A little harder.
Yeah, I think that scent's built up around that long bird and getting under that poison bird.
Yeah, and the thing of it is, we've picked them both up. We've picked up the left bird and the right bird. Mr. Al there had a nice trip.
Yeah, he almost he
caught the wires.
The wires from the production crew.
All right, here we go with Thunder.
This is Thunder and Bobby Wills.
Mr. Bobby.
We are.
We might. I think we're going to get it finished today.
This one to run and
no bird.
He threw it before. He heard you call and started. I mean, I already get on him too bad because he's trying, but I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna tell him he can't. That was too fast. That was too fast. Hey, bird, want to get that bird? Hey, make sure you.
little confusion out there. Late in the day, these guys are pulling a 8-hour shift, and
Scott and Lizzie come up with it.
98, not too bad.
Nope.
That was quick. If I would have known for sure he saw it or whatever, I'd probably been okay. But I didn't want. I won't be fair. But it happened so quick. I knew it surprised you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, just be sure and wait on me to call. Y'all doing a great job. Just wait on me to call. All right, here we go. Dog in line. You'll see it for sure this time too.
I think the bird boy got a little overzealous there, and before he get the duck calling done, he done tossed his bird, which happens. I mean, they've been out there all day doing the same.
At least he was paying attention.
Same thing. It better not throwing it at all.
That's
right.
exactly right.
So Matt doing the fair thing, give Mr. Bobby a rerun because he wasn't ready by the time you drop your call and get showed your gun. You gotta have a. We're not teal hunting here. You gotta have a second to get your gun up. There we go. Much better. Throw on a long bird. Well, Thunder done a nice job marking those birds. He's paid attention anyway. He
Yeah,
looked
that's
at
right.
all three of them very well. It wasn't like these guys forgot about the poison birds, but they weren't putting as much emphasis on it as they was. And now I think it's coming really into play on them. There we go.
Yeah.
You know, those dogs picking those poison birds up affects the blind because where you come through at. Thunder, come back in there and give him a good look. We didn't make much adjustment, just kind of shipped him off because he's staring right at it. Nice mark. That's about as good as that one can be got right there. Man, Thunder really hooked left in there and then kind of, dang, man, he was. You know what, I believe Bobby will take that and be glad of it. That was not a bad deal right there. Let's see if we can get him poke in here on that short bird.
Yeah. How you look from the camera view here, if you're looking at it, I mean, you can see going into that middle bird how much stuff they've got to get by to get there good, and the suction to the left, and then if you pull them too much, the suction to the right. There's a lot more green space out there than it looks to hunt in between the birds. This could be a decent spot here. Get in there left, buddy.
Feeling a little good.
That's a good move. Good turn there onto the arc.
Nice.
Got it. Now, pretty good job there. I think Bobby would be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, he'd be happy with that. Now keep him playing.
I think that was Bobby's last dog. He was just shaking the judge's hands, telling him thank you for the day.
Yeah. Bobby's last one. Scott's done for the day.
Yeah.
So this is Carter's last one, isn't it? Carter and Luke.
No, Carter's got one more, dog number 2. This is Thieving Mr. Blue Jeans, called name Blue, handled by Carter Turner, coming up. This is dog number 8, Blue. You want to remind everybody what time the meet and greet is again? I think it's 5:30.
5:30 this evening, downtown. Yeah, you just woke me up. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, 5:30 this afternoon.
Downtown St. Francisville, correct?
Downtown St. Francisville.
Okay. And it's a beautiful city. Anybody listening that's be there because it's the town of St. Francisville is beautiful.
Beautiful, and that's who's making this happen.
Yeah, that's exactly
putting
right.
This on. This
yep.
is
committed to doing it, and you know it's. I think it's great that the parish is involved in the support of the sport,
and hopefully they'll get something out of it. People nationally can know about St. Francisville. Looks like he was banked out a little left, but man, he's on a dead line right there. That's very nice.
That's why Carter's running him and not us.
Yeah.
Carrying a beautiful line across the field. After seeing what you've seen, you know, you just can't let him go there either. You just such a pretty line, but
that's danger. Mr. Blue Jeans, get up that hill. There you go.
Good job there.
Yep. Stay with them all the way to the end at this point. About time for one to get it clean.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Bobby Wilson Thunder had a 75. That's respectable. Still got some ground to make up, but
it's like Blue's being sent for the right hand bird. Pretty good spot there, attack right. Blue's got an idea, it looks like.
Yep.
Came in.
Outside in.
Good mark there, Blue.
Yeah.
Wind feels like it's back off her right shoulder, just a hair, not much.
Yeah.
Predominantly downwind, but definitely off our right shoulder a hair.
A couple times today. Sometimes we forget we see these dogs doing such amazing work that we forget that they are dogs.
Yeah.
It's amazing what they're capable of learning and doing. What? I'd like to see him a little tighter that hay bale on this wind. He would have a little better shot at it. But he come outside in.
Decent space. He's coming outside in right here too.
He come outside
see
in.
If he can commit and break down, and
it's not a bad spot right there.
Coming back into the bird. Look at this. Here's another one of those ones that.
Yep.
See if he can talk him into this middle bird.
That's right.
But I've seen him run. He's gone outside second.
Yep. I wonder if he's going to play this outside in the same.
It's worked for him so far.
It's worked for him too. Those two is about as good as you can get them. Because going right of that long bird has not paid off at all, other than on the blind.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Trying something a little different here. I think he got the look up the gut and node the dog off that and then switch sides.
Pull him over to the right side.
I think that's not necessarily a bad idea here, putting them on the right side. I know traditionally, you know, two-sided people, theoretically, if the bird's thrown right to left, they're on the left side. Bird thrown left to right on the right side. But I couldn't agree more trying to, if I had two-sided dogs, I think they'd be on the right side for this middle bird here.
He's definitely playing the left side of it. The way he had him lined up, he was.
And I think he's hoping he's going to push in there. If he could stay there, this could be.
What a great spot if he don't bounce left.
Breathe, baby. You know, it shows you dogs, they just hate running they hate running into a tree line until you throw one away from it, and then they go squirrel hunting.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You're going to get a few dings on some wandering there. Probably not too awful bad, and then of course they handle the area.
I mean, he was so close to doing that good. He was 2 feet, 2 to 3 feet from just right.
That dog dipped it shoulder left, took him.
And I thought he did a great job there. What he did, you know, just trying something different. I mean, I don't blame him at all for what he did right there. I thought it was a great cause. That's right.
I agree. It wasn't like he was out there running amok. You know, he had left looking for the bird, just got on a bad spot.
Hey, boss. Hey. Here. Let me get these out of the way.
Quick, short delay here. They're going to clear the ATB bucket, I think.
Got Mr. Luke Crew again.
I think we've got 6 dogs left to run here, it looks like.
It's going to be close. But think what are we running? 4, 5 an hour?
All right, here we go. Guns up. Dog to the line.
Yeah. Comes Luke and Keaton. Luke's had a couple of nice runs today. Blue and Carter with a 78, respectable score. It's going to be cool to see what the cutoff is in this, because there's a lot of them bunched up right there. 70s and 80s. Luke successfully got Keaton off the poison bird. Just kind of come back in with her nose turned towards it and done a nice job going verbal there and casting her back to the blind. Man, This is too tempting for me. I'm like, you know, those cartoons where you can just drag them around by their nose, you know, and they float in the air. That's what I feel like right now. They're doing a crawfish boil, I guess, across the road. Oh my gosh.
Just made my belly start wanting some more.
My mouth water.
Sure.
Wow. What a great smell that is. Mixing it in for the short bird here. Keeping it in the right spot to make it good. Breaking down till it goes to whipping. Perfect on the short bird.
Textbook there, textbook.
Yeah.
I want to see one of these dogs just stab 3 birds.
Me too.
I'm gonna jump up and scream.
Yeah, me too. I'm rooting for them so bad
Me
right
too.
now. Yeah, all day we kept saying they're gonna get better, they're gonna get better. They
It's been consistent. The test has held up, and this is what you want though in a competition like this. You come to the SRS
nobody
Classic,
yet
and I
has
mean,
come in here and just pinned it. Right?
Yeah.
Ain't happened. The best set of marks we've had all day had a bad blind. Ooh.
See if he can recover here.
Keaton getting way right over here. Let's see if she
can win that blind. You know he's airing up his lungs here.
herself over.
There's that little tail crack.
Yeah.
Pretty smart there. Look at this. Get over there and get it.
He's had a couple dogs get right back there and just didn't want to get the other side of the gun.
There's that slot that's not been very friendly.
No. She indicated right there as soon as she made clear of that slot, you could just see the gate.
I think he
change.
did a good job of letting her try to work it out.
Yeah.
And you know, look, because a lot of dogs that got where she got, one almost came back into the short bird, and she didn't. I thought she'd get it on that pass. I mean, she got under the arc, but that wind's blowing right to left again, it feels, and what they say, if this is easy, everybody'd do it.
All right.
Stuff's hard.
They don't hold a Girl Scouts SRS event.
That's right. I wish they did.
This is definitely the big boys right here. Get your focus. Send in there. We've seen a bunch live on a good line like that, and right about there, you can see that line he's on has been run a bunch. Just keeps pulling them off to the left. But she's breaking down pre the woods. See if she can come back in there and get back to the right side there and figure that deal out.
She's working in.
She is.
She's gonna get it.
She did get it.
Look at that.
That's nice.
Great patience by Luke there on both birds.
Yeah, you pretty much have to wait till she pokes out that other side headed towards that blind, but yeah.
Next up, we've got dog number 6, SRSC, Morgan's Thundering Thor of Arrowhead, MNR. There's something else behind it, but his title's, the name's too long.
Yeah, Morgan. That's Morgan. 101 points or something. 101 or something. Yes. 2, I think. 2. Yep. So we're getting close then here. Lyle's got to be, this is probably his last dog. You got one more?
This is it for him.
Well, this is Thor. That'll be a no bird. What we got, JD? About 4 more?
Here we go, dog line.
Lyle and Thor coming back for the rerun. Had a short toe on that long bird, which affects the blind because it is a poison bird. To be fair, it's having to hit real close to the right spot. So. Thor give Lyle a good cast out of there. Ooh. Don't look over, Thor. Push it on as far as you want to. Luke Core 95.
We've got 53 or 51 dogs. 50. Missing 2. So. I'll go back through and recount.
Broke down good there and then didn't trust it. He gave all the signs he was going to do it. We haven't seen that a whole lot today. That dog really cracked his tail and broke down, and then kind of give up on it.
Kind of in between both of them.
Coming back,
Come
though.
back and get it.
Yeah, still not bad. Good.
See if Thor can hit this left-hand bird.
He
Tail's cracking.
Got that for real, got it. There it is, Thor.
That was a good mark
Nice,
there.
nice mark right there. He went in right on that bird. I mean, that he was looking for. That's what you like to see. Let's see if I can take him, get him to look at that little bird now. Switch around a little bit. Across the field.
Had a little more left push there. Let's see if he can push off that line and get into the right there. Stacking back left, got a left lead lop and put a quick handle on him. And
like we've said too many times, that's about all you could do right there. Just no indication of breaking down there. Yeah. What a well-placed mark.
up next, we have SRSC, 5-time Grand Hunt and Retriever champion, Counting on Cash, QA2 Master Hunter. Call name Cash. He is handled by Justin Herbert.
Here. It's a good time to run the worst line he ever run in his life, right?
Good job, bud.
Here.
Yeah. Justin coming up with his last dog. He's had a few pretty good runs today.
Yeah, he has.
He stayed strong. Just
Justin is 5.
Pierce Cash saw the tail end of that. Moving with the gun, nice. Telly's a 5-time Grand Hunt and Retriever champion.
it's pretty easy to pick them dogs out. I mean, because they just do this so much, you know.
Good speed here for this blind.
That's how you want a dog running this blind. He's running at the Thorn mile at 100. He's running at a disciplined pace. He knows he's been told dead bird and not get you marked. So
got a little information there and changed leads and pushed off. Definitely caught a little bit of wind of the bird there, I feel, and Justin did a good job of shutting him down. And making him work for it a little bit here, but good finish there. Good job.
Stayed with it well.
Justin's going through his preparation. You can see him thinking, getting lined up, picking up that blade of grass. I'm sure he wants the dog to be on, and
yeah,
coming through, letting him settle.
Getting focused on that short bird there.
A little bit of adjustment. Looks like he might be going for this middle bird second.
Sure does. He's putting his hand in.
He put his hand in and it looked like he stepped up on him.
Yeah. Well, he's thinking he did. Oh, that's a spot you don't want to be right there, Cash. But that'll work if you'll get over there.
He did end up working it out.
But that's one of the first times we've seen somebody not go for the right-hand bird first.
That's intentionally, I feel, probably.
Oh, I do too. I mean, the way he stepped up on him, put his hand in, and I think
sent a little firmer, you know.
Yeah, give him a little push.
I don't know if I necessarily disagree with it either in this situation.
Like I said earlier, the same thing over and over, expecting different results.
And, you know, he might be willing to take a little more points for the hunt there, but then he creates a little bit of a hit in his idea. Maybe has a little corridor to the left bird and the right bird now, and then you free up a little space on this left-hand bird and can maybe get it a little better. See what happens here. See if it works out for him.
He's dead on mark right here.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Not as good as you can get that.
You ain't Pat Burns, but you're right here. You ain't Pat Burns, but you're right here.
I ain't even trying to be, bud.
You might be better. I mean, you got a better name. Jimmy Roberts.
Let's see if that opens up. Let's see if that opens up this line here to the left. It might.
He may have been saving his trick for last, so everybody didn't start doing it. It looks pretty left to me.
Spine looks a little left.
Yeah, it looks a little left, but we're not directly behind him. I don't know. That's a dang good spot right there.
You can just stay in.
It's a dang good spot.
Stay in.
Get right, dog. Give me a little right. Give me a little right. Oops, broke down right there before the wood line. Yep, tails up.
See if he can come back in and get it. He made a move back into the bird.
He come right in behind it. Come on, dog.
Ain't getting deep. Yep, had the handle there.
Ooh, those cast refusals add up quick. I like what he was thinking there.
I don't disagree with it.
I'd like to ask him. I want to try to remember to ask him.
We can probably pull him off walking off the line now.
Yeah. Say, what was your thoughts there? Was you sending for that middle bird for a reason? Do you think you didn't see something, or do you try to mop up one of the hard ones? take what you can get.
Brought back half the tree with him.
Yeah. Got a chunk of tree root with it. Pulled him in here and let us ask him. I think it's his last dog.
Jimmy and I were just talking. You sent for that middle bird. Did you send for the... Okay.
That's what I wanted to
And
do.
I didn't know if your idea was to try to create two slots to... He just kept looking left. Okay.
So
I thought it was going to work out in your
I
favor.
hear that, but we stopped Justin on his way out and asked him if he had planned to try a different route with picking up the middle bird, but he said the dog never seen the right bird. So when he tried to line him up on it, he just kept kind of looking back out the middle. So smart move. I mean, that's one of those things that we thought that's not how you train for this, but you can't argue with them right now.
Yeah, no, that's right. This is HRCH, AJ's Labs, Once Upon a Time, Master Hunter, Qualified All Age, call name Snow, handled by Carter Turner.
Snow. No, a black dog named Snow. What number? Shannon, is dog number 3 a scratch? Jerry, okay, that's what we were looking in the book like. I think you're right. A black dog named Snow didn't make sense. So this is Jerry, okay. Okay, no worries. This is Carter with Jerry. We had a swap because of a scratch, so all good.
Snow was a scratch.
Snow was a scratch.
Okay.
This is Jerry.
He should be running.
He's running.
He's next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jerry got right in behind that tree like we've seen several do. And he called back in. Now time to go to work on these marks, Carter.
Looks like he's going back up the gut. Might be going left.
Back to the left bird.
Hey, this might work out on this middle bird. Oh, go left, baby.
That
Looked
dog
like he
looked
was
up in the
sending
snow
the...
geese and pulled him back over. He's gonna get the 20 points old fall right there. Yeah, he's going back in there. Who is that? Okay. And the question there is, they could give him go into the old fall twice. I don't know how they seen that, but I was trying to watch the monitor and the dog, so that could have accumulated some pretty good points there.
So hard once they get that ground under them on that, on one of those birds to come back in and check in and get it. You know, it's theoretically going long twice. That's pretty impressive. She worked it out that quick, actually.
That's what I was saying. I've always heard you go long, ran 10-10, couldn't go long twice and go back in and get the short bird.
He just proved us wrong.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Ran 10-10 was many years ago. These dogs, they pretty much go where they're told to go most of the time. I mean, they're always going to get the bird, but they'll leave headed that direction.
The trust level is so much now with these dogs.
The training, the softer hand, the trust, all the stuff's so much different now. You can't take a dog that's been heavy-handed training in this and get them comfortable enough to go up there and do this type of work.
So we made a mistake. This dog's name is Jerry.
Jerry. Oh, Jerry. Jerry got caught in a trap that we've seen several of them get caught in.
I'll get it there.
That should do it right there.
I think we have our last running dog of the day coming up. Sierra's Nevada QA2MH Beta, handled by Luke Core.
You know what's crazy is I was just getting warmed up. I mean, it's like an appetizer for me.
That's right.
I was ready to watch some dogs work. No. I might go somewhere even to call a baseball game. I'm kind of into this right now.
That's right. They're going to send us to Augusta. Next. We'll be calling the Masters.
Yeah. Let's go over to 18.
Just a baby. Let's move it. We'll come along.
Carter Turner left a 30-footer for a birdie. All right, last dog of the day, y'all.
Last dog running.
Oh, maybe this is the one we've been waiting for. Big Yellow may go out there and put on a show. Luke started us off, and he's winding us up. Yeah, he was first dog to run. First dog to run, so. Everybody remember, tomorrow morning we start right back in with the amateurs. Start at 8 o'clock. All of our handlers will be attending a beautiful banquet in West Feliciana Parish, and they'll have a good time tonight and be ready to roll in the morning. Well, what they're telling me, JD, is all the Louisiana favorites is the food for tonight.
Yeah.
They will probably have some good food.
Yeah, there is not a doubt in my mind that man couldn't go over there and hurt himself. After this set, I can't wait to see what they do with the field trial. Jerry and Carter, 200. Last dog, we had to go get some poppers, so needed a handful of bullets.
I'm gonna go back to the dog.
Yeah. Here we go, dog the line.
Loop back to the line with Beta.
Last dog of the day, Luke, and what's this dog's name?
Veda.
What it says?
Veda.
Veda, okay, Veda.
Don't want to say it too loud, she takes on.
Yep. Wouldn't he be proud of us?
Boys, y'all made it all day. Till you didn't.
Yeah. She seemed like she watched her marks good, or he?
Selling and picking a spot out, but
holding her tight on that line.
he has a good job on the verbal there.
Yeah.
Good blind
Nice
there.
finish, yeah. Nice finish.
Good blind. Veda's off for the short bird.
Breaking a little bit left right there. We're going to put a quick whistle on her. She hadn't started to break down. JD, you're not going to be with me tomorrow?
I will for a couple hours, I think.
For a few hours,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I have a daughter
getting her tonsils taken out.
Yeah. It's the ice cream time around the Babs
That's
house.
right.
Yeah.
Put on a few pounds this weekend, that'll be all right.
Bluebell Ice Cream makes a banana pudding ice cream.
They make a bunch of deadly ice creams.
That banana pudding.
I'm real bad. I can just sit down and eat that whole half gallon.
Pretty amazing stuff. Luke knows he needs to get these pretty cleaned up.
Good move there.
Good move.
Tail's cracking. Good
Get some
spot.
lift
Go
in you.
left. Good move there. Oh, come on, baby.
Oh, Luke knows it too.
He felt it right as I felt it.
JD, one thing nobody can say is this was not plenty of tests from start to finish.
Yep.
We just got the long bird left here. Breaking back in behind the bird. Broke down good right there. Yeah, that's got the right spot, just deep of the hay bale. Should pick it up right there. Good deal.
So that concludes our pro division for the day. We had 2 dogs do the test without handling, 24 single handles, 17 double handles, 1 triple handle, and 7 DNFs.
Pretty solid.
Totaling 51 dogs at 8.5 hours. Of run time approximately, so the test averaged 6 minutes a dog.
Yeah, yeah, which is a good test. It's getting a lot of answers in a 6-minute test. Yeah, you can do all you can do here. Oh yeah.
So long day, stressful day for the handlers.
Yeah,
they definitely earned their paychecks today. But I think it's going to be a pretty level playing field going into the field trial series tomorrow afternoon.
And nobody run off with it.
That's right. That's right. A couple of scores here. I'm sure we can get these scores posted here shortly.
Door's still open. We're waiting on that last score. Yep. You can go on Facebook.
Yep. Facebook at the SRS page.
Check the local live scoring.
I think it's the Super Retriever Series. Type in your search bar and you'll be able to find
www.superretrieverseries.com will have the scores also. Yep.
Definitely a fun test to watch.
Scoreboard. Yep. What's that?
Definitely a fun test to watch.
Oh, it was.
Saw some really good handling. Luke put out 168.
Quarter 168. So.
And that was our final score of the day.
JD, I've enjoyed it, buddy. I look forward to tomorrow, man. It's going to be exciting to watch those amateurs run. And we'll hopefully put up some good scores tomorrow. And see who moves on to the
That's right.
later rounds. It's been a lot of fun. Everybody who's listened and kept up with us all day, we appreciate you a ton. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
That's right. Everybody have a blessed evening. Thank y'all.
The Super Retriever Series Classic is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. St. Francisville for the inspired traveler. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast! With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Do you know where you're going? Maybe you don't. And that's okay. There's something magical about the unexpected. It's that feeling you get when you see something you didn't know was there, that you didn't know was possible. It's finding something you didn't know you were looking for. Taking wrong turns at just the right time. And seeing new things with old friends. Unexpected places can seem small, but the deeper you go, the more you find. In a place like that, the possibilities are endless. You can break outside of the boundaries, wake up with the wild, and sleep under the stars. You can take your time, try new things, and toast to what's next. You can see, hear, feel, smell, and taste your way through one adventure after another. You can get lost in a place like that. So maybe you don't know where you're going, but that's okay. Because sometimes the best places are the ones you don't expect to find. St. Francisville. Explore the unexpected.